Or which topic? Rusbridge's revenge. Really. Oh, we're sitting down there. We're not going yet. We're not going. Well, I'm going to put my bag here.
I'm well used to it by now. Right. Good morning, everyone. It is 9:15. You're all in a state of caffeination and high excitement. Welcome to the Tau Centre's very first research conference. Thank you very much indeed for all making it up here, particularly on what I believe is known as a summer Friday. I am Emily Bell, the director of the Tau Centre for Digital Journalism here at Columbia. As I say, this is our first research conference, Quantifying Journalism, Data, Metrics and Computation. It's been quite a year here at the Tau Centre. We've had dozens of events. We've had a new fellows program. This is our first year of really sort of ramped up publication and research. And it's fantastic to see a community like this one coming into the school to discuss what we think are emerging important trends that have a direct impact on journalism. And it's particularly great to see such a good blend of academics and practitioners, and who says that they can't ever get on. I'd like to think that we have disproved that. And I also want to thank everybody here who works for a news organisation who has let our researchers talk to you, sit in your newsrooms, interrogate your practices, look at your data, because it really does make such a huge difference to the type of research that we can put back into both the practice of journalism and indeed into the classroom when we're teaching all those journalists that we release annually out into the wild. I just want to thank briefly three very important groups of people. First of all, I want to thank our funders. I want to thank the Tau Foundation and the Knight Foundation, who really took a chance on us a couple of years back when we said we wanted to start this research program, but we wanted it to be experimental, we wanted it to be academic, we wanted it to be practical, and they have not just, provided the wherewithal for us to bring such a great group of people together, but actually they've been incredibly good partners in terms of helping us with networks and access and supporting and guiding our work. So they have been excellent funders and partners in this. The second group are the Tau Fellows. If there are many of them here today. What you'll see today is their work. We have 3 major reports launching today, which our research director, Taylor Owen, will tell you about in a moment. And they've really sort of pulled this program together. Again, they're a new cohort for the school. They're fantastic people to have here discussing journalism and driving us forward. And the third group are Team Tau. We're a Team Tau. Here's one of them. This is Taylor Owen, our research director. We have Shawani New Payne, who is over there on the live stream. It's her last day today. And we have Lauren Mack at the back, who literally does everything, without whom none of this would happen. I would not have got out of bed this morning without Lauren being here. And that's quite a high bar, let me tell you. So I want to thank them, and thank you very much indeed for coming here and engaging in what we do. If you want to get involved with the Tau Centre, you like the work, you have a proposal, you're interested in research questions around the things that we do, please get in touch. Contact me, contact Taylor, go to our website, taucentre.org, and hopefully this year, if you have one of those ideas that's particularly good, you may find it debated, presented, and published up here. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Taylor, who will outline the day for you. Thank you very much.
I'm just being reminded that we need to talk about the hashtag, being a center of digital journalism. Tau Talk, I think is our hashtag. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about what we've been doing for the last year and a half and what we're planning on doing for the day here. Our task for this research program has really been to bring together practitioners, technologists, and interdisciplinary academics to look at how digital technology is changing journalism. And any people in each of those 3 groups will know that bringing them together on projects collaboratively for a year is not an easy task. But I think, as you'll see through the day, some of the projects that have really managed to do that in an effective way. And we're pretty excited to share some of them with you. So for the first research conference, what we wanted to do was bring together our projects focusing on data journalism. So we have various streams of research, but a number of our projects all in various ways focus on data. And that's what we sort of brought together today. We're launching 3 reports, one which I'll introduce later on through the day, but one by Alex Howard on the state and practice of data journalism, one by Claire Wardle and Sam Dubberly on user-generated content, and one by Fergus Pitt, another of our fellows on censor journalism. We're then we've asked 3 of our fellows to run panels through the day. So the first, which we're going to open with now, is by Caitlin Petrie. It's on the use of metrics in newsrooms. Jonathan Stray, a fellow computational journalism fellow here, will be doing one on data and computational journalism. And Fergus will do one at the end of the day on robotics and sensors in newsrooms. At lunch, we're going to preview some of our projects that are ongoing. We have presentations from 4 or so fellows who have ongoing projects that will give short talks over lunch. So it's a packed day. I'm going to ask all panels. I'm going to be sitting in the front with time cards to keep things going. We're going to try and get you through the day and out on time. And to start, I want to invite Caitlin and the panel to come up. Caitlin is a sociology PhD student at NYU who's been working with us for the last year on an ethnography project studying the use of metrics tools by journalists, editors, and newsrooms generally. That project will be coming out in the fall, and we'll be having an event, conference on the use of metrics in the fall. And I will welcome Caitlin to introduce her panel. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. It's really exciting to see such a big crowd, and I'm excited to get started on the panel. So I'm going to just do brief introductions of the panelists because we have very little time, but you can find longer bios in your programs. So first is James Robinson. James is the very first director of news analytics at the New York Times, where he helps journalists and editors use audience insights to produce, promote, and publish the Times Online. And before joining the Times, I think this is so cool, he built and ran baseballlibrary.com, which aggregated dozens of print baseball reference books into a 20,000-page hypertext narrative of baseball history. Then next to James is Tony Hale. Tony is the Chief Executive Officer of Chartbeat, the real-time data science and analytics company, which works with 4,000 media companies around the world. Tony's also an adjunct professor of journalism right here at the Columbia Journalism School. And prior to entering the startup world, Tony competed in a round-the-world yacht race and managed polar expeditions in the Arctic. I feel like we need another panel just to like dig into that and the baseball library, but some other time. And then finally, we have Daniel Mintz, who's the Director of Business Intelligence at Upworthy. Upworthy, as many of you likely know, has built an enormous audience in a very short period of time, partly by using sophisticated analytics and A/B testing to shape the packaging of his content, and Daniel's been at the forefront of that effort. He also is a frequent presenter at venues like eMetrics, Netroots Nation, Roots Camp, and Yale Law School. So thank you all for being here today, and I'm really excited to dig into some of these issues. I'll begin by saying a little bit about why we wanted to sort of hold this panel. I've been spending the last year, or the last couple of years, talking to and observing folks both in the analytics industry and then also in online newsrooms for my research. And I've been struck by the fact that even as we're still sort of having this debate about whether metrics are good for journalism or bad for journalism, do they cause clickbait and listicles and cat pictures, or do they cause journalists to be more in touch with their audiences? Even as that debate is sort of still going on, the fact is that nearly every newsroom is using at least one, and usually many of these analytics tools to do their work every single day. And so by focusing sort of on this clickbait debate, I think we have run the risk of sort of losing a lot of the nuance of how news organizations are actually using this data in their day-to-day practice. So that's one of the things and one of the reasons that I kind of wanted to bring these folks together to talk about this, because we see these organizations using the same tools and doing incredibly different things with them. Some are structuring pay incentives around analytics. Some would, never want to do that. Others are sort of restricting access to analytics to only editors. Some are, asking reporters to really keep an eye on their numbers and be responsible for bringing them up. So we see this vast diversity of practices. And I kind of wanted to dig into those. So the first goal that I think we have for this panel is to sort of start to map the landscape of how different types of organizations are really using analytics in practice. And the second is to sort of take a step back and wrestle with kind of some of the more nuanced questions about metrics. So the challenges of interpreting metrics, of drawing insights and understanding from data, the challenges of designing and developing metrics for a field that's as complex and multifaceted multifaceted as journalism is, and then the effects that metrics are having on journalists' relationship to their work and to their employers and to each other. So without further ado, to accomplish sort of the first goal, I'm going to invite Tony to talk a bit based on Chartbeat's experiences working with 80% of the top publishers in the US and in many countries around the world.
I need to sell myself. Sorry.
What are you finding? What are you seeing? What seems sort of salient to you?
Okay. One, thank you all very much for coming here to the Clash at Columbia. I find myself a nervous fulcrum between the New York Times and Upworthy, a jester dwarfed by intellects on either side. So I'm gonna speak briefly about kind of some overarching things that we've seen in the space, and then try and get as swiftly as possible for us all, I think, to the debate, and then questions from you guys, because I think that's where the fun stuff will really happen. So I want to talk about kind of, I guess, three things. One is like how the hell analytics even got into newsrooms in the first place and why. Secondly, the kind of move from traffic to audience. And thirdly, kind of maybe a hopeful note about where we're going in the future with regards to the kind of metrics we use and how. So we didn't always have metrics in the newsroom. This was still a relatively recent thing, and there's a reasonable question to say why. And I think if we look at the kind of purpose of kind of traditional historical analytics, it was to understand what had happened in the past, and from that make some kind of reasonable prediction about the future. Should my button be on the left or the right? Will I sell more glasses of lemonade if I put fresh right up there? And that's incredibly powerful, and from that we'd be able to drive tremendous insights about any number of things. However, as the environments in which we exist become more and more complex, our ability to predict a complex future starts to break down. To quote my favorite philosopher, Mike Tyson, everyone has a strategy until they get punched in the face. And this, with the social web, is what kind of happened to media, to news, in that suddenly we had this tremendous amount of complexity coming into our world. And the worst thing about this as well was the people who are dealing with these predictions, with these decisions about what to actually do, they were us. And we kind of suck, to be honest. There's two kings of the decision-making sciences, two guys called Albert and Reifer, who work up at Harvard, and they've done a series of studies on this, where they ask groups of people to put a ranged answer to a particular question. So Catherine the Great had between 5 and 50 lovers, or the number of Tau graduates who are going to be journalists 10 years from now will be between 70 and 100%. And they could make the ranges as wide as they liked, as long as they felt they had a 98% chance of accuracy. And so they expected, when they ran this, to get a 2% error rate. Instead, the error rate was between 15 and 30%. So even when we can give the greatest range of our expectations, we're still wrong up to a third of the time. And what's interesting about this is that when they did this again with Harvard MBAs, the error rate went up to 45%, which is why I'm very glad to be in Columbia today and not Harvard. But this actually tells us something interesting, which is the more we think we know, the more expert we believe ourselves to be, the more likely we are to misjudge something or get it just plain wrong. And we work in media, where a lot of people consider themselves to be experts and have very strong opinions about what's right and what's wrong. And so what analytics allowed us to do in some ways was to be able to say, not just are you right or are you wrong, but how do you adapt? Because in a complex environment, it's not about being able to make faster predictions. It's about being able to adapt to that complex environment. It's not about building more of a black box. It's about building the cockpit, as it were. So what we did with real-time analytics was when it came into the newsroom, it was to allow a newsroom to adapt to a complex environment where they didn't know necessarily what was going to capture the imagination of their audience, what was communicated well, what was not. It was almost like an extra level of editorial. And a few things had to happen then. You couldn't just have the data purely in the analytics team and then deliver reports. That was too slow, and it was disconnected. Instead, you had to put the data directly in the hands of those people who could actually make change, actually take action. Because if you can't take action on the data, then it's kind of pointless, really. There's no one gives a damn. And so you had to put it in the hands of the people who could actually take action. That meant that you had to democratize decision-making often in newsrooms. It was no longer just the managing editor who had to make all the decisions about what was right and what was going to go where. It was being able to give people on the front lines the ability to make choices based upon the data, and then to kind of communicate that data in a way they could actually understand, because a lot of journalists are not trained data scientists. They're not, they don't look at an Excel spreadsheet like it's poetry. They're people like myself with liberal arts degrees. And so you saw that large-scale change coming in with analytics hitting the newsroom. And it was putting data directly in the hands of frontline people. The second kind of change that we saw more recently, I would argue, is that we moved from thinking about traffic to caring about audience. And that is in large part a function in some ways of the challenges that we've had making money in this business. In the early days, we just said, okay, you know what? It's impressions, it's page views, that's all we need. We just need to get as many of those things in as possible. But over the last couple of years, as we've had to learn to monetize in a variety of ways, whether it's through subscriptions and paywalls, whether it's through native advertising, whether it's through events, as some people are doing, whatever it requires people who are not just traffic, who are not just clicks on your site, but people who know who you are, like what you do, and come back. And that means understanding the people that you're working with and actually changing the nature of your behaviors. So suddenly, not just did I get someone to click, but what happened after the click, the behaviors, whether they went to another page, how much time they spent on that page, all of these as kind of leading indicators of propensity to return became important. And so one of the big changes that we saw was this move from just like total number of people to can I make these people come back? That was a tremendous change, and we're seeing that in a variety of ways over time. And then there's a kind of third change, which I think of as hopeful. Others have said is neurotic on this panel. And that is a focus on new and better ways to measure. Because it's not just choosing any old metric, because if you choose any old metric, you'll often get very, very different results. It's choosing a metric that most aligns with your mission and your goals. And what you've seen over the last year has been an increasing focus on not just clicks, but on the total amount of attention that a piece of content can acquire. And that actually tells you very different stories often about what's important and what works and what's successful. And it also, and I don't want to talk too much the business side of things because it's much more fun to talk about newsrooms, but it also does hold out a promise for media. Because attention is scarce. Clicks are not. And with scarce, there becomes a chance to charge premiums for quality. And if we have a web where quality content can make money, that's a web I want to be part of. So those are kind of the three kind of trends that I think we're going to be exploring a little bit today, and I want to kind of kick off with. But yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I want to dig deeper into a lot of those. Daniel, I'm going to come over to you now. So you at Upworthy have pioneered the rollout of this new metric, right, called attention minutes, which tracks signals like whether a video is actually playing, whether somebody's moving their mouse, as kind of proxies for whether someone's paying attention to a piece of content. And more generally, Upworthy is known as a very data-driven company where data is really influencing the way that you package and promote the content that you sort of surface on the web. Could you tell us a little bit about sort of the big picture thinking behind attention minutes, and then also just sort of Upworthy's broader orientation towards data?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So I'm actually going to take those in the opposite order.
Okay,
so,
anywhere you want.
I think, when we at Upworthy think about data, we try to be realistic about data. Data is great for some things and not very useful for other things. And data for data's sake is useless. I mean, it's sexy. Big data is even sexier, but it's useless. Data is only useful insofar as it helps you make better decisions. And so, if your GPS tells you that there's traffic for the next 10 miles, but you're stuck on the highway and there's no other way to get where you're going, that's depressing data, but it's not useful data, right? If, on the other hand, you're at a fork in the road and one side has traffic and the other doesn't, knowing which one has traffic, that's useful data because you're at a decision-making point. And so when we're thinking about what data we want to use and how we want to deploy data and how we want people to be thinking about the data that we're collecting internally, we're thinking about what are the decisions that our staff are having to make all the time. And that's not just in our newsroom. We don't have a newsroom. We're a distributed office, and B, we're not journalists, so we definitely don't have a newsroom. This is the closest I've ever been to being a journalist, having this pad right here. You can tell James is a real journalist because he brought his own pad. He had to be given ones by the Tau Center. We're thinking about how is our editorial staff, our curators, what decisions are they making and how can data help inform those decisions? We're thinking about our audience development staff, and as they're trying to distribute our content and get it out to the world, what decisions are they making and how can they use data better? About our product staff, as they're trying to improve our website and our other products, how can they use the data? Our business team as well. So, we're interested in data that helps us make better decisions. And then once we make decisions with the data, we're interested in evaluating whether those decisions actually were made better by having the data. That's sort of our philosophy on using the data. And the data that doesn't help us make better decisions is not useful data. It just clouds judgment because humans are really, really good at recognizing patterns. We're so good at recognizing patterns in data that sometimes we invent patterns in data that aren't really there. And so it's very tempting when shown a bunch of data to think, oh, there's a pattern there, even when we can rigorously analyze and say, no, actually, there isn't any meaning to be had from this data. This data can't help us make better decisions. And we get in big fights with members of our staff because they really want that data because they're used to that data and don't take my data away. But we've looked and it doesn't add any value to the decisions that they're making. It doesn't help them make better decisions. And so we hide that data because it's just distracting. So that's the answer to your second question. The answer to your first question about attention, I can't quote Mike Tyson, sadly, but I will quote Dan Ariely, the behavioral psychologist, who said, "You are what you measure." And this just follows on something that Tony said. Picking the right metrics, picking the metrics that align with what your actual goals are, is critical. If you're not doing that, you're done. And not in a good way. So, we asked ourselves, what is it that we're actually trying to achieve? And the thing we're trying to achieve is we want to draw massive amounts of attention to the things that really matter. We don't want to draw massive amounts of clicks to the things that really matter. We don't want to draw massive numbers of visitors to the things that really matter. We want to draw massive amounts of attention. And therefore, the closer we can get to measuring actual attention, the better we're going to be able to figure out if we're achieving our goal or not. If we were trying to draw massive numbers of visitors, then uniques would be a great measure. But that's not what we're trying to do. If we have, hundreds of millions of people, but they have very, very light touches on this stuff, that's not achieving our goal of drawing massive amounts of attention. So that's why we measure attention, is because that's what we actually care about. Because you are what you measure, if you choose the wrong metric, every metric can be juked, right? People can find ways to play with it. The classic example is page views. If you're measuring page views, all of a sudden things become, slideshows because that's 10 page views where there would have been one, right? And so we actually there's one of our curators who's very, very good about numbers and strategy and juking numbers, basically. And so when we think about a new metric, we'll either put ourselves in his shoes or go and ask him, how would you juke this metric? And attention, it turns out, is a lot harder to juke than the other metrics. And so that's why we like it, because it's hard to juke, because it actually measures, if you're really measuring what you're trying to achieve, then if someone jukes that stat, you're achieving what you wanted, right? If he jukes it in a way that, oh God, we're getting lots more attention than we were before, we're achieving our goal. So that's why we're interested in attention. And we're very glad to be in good company with Chartbeat and Medium, and to some extent YouTube as well, who are starting to think about the world in terms of attention too. As Tony said, attention is a scarce commodity. You only have 24 hours in a day, whereas clicks, you can just keep clicking. So, as we're fighting for a bigger piece of that pie, the pieces of the pie that go to, celebrity slideshows and primetime television, which frankly is still the biggest piece of the pie by far, right? We're thinking the only way that the zero-sum game is for attention. And so the more that we can win that and pull people's attention to things that really matter, climate change and body image and the way that media portrays women and bullying and things like that, like we're happy with the attention we can draw. Whereas the page views we can draw to that, whoop-de-doo.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I'm going to turn it over to James. So James, you were the first analytics person to kind of be in the New York Times newsroom full-time, if I'm correct about that. So if you could just sort of say a little bit about what that experience has been like and what's been interesting about it, and then also kind of a similar question as I posed to Daniel, what is the Times' kind of philosophy vis-a-vis data, and how does that sort of translate into both your role and also your communication with folks in the newsroom?
Right. Well, I'll give you my philosophies. I don't know if the Times has a philosophy about data yet. First of all, thanks for the pads. My kids are still at an age where, like, this is the best present I could bring them. It's like a blank pad and a pen. It's awesome. Anyway, so yes,
creative.
They're great. Yeah, they're fantastic. Anyway, so I've been at the Times for 8 years. I don't have a background in statistics or numbers. I'm not a data scientist. I spent 5 years, however, as director of web analytics at the time, focusing mainly on the business side. And then about a year ago, I was invited to come down to the newsroom and see if we could figure out how to take audience insights and apply them to newsroom decision-making at the Times, which is a relatively new initiative. I think 5 years ago, this would never have happened, and the fact that it's happening, or happened a year ago, is really actually kind of interesting and inspiring. There's a lot of talk about metrics here, and I just want to clarify. My job is not to bring metrics or data into the newsroom of the Times. My job is to bring insights about our audience into the Times so that we can better understand and think about our audience. And I think that's a really important distinction to draw, and something that's often conflated is the difference between, in the practice of analytics, the difference between reporting and insight generation and analytics. And they're two very, very, very different things that often get confused. Reporting is often about evaluation. It's about counting large numbers of things, it's seeing whether you're doing a good job or not. That's not what the Times wants out of our news analytics team. Instead, what we want to do is understand our audience better so that we can better serve them and we can align newsroom decision making towards them. And that really is more of a qualitative, let's figure out what people are doing so we can serve them better. I think the problem arises when we try to get at insights by asking for reporting, and that's generally what happens a lot. Because people don't really know how to phrase the questions when they talk to an analyst in a way that generates insights. They ask for numbers. One of the biggest questions that I get is, how did my story do, right? Have you asked that question, right? And really to answer that question, the only thing we can do is turn to tools that were built for other purposes that are designed to deliver large numbers, aggregate metrics of things. And that's not really insightful for a journalist at the Times. In fact, they often don't know how to interpret that. And because of the way our numbers line up, they search for things to compare that number to, whether it's other journalists. Our numbers line up so that it's almost like a salary scale. So you can say oh, your story got 20,000 visits, and they're like, oh, 20,000, I couldn't live on 20,000 a year. But then you say 150,000, they're like, oh, that's pretty comfortable, that's good, right? Or if you say 1 million visits, and it's like, oh, I'm a millionaire, right? And that's how we evaluate our own success, is sort of in these large numbers from tools that were designed for marketers. And it's not, at the end of the day, really useful in what we're trying to do as we embark on our digital transformation. The follow-up question to that question is always, is that good? And that's kind of a more interesting question. And that's something that my team tries to explore on a daily basis. Engagement is something that people strive to measure endlessly, neurotically, perhaps. I don't know if engagement can be boiled down to a single metric. And in terms of what my role is, I don't really care. I really want to understand what engagement is. To me, engagement is a state of mind. It's something that occurs in somebody's head. It's an attitude. It's like love in that respect. Apologies if those of you heard me say this before, but it's like trying to measure how much I love my wife by how many flowers I buy her every week, right? It really doesn't achieve anything.
Wait, that's not a good measure of...
It's one of the measures. 5, I buy her 5. But engagement is really the alignment between what we want people to do and what they want to do at the end of the day. And if those two things are aligned, then people are going to be engaged with our site. So to do that, we have to be able to clearly enunciate what we want people to do and what our users want to do. And both of those things are much different than just pulling numbers out of our spreadsheet. This is not to say that numbers and metrics don't have a role in what we do, but they're a means to an end. And they're often the tools of analysts to deliver insights back to our newsroom. Now, how do you get past this sort of like fixation on numbers? I find that there are two types of questions that we come across on a daily basis. There are explicit questions and implicit questions. And the explicit questions are often around numbers. How did I do is an explicit question. Give me a number. Tell me how many people come from the UK, right? And those things are people asking for numbers because we really want insights. And often what we do is we deliver these dashboards to people full of numbers when what they're really asking for is a model of how the world works, right? Dashboards are really useful when you have a fully fleshed model, you know how your system is supposed to run, you know the inputs and the outputs, and you want to make sure that you're on track. A dashboard is really useful when you're going 60 miles an hour down the highway. But if your car is stopped on the side of the road, and that's not what I'm saying is the case at the Times, if your car is stopped at the side of the road, right, a dashboard is not going to do you much good. You want to open up the engine and understand what's going on there. And really the way to get to those questions are implicit questions. They're questions that people are always asking, but they're not really asking. They're like assumptions, hypotheses, habits. And to get at those questions, you really have to listen. You really have to embed yourself, as we do in our newsroom, our daily processes, the meetings that we have, the decisions that people are actually making on a day-to-day basis, and listen for those moments where people say, well, my mother does this. Well, that's a question, right? This is how my mother uses the site. That's a question. That's like, well, I don't really know how people use the site, so I'm just going to grasp onto the only piece of evidence I have. Or this is the way we've always done it. That's a good one, right? Okay, why do you refresh the homepage every 2 hours? Because that's what we decided 2 years ago. Well, why did we decide that 2 years ago? What was the thinking, right? And it becomes a conversational process. It becomes a really iterative process of embedding yourself in a culture, understanding that culture, understanding how people make decisions in that, what they value, which is important, not taking a condescending or patronizing attitude towards those attitudes, because that is really where the value of the Times is drawn from at the end of the day. And then working with them to unpack those questions and find out how we can contribute what we know about our audience towards that. So I think a really important value to have when you are in a situation that we are, which is in some ways unique, is what I would call reciprocal humility. So humility part of the data analyst, to know that the work that the journalists do are valuable, the skills they have are valuable, the jobs that they do are valuable, and you're trying to help them. And that helps you get past sort of the instinct of a data scientist to delve into the numbers first, come back and present sort of like a David Copperfield magic trick where I've gone into the data and I found all these wonderful things about our audience and their segments A through E, and then the editor at the end of the day goes home and is like, well, that was interesting, and never uses it. It's a point of frustration. But I think there has to be humility on the sides of the people that we work with as well, not to ask for numbers for the sake of numbers, and understand that the analyst is trying to deliver insights in the ways that they know how. And to do that, it takes sort of like sort of a different attitude than saying, well, I'm trying to find the truth through dashboards, I'm trying to find the truth through numbers. Let me explain to you what I'm trying to do and how I do it, and find out how you can help me without exactly knowing where that's going to lead. So that's just a brief synopsis of what we're doing at the Times. Interested to hear your questions and continue the conversation. So.
Thanks to all three of you for kind of laying down some groundwork that we can work from. So the kind of question that I want to open with or start thinking about, that I've been thinking about a lot, is sort of this question about commensuration, right? So one thing that numbers do, whether the number is attention minutes, whether it's engaged time, whether it's page views or uniques, is that they compare things. They sort of rank things. And so often when you see, for instance, chart beats big board, that's a ranking of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. And this is kind of coming back to a subject that I think all three of you touched on, but how do you know that you're comparing the right things? How do you know that you're comparing like with like, in other words? So obviously, I've spoken to many reporters, and one of them said, if one of my stories gets 425,000 hits and another one gets 375,000, how do I, it's similar to what you said, how do I interpret that? How do I know, they're about completely different subjects. How can I sort of take these two things that seem like apples and oranges and apply the same standard, no matter what that standard is, to all of them? So I would be curious to hear kind of how each of you thinks about that question of commensuration and making sure that you have an apples to apples comparison going on when you use this kind of data.
I think the first thing I'd say is that the data is just data. It's just one part of a huge amount of decision making that involves editorial gut and everything else. I think there's a couple of things that we think about. So for example, when we look at a homepage, we're not just interested in the number 1 story, the number 2 story, the number 3 story. I'm interested in considering the amount of demand on the page. What would a story in that position normally do? Would it normally get 1,000 people coming through? Would it normally get 500 people going through? What's the kind of opportunity cost of having put something else there? And one of the kind of key things for me though around this is it's not necessarily about ranking stories so much as it like I had a particular thing that I wanted to communicate to my audience. How well am I doing at communicating that? Because if I've written the most amazing story in the world, but no one's getting to it and no one's reading it, or they're bailing on paragraph 2, I've not completed my job as a journalist. Our job is not to write, it is to communicate. And so being able to understand that, I don't think that necessarily it's a question of like, what's the number 3 story, not what's the number 5 story. It's a question of considering the story that I wrote and what I hope the response to be. How do I make sure that I can adapt whatever I did to make sure that I get that response? Whether it's like people aren't staying long enough on that story or people aren't getting through to that story in the first place, whether it's a headline issue, whether it's the fact that you buried the lead. You can get all that from data, and that's actually much, much more interesting and more useful than that. Where big boards and things like that come in handy is not about ranking the stories, it's to kind of ask yourself, is what we thought was important the same as what our audience thinks is important? Where can they surprise us? And I remember my kind of favorite version of story of this was actually with the Boston Globe. Do you guys remember when they realized that all the zodiac signs were wrong? They were all off by like a month. So it turns out I'm no longer a Taurus, I'm no longer stubborn or anything like that. I'm something brand new, which is great. And the Boston Globe thought this was a huge, important story they should put front kind of H1, big image on the front, and no one cared. You know, they were quite happy with the star sign they'd always had, and they didn't really want to read about this. And what was blowing up was this story about a local theater which had burnt down, which actually had real resonance with the community. That's what people cared about. And to be able to see quite simply, wow, we completely misjudged our audience. They're actually often smarter than we give them credit for, or they're interested in different things. That's where these kind of things are useful. Not necessarily like this is number 1 and this is number 3.
Yeah, I mean, to your core question of how do you make sure that you're comparing like to like, the answer is you usually can't. You can do your best, and you know the best way that we as humans know how to do that, because we don't have parallel universes, but the best way the closest we can get, I don't have, Tony has parallel universes.
CEO power.
The closest we can get is randomized controlled trials, right?
Right.
Those are rare in the real world. They're hard to set up. They're not impossible to set up. The web is kind of a crazy place, and so sometimes we can get pretty close to that. But most of the time we can't, right? How do we know that something published in December is comparable to something published in January? We don't. How do we know that something is, you know, on this page is comparable to something, you know, pushed on this page? We don't. We can make adjustments to try to account for those differences for all of the other confounds that are a part of that comparison, and we do try to do that. You know, we make models. All models are wrong. Some are useful, right? So we make models that are as useful as we can, but we don't know that we're comparing like to like. As Tony said, though, you know, I think one of the questions we're constantly asking ourselves is how does this compare to our expectations of how it's doing? And that's useful because it can help sort of elucidate, but it's not the same as having perfectly comparable things. So, you know, yeah, I would just say the short answer is no, we don't know that things are comparable. People love to obsess about 425,000 versus 375,000. That's, you know, not very useful. We went through a very long process of hiding numbers from our curators where we replaced them with words that we haggled over the terminology for several months, and ended up with things like bestish, because we didn't want to communicate more certainty than we as analysts really had. So bestish kind of communicated that. Probably worse, maybe worse, definitely worse, right? So those are literally the words that our curators see. Then our product folks realized that some visual cues would help with that, so they added color, and then they asked me for pictures of me going like this and me going like this, which I didn't know what they were going to do with, and now on the page it has me making thumbs down or thumbs up signs, which is problematic because when I meet new curators, they're like, "You're real." But yeah, I mean, so because numbers are sort of misleading, right? Because you want to make that comparison between 425,000 and 375,000, and because a lot of the time we're sampling, and so there's sampling error on top of that you have to deal with, and humans are really bad. Regular people don't like incorporating p-values into their work. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's just like a measure of how confident you are, basically, or a margin of error, and people suck at that, right? So rather than p-values, bestish was one of the ways that we tackled the problem.
I know you gave us pads now, because I just wrote down commensuration, because I'd never heard that before. I feel like I'm on the spelling bee. It's great.
That's
okay.
the next phase.
Great. I'm not an academic. So that question is really, really important to us. When I talked about that question, like, how did my story do? I didn't mean to dismiss it as if it wasn't important. In fact, it's critically important. But pulling numbers out and trying to compare them to other stories is not, I think, the best way to do it. What we'd like to be able to do is to compare the total amount of traffic or visitors to a story to what we would expect it to be. And there's a couple of ways of doing that, but the one that we'd like to get at is trying to understand from all that we know about our audience, what if we could model out the people who would be interested in a particular story based on what we already know, and use that as the denominator on that number. So let's say there's, out of the millions of people that we have in our database, we can say there's 50,000 interested in the topic of Syria. How many of those 50,000 people, I'm inventing these numbers, how many of those 50,000 people actually came and read or watched a video about Syria? And if they did, why did they? And if they didn't, why didn't they? And I think once you get into that, again, which is sort of an evaluative metric, you get into all these really interesting opportunities when it comes to understanding your audiences. Because the Times doesn't necessarily think of audiences. To the degree they think about audience at all, they think of the audience of the New York Times, the readership of the New York Times, which is perfectly valid in a print world, but in a digital world is not quite as valid. And one of the things that we did when we started News Analytics is whenever there was a big story planned, we would actually talk to the editors to get their take on who they thought the audience for a particular story was. I remember we did this story called The Jockey, which was a really great in-depth look at a jockey who had won 50,000 races in California. It was a big package that we put out. And I went to the editors involved in the project, and I said, who's the target audience for this piece? And they said, well, it's the readership of the New York Times. And I said, okay, so let's just try, that's cool, but let's try to narrow that down a little bit and understand what audience characteristics do you think would make somebody more predisposed to be interested in this article than another? And so they thought about that a little bit, which was really interesting watching them do that. And they said some of the hypotheses were people who read the sports section, okay? Subscribers, that's interesting. People who read Snowfall, because this was a very elaborate presentation, and that was interesting too. And I said, well, what about horse racing fans? And they said, well, this story transcends horse racing. Yeah? Well, maybe it does, and in fact, it might have well done that, right? But if you can't get horse racing fans to read this article and love it and share it and be ecstatic over it, then that's probably a leading indicator of failure. And one of the things that we know or can estimate with some degree of precision is the people on our site who are more interested in horse racing. We can actually look at, thanks to the taxonomy of our site, we can actually look at all the stories that have been written about horse racing and look at the number of people or the actual people who have read 2 or more stories about horse racing. We'd say, maybe that's our success metric for this piece, is how many of those people have come back and read it and loved it and shared it, which may be a very small number, but it may be more interesting. Again, evaluative. What's interesting is when we pull out those horse racing fans, we can actually compare them to a random cohort of people on our site with similar behaviors. And we can say, what characterizes horse racing fans? What do they do? Who are they? What age group do they fall into? Can we paint sort of an impressionistic picture of that audience, that if we decide to write a story about horse racing, again, we can actually empower journalists with the knowledge that there are this many people who are interested in your work, and these are the characteristics that they observe, that they exhibit. And even more so when we publish the jockey piece and we say that there's a certain percentage of the people reading it are horse racing fans and a certain percentage aren't, we can look at the people who are reading the jockey piece who aren't horse racing fans and see what characterizes them, right? So we can understand that audience as well. So you've taken a hypothesis from the editor, you've sort of measured to what extent we're reaching those people, and maybe we can deliver back another audience that they may not have been knowledgeable about. And in fact, when we did that for the jockey piece, we found that there was the audience who read jockey who were not horse racing fans over-indexed for being in the media industry, right? Which makes sense, right? Because this in some ways was published to the echo chamber to flex our muscles to show off the sorts of things that we can do. And maybe that's one of the outcomes that we're looking for in that piece. Not only reaching an audience of people who are interested in the story, showing off what we can do, and maybe it's the next time we have an opening on the graphics desk, we get a better qualified candidate as a result because they've seen the type of work that we've done. Maybe that's a perfectly valid outcome for the newsroom. And so that process is something that's really, really important for us, and we're going on it, is understanding for every story on our site, depending on the topic, what else we know about it, can we model out the group of readers who are interested in it, and maybe over time we can develop sub-audiences loyal to a particular beat, which would be really valuable to the business side as well. Scale is important to us. It's not the only thing that's important to us. In the subscription business, every incremental subscriber is really, really valuable, and so you can operate at a much smaller scale when you start thinking about things like loyalty. So that's the direction that we're headed in that respect.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, so one thing that sort of came up was this question of moving from numbers to insight, or who's going to be interpreting data. So Daniel, you said that you guys have sort of kept some data from your curators, and instead of numbers, they get you with a thumbs up, and you, in that case, you're sort of in the role of the interpreter. Similarly, at the Times, reporters don't necessarily regularly have access to all analytics tools that maybe editors are using or that you're using. But then Tony, when you spoke, you said, we want to get these tools into the hands of the doers, right? So is there a tension there at all? Is there, who should and who does sort of have the role of interpreting this data, and should it not be reporters? Should it not be curators? Should it instead be people who kind of know what a p-value is? Not that reporters don't all know what a p-value is, but maybe some of them don't. Or should it be sort of the people making the quick news placement editorial decisions?
So the answer is yes. Quite frankly, so I think of it in kind of two very different ways. In that there's and James put it really well. There's the kind of how did I do questions, and there's kind of deeper questions behind that. The kind of true insights that you get from being able to kind of delve into the data, try and ask the right questions, and generate insight about an audience. And that stuff is incredibly valuable, and it will help you build a better audience, and will do that. There's also the question that you get equally often, which is, what should I do right now? Mm-hmm. And that's a question where we have to deal with issues of scalability, where you're not going to have people going into huge amounts of depth on every single story, looking for those insights. It's like, how do I do the right possible thing by this story right now when I'm publishing hundreds of stories potentially a day? And in those situations, being able to democratize data and decision making, being able to put it in the hands of people in the right way, but this is absolutely key. It's not just a question, as both James and Daniel pointed. If you just give numbers to people, that's no good. It's kind of like the way I think about it is very much like the nascence of the personal computer. Like if when the personal computer had come out, you just given a flashing command line to everyone and said, "There, have at it," very few people would have known what the hell to do. Instead, there was a realization that with a new audience, there needed to be new ways of communicating that data. It didn't have to be numbers. It had to be something, whether it's like Daniel's face, or it's an entire operating system like the original Mac OS. Whatever these things are, you can find different ways of communicating the core thing that they need to know, which is often like, where should I act? Where should I focus my activities? What are the things that I'm trying to do? So for example, the two kind of balanced metrics that we think about when we're looking at propensity to return, which is kind of important if you want to grow audience, is balancing kind of recirculation. So the propensity of someone, once they've read a story, to go on to an additional story, and the amount of time that you spend on a story. And so being able to understand, how am I doing at a basic level on these two metrics, these two balance metrics on any particular story, gives someone an understanding of, once I've got people there, once I've got the headline did its job, the image did its job, and people got here, were they performing the kind of behaviors? Do I need to change something? Or is this story actually just a bad story? In some ways, it's not successfully communicating. So it's trying to balance the kind of high level, I think of it almost like the Newtonian clockwork universe of insight, where we have the time and so forth, and there's the kind of messy quantum, what needs to happen right now universe as well. So yeah, the overarching answer is yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to the point about hiding data, that goes to what I was saying earlier, just about data is useful only insofar as it helps us make better decisions. So we strive really hard to understand what are the decisions people are making every day. How can we put the right data in front of them? How can we give them the right tools to put that data in context and make sense of it, rather than just, here are some numbers, do with it what you will, because that doesn't turn out well. And I think I like how James put it about implicit and explicit questions. We work really hard to get people to ask us the business question that they're grappling with, and by business question I don't mean just our revenue side, but business question in the sort of curatorial broadest sense, because my team of analysts is better at translating business questions into analytic questions than the rest of our team. That's what we specialize in, right? So if you ask me, give me the number of people who came to our site last month from the UK, that's not a business question, that's an analytic question. I can give you a number, but it's more useful to me to say, why do you want it, what are you trying to figure out with that? And if they come back and say, oh, well, we're trying to see how that number compares to other English-speaking countries and whether or not we can grow the share of our, okay, now we have a business question. Now we can think about what is the broader context that we need to put on this question, what are all of the numbers that we need to pull. That's what my team specializes in, right, is figuring out how to translate those business questions into analytic questions. And so if you've already done the translation, you may have done it well, but you may have done it poorly, and we'll never know if you don't tell us what the underlying thing you're trying to figure out is, what the implicit question you're trying to figure out is.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't set policy in terms of these things, but my personal policy with regards to work that we do is you've got to come visit me and have a chat before we set you up on any of the tools that we have, and that's as much for my own elucidation as is for me being worried that people will misinterpret what we do. Because what we've been doing for the first year of existence is rapidly building highly functional prototypes. And so the tools that we build are really, really fluid, and they change dynamically based on the things that we hear and see. So when I give somebody a tool, it's not like a finished, full-baked tool that they can go use. It's a starting point for a conversation, an ongoing conversation, which will often iterate and tack based on the ways in which we see people making decisions. And if there's not that communication there and that partnership there, then I don't know how we deliver the value at the end of the day.
Great, thank you. I think we should start taking some questions from the audience. So go ahead.
Curious, unique visits and are familiar terms, but I'm not as familiar with how attention units or engagement is measured. So what are some of the unique metrics used to measure them, such as moving a mouse while playing a video?
So moving the mouse while it's not a metric in and of itself. I think the key thing that, and you'll find that with both engaged time and actual attention minutes, is remarkably similar methodologies. What we have found across multiple lab studies is that what we want to understand is, are you paying attention to the page or not? Not is the page open as one of many, many tabs where you've kind of gone off. Are you actually paying attention to the content in front of you? And what we found is that when you're paying attention to content, so the mean is about every 1.1 seconds, but for 95% of people, 95% of the time, you've made some kind of human-computer interaction within 4.8 seconds. So that means you've either moved the mouse in some way, you've scrolled, you've tapped a key, you've done something to suggest that you're alive and that you have a pulse in the last 5 seconds. So what metrics like this do is they ask a series of questions every second. So every second we say, 1, is this the active window in the browser? 2, what are the pixels in view right now? And 3, in the last 5 seconds, have we heard from you in some way to suggest that you're there? If so, classify this 1 second as active, as attention, as engaged, whatever you want to call it. And from that, you can get a remarkably accurate picture of people's actual behavior. So you can tell that someone started to read the first 3 paragraphs, and then got distracted by someone or something for 20 seconds, and then came back, read a bit more, and then bailed halfway through. Like, that's the kind of data that you can get when you start looking at attention. Does that make sense?
And the one other thing that we use, which I think you may use as well, is we'll plug in, because a lot of our content is video or audio, we'll plug into the API of YouTube or Vimeo player to try to see whether or not the thing is still playing, right? So we're polling that player and saying, hey, is the user still watching the video? Because people will sit back and watch a video, and so they won't be moving their mouse, but their video is still playing, and so that's also a good active signal that the person is paying attention. And then what we do, and what Sharpie does as well, is we'll roll those up, so you're sort of constantly checking, are you there, are you there, are you there, are you there? And then every so often, you'll send a signal, an event, to our servers that say, this person was just there for 10 more seconds. And so that's the thing that we're measuring. We measure attention minutes. Right, so we can measure on a per user basis, on average, how many minutes is a user spending on this page, how many people are spending 0 seconds, which is just less than 10 for us, because we send every 10 seconds, how many people are spending a minute, how many people are spending 2, 3, 4 minutes. And then also we can see total attention minutes across a piece of content. So all users, how much time did they spend on that?
And that's actually really important. And so total attention minutes or total engaged time, these are numbers that are very useful, because it's not just a number, it's not just measuring one thing, it's measuring the number of people and the amount of time combined into one metric effectively. Like, you can have 10,000 people spend 20 seconds on a story, or you can have 2,000 people spend 2 minutes on a story. Each one of these can give you the total amount of attention that this article accrues, and actually the 2,000 people will actually beat the 10,000 people in this occasion. So what this does in a quite nice fashion is it enables you to balance the kind of quick hit stories that are very attractive to people but don't hold them, with some of the kind of longer, more thoughtful stories which may attract fewer people but holds them for longer.
Just one word of caution about this. These guys are very sophisticated, and a lot of legacy tools don't track time spent properly. So just be careful when you're dealing with older systems.
So Google Analytics is not measuring attention minutes or engaged time. Those are 2 totally different metrics. If you want to know after the panel, we can explain exactly how Google Analytics measures time on page and time on site. It is super janky, especially for media sites. It's better for e-commerce sites because they're probably getting more signals. But we noticed at one point that our average time on page was about 20 minutes, according to Google Analytics. We're really good. We're not that good. We knew we weren't that good, and that was part of what led us to say, we need a more serious way to measure how much time people are actually paying attention. And so that was part of what led us to build out attention minutes. Sorry? Oh, sorry, an API is an application programming interface. It's just a way for our system to talk to YouTube or talk to Vimeo and say, hey, is the video still playing? Is the video still playing? Is the video still playing?
If you have questions, please, if you could line up behind the microphone there so folks can hear you. And Nick, I will start with you.
Hi, yeah, so I'm interested in what kind of stories we might be interested in editorially that might not be reflected in the data that we're able to capture or that we're able to measure. So for instance, in some of my research, I've been looking at what kinds of news headlines get shared on social media, and it turns out that certain types of news, like court reporting, is not as frequently shared. So that's something that is sort of reflected in the data, and we can measure that there's different attentional patterns. But maybe there's other things that we think are important that we can't measure, or that are not as clearly reflected in things like the social signal that we're getting. And what can we do about that?
Well, the good news is, in some ways, for your court reporting, is there's absolutely no correlation whatsoever between social shares and the average amount of engaged time that your stories will get. There's just no relation whatsoever. The important thing for me to say is, like, as James said, we're like fairly sophisticated at building analytics now. We're not anywhere close to being able to understand importance, or true impact. in terms of change and so forth. And I think that's going to be a very, very hard thing. So this is, when I say that this is just data, in some ways this is just one perspective, it's just one signal. And I always think of it as just like another layer beyond the kind of the data that you get back from a good editor who gives you feedback on what's working and what's not. This is just one other voice to pay attention to, but it's not the voice.
Yeah, I mean, so I come out of the activism world, and measuring impact is really hard, right? The world is messy, and so figuring out what you did and what other people did is sort of what we call attribution in this world is very hard, in the e-commerce world is very hard. And so, you know, a story that 200 people saw about some corrupt public official, but that got that public official to resign, had a huge impact, wasn't seen by that many people, maybe didn't, you know, register that many shares or any of that stuff, but it had a clear impact, right? That would not have happened but for that story. That's a really important, impactful story. How do we capture that? I don't know, it's hard. Some of the impact we can capture pretty easily, like when we post a video of a Kickstarter project and the Kickstarter creator then reports back to us, hey, people with your link raised $100,000 for us, we can measure that, you know, pretty easily. But real world impact can be really hard to pick up on. You know, we get a lot of anecdata about that. We'll get, you know, I watched this and it really changed the way I think about this. But that's hard to sort of quantify in a bigger sense. So yeah, I mean, I think impact is hard. I mean, you know, to Tony's point about importance, one of the things I often hear from my colleagues is, oh, we can't measure that. And my response is often, we can measure it. We might not be able to measure it in a quantitative way, but we might be able to measure it in a qualitative way. So one of the things we think about a suite of things, sort of 3 dimensions. One is importance, one is user satisfaction, and one is quality. And so when we think about the importance of a particular piece that we publish, we don't have a quantitative way to measure that. But I have a good qualitative way to measure that, which is that we have editors who look at it and go, hey, this is a really important piece. We should write down somewhere in our database that this is a really important piece. And that lets us say the really important pieces that we published got this much attention, and the just generally important but not really important stuff got this much attention. So we're working on it. Qualitative measures are really important and give a much fuller picture than just quantitative measures, but it's hard.
Yeah, I agree with the qualitative piece. We know a lot about what happens in people's fingers. We know nothing about what happens in their head. It's a totally different discipline. It's something we should have downstairs in the newsroom. There's a way to, you know, to do that as well. So I'd agree with that.
Thanks, guys.
Great.
Hello, I would like to know to what extent the advertisers are considering attention and engagement and not only traffic. And also maybe to James, if you can explain us a little bit more about the case of the jockey and the use of data. So in that case, did you do, for instance, anything special to get the attention of the fans of racehorses in any way or to any other group? Thank you.
I'll answer that quickly first.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so that's something that we're working towards. I mean, audience development is really important to the Times at the moment, and coming up with ways and strategies to do that in a way that's natural and respects what we value and what we care about is a huge priority. So, so it's an ongoing effort, I would say, in that respect, to think about in that way when we publish a story who the audiences are and how to reach them.
So I can speak to the advertiser side of things because that's the.
You should have come to the panel we did last week.
Yeah.
Advertisers and attention.
That was fun. We had more whiskey at that panel. So increasingly is the answer. There's a few things. One, brands, advertisers are becoming increasingly frustrated with click-through rate as a measure for brand advertising. They want to be able to communicate their message to an audience when they have their attention. So being able to directly measure that is interesting. However, there's been a tremendous amount of inertia that is the defining force of the advertising world is inertia. And one of the things that's interesting is that after 6 years of fighting, you finally saw kind of an agreement about a viewability metric come into advertising. And viewability itself is whatever, but what's interesting about it is it started to say there is, in some ways, a quantitative difference between these 2 different ad placements, where the impact of the user has some impact. The actions of the user has some impact. So what you're seeing now is increasingly people putting into advertising RFPs, I don't just want viewability, I want like 10 seconds in front of this person, I want 20 seconds in front of this person. So you're starting to see this happen now. It's very early days, it may all blow up and go away, we may be stuck with the click-through rate for the rest of our days on the web. However, I'm hopeful that advertisers can see the advantage of measuring what they actually care about, to Daniel's point about measuring something closely aligned to their goals.
Hey, I'm Sarah Glenn, new engagement associate at Chalkbeat, and I have a question about how you guys would recommend tracking social shares, if you have any tools to recommend for that, or how much importance you would put on that.
That's Chalkbeat, not Chartbeat, just to be clear.
Yes.
Ask Annika, she's great. Social shares. So we have a whole suite. I mean, we have obviously all the tools at our disposal. I mean, the issue of like how something permeates the social world, we often append query strings and use that to model out how people are moving through. I think it's sometimes possible to fixate too much on those things because a lot of social, as you know, is organic. And, you know, it's harder and harder to tell from referrers how people are coming to our site. But, I mean, we have basically standard tools we use for that sort of tracking.
I'm not going to answer this question because I'm biased.
Yeah, I mean, the tools are both, the tools are pretty standard because they're defined by the walled gardens that are the social media companies. And so, you know, different social companies make it easier or harder to figure out what exactly is going on in their world. Sometimes they don't even know what is going on in their, often they don't even know what is going on in their world. So, I mean, you can make educated guesses based on the sort of signals that leak out, but it's hard. The standard sort of APIs to connect to Facebook and Twitter and whatever else are fine, and they give you counts, but they don't give you a real clear picture of what's happening.
So you would recommend not really focusing too much time and energy trying to track that?
I would recommend buying one of the off-the-shelf products. I will not say which. We use not Chartbeat, so I actually am not biased. That's mostly because we have our own whole internal analytics suite. But
Daniel likes to build things.
I do like to build things, or have other people in the audience build things for me.
I will say one thing that we found, which people overlook, is there's a strong connection between social and mobile, and people often talk about them separately, and they're really, in our world, like part and parcel of the same thing. So the question from different groups talking about mobile and social are often connected.
Thanks.
So James, you spoke a little bit about differentiating your audience and being able to tell, how well a story did with sports fans versus members of the media, whoever else. So I was wondering if you had any advice for building up a baseline by which you can, do that differentiation, and then along with that, what have you found are the most useful and most valuable lines to draw between people to do that differentiation, whether it's age or profession or income or whatever interests or whatever else.
Yep, it's really early days because there are no tools that I know of that do what we want to do. So we're building it from scratch. So that's one of the ways in which the Times I think is very unique. We have the resources to be able to do that. We have a very rigorous taxonomy of tagging content on our site, which is very, very good. That allows us to say a story is about horse racing versus something else. We have a team of people who do that all day. So we have a lot of sort of advantages that allow us to do it, but that being said, we haven't built it yet. So we're still sort of in the prototyping experimentation phase of that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'd say that everyone is. So you have, and you're trying to understand audience from a kind of broader context. One, the DMPs, like the Blue Kais and the X-Lates of this world, have pretty poor data to use. We were talking to someone recently who claimed that they had 60 million people that they were tracking in the US that made more than 100 grand a year. There's 18 million people that make more than 100 grand a year in the US. It seemed optimistic. There are tools like, there's a tool called Crux, which tries to create audience segments from behaviors on your site. The one thing that I'd say around this is that if you're looking at this from a kind of editorial and audience development perspective, it can sometimes be wise not to just purely rely upon the audience segments that marketing uses. Because what will sometimes happen is you'll say, with marketing, say, okay, I've got a group of behaviors that I'm going to say are executives. Shit, that's not big enough. Let's relax some of these things and make this a bit bigger so that we can have a big enough group that we can try and sell as executives, whereas that's not necessarily what you want to do if you're trying to develop for an audience. So there's just one little caveat to be careful of in the different groups of a company.
Right. Great. Thanks.
Hi. Tony, you were saying how data is just data, and then Daniel, you were saying how sometimes people see patterns in data that aren't necessarily there. And I found this interesting just because in my line of work we're discussing this mysterious data concept of sentiment quite a lot at the moment. And I was just wondering how you go about knowing where to draw the line between making decisions based on data and decisions based on people's experience and intuitions.
Yeah, I mean, we try to take advantage of the pattern matching algorithms or pattern matching machines that are human beings a lot. I tend to think of the data that we have in 4 big classes. So one is we have this data and we know exactly what it means. That's rare. Another is we have this data and we have a pretty good idea what it means. The third is we have this data, we don't really know what it means. And the fourth is we have this data and we know that it doesn't mean anything. And there's a surprising amount of stuff in that 4th class. And so we try very hard to get rid of that, to get that away from people, because that's the part that will inevitably lead them astray if they try to take any meaning from it at all. The 3rd class is hard, but the reality is that, like, I, as an analyst, am not in the weeds working with and seeing the data every single day in context. The people in other parts of the organization are. And so they're the ones who start to notice patterns, who start to ask questions, who start to say, hey, I've been noticing that this thing keeps happening over and over. That's enormously valuable to us, right? That hypothesis generation is enormously valuable. We can't do that. We can then take those hypotheses and see if we can validate them or invalidate them. And that's really important, because if everyone's just going off their gut based on what they think the data means, that's the wild, wild west, and it's pretty dangerous, right? So, you know, I see our role not as doing the hypothesis generation so much, but rather as trying to validate or invalidate those hypotheses. And yeah, I mean, but these aren't easy answers. There's no like, oh yes, you just put this data to the side and then it's but you know, the stuff that you know doesn't mean anything, get it away from people, because they will pull a John Nash beautiful mind scenario with it and have stuff pinned about how this, no, if this happens on a Friday, it means that, yeah.
Can I just make one observation? I think we tend to equate complexity with value a lot of the time. And we say, well, the more complicated a model is, the more complicated an effort is, the more valuable it is. And in my experience, the most valuable things are the most obvious things. And analytics often, like, that's really, really valuable to know that something is just seriously wrong and it's obvious to everybody involved. And analytics sometimes helps you be able to do that. I have a statistician friend, my smartest guy I know, statistician I know, who says, I go to him often saying, is this significant? And he said, well, if you need a statistician to tell you whether something is significant, it's probably not significant, right? And it sounds silly, but there are these obvious things that you can't let people skip past them. Like, oh, there's this big problem, we have to fix it now. Oh, well, what if we did a machine learning? Well, hold on, just time out. We can do this with a marker and a whiteboard, right? So let's point that out.
Yeah, I force people to tell me stories. I say, tell me a story in which this would lead to that. And if you can't come up with a plausible story for how this could happen, that's a pretty good indicator that they're not. There was some very strong correlation between who won the Super Bowl, whether it was the AFC or the NFC, and who won the presidency, right? Those two things do not actually interact, but there was a very strong correlation because the universe is very big, and with very large numbers, we see correlations that don't actually mean anything. So if you can't tell me a story about who wins the Super Bowl leading to who wins the presidency, then probably there's not a good story to be had there.
There are some wonderful blogs out there which actually compile all the wonderful correlations that have absolutely nothing to do with each other.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, I have a question for James. What do you think are the best data mining tools for content creators?
Best data mining? I would have to have more context around that question. Like, for what?
Say you have the op-ed videos. How do you determine when someone creates a video if it's going to get a lot of hits?
When somebody play, I'm sorry, when somebody, so modeling, like, predicting the number of hits a video gets.
Right.
So the guy who was just about to ask you
where's Brian?
Where's Brian?
Brian Abelson, you should talk to him because he's much smarter than I am about that sort of thing.
Okay,
yeah, okay.
Thanks. I was just wondering your
I'm not a data miner. Like,
oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you.
Great. You can sneak.
He's a data poet.
Okay. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you.
you. Great. Thanks so much.
Taking this.
Thanks so much, Caitlin. We're going to jump right into our next presentation. So Alex, do you want to come up and we'll get going? So it brings me great excitement to launch our first report of the day. Alex Howard, who many of you know, is just an immensely intelligent and prolific blogger, writer, journalist, working at the intersection of government, governance, data, and technology. And he came to us about 8 months ago and said he wanted to do a big picture scan of the world of data journalism. And one of the things we found that happens in the data journalism conversation, which is a wonderful offshoot of it getting more and more sophisticated, is we're getting more and more people with deep, deep expertise in computer science and natural language processing and statistics. And what we wanted to do with this report was step back from that very specialized conversation and do a scan of where the state of the practice was. And that's what Alex did over the last year. He talked to literally a who's who of the people in the data journalism world. I highly recommend looking at the interviews he's published on our website throughout the year. He's done transcripts of a lot of the interviews with people he's talked to, and the report is now live on the website. So Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, which one is it? Art and Science?
Yeah.
All right.
Can we get the screen turned on here?
No, Microsoft, please do not update this right now. Which one?
Sorry.
It's all good. Podium laptop? Yes. Hey, that looks good.
And then, yeah, there you go.
Okay. So good morning, everybody, and good morning to the internet, because I know that people are watching online as well. I tried to write this and create this presentation, create this report in a way that would be accessible to the general public, along with the people assembled at Columbia Journalism School and beyond. I wanted to make sure this was accessible to as many people as possible. I know data journalism as an idea has been getting a lot of hype in the last year, certainly, and the past couple years. So I want to dig back into some more context about it and to talk about these things. So if you're like me, you're a fan of fantasy and science fiction, and you might know Game of Thrones, and you might know this quote that kind of went a little bit viral from one of the characters, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." But if we look back in history, a fellow named Jon Snow did know something. He actually looked at where cholera was popping up in London and was able to find a correlation between wells and where these cases were coming up. And it's one of the first really great examples of first some data visualization and also some data-driven insight, extracting knowledge from mapping something. And that's, I think, an important jumping off point. Newspapers, journalists have been using data for centuries. If you look back at what newspapers first were, those handwritten things that were passed around in the Renaissance world from merchants, they were offering some data on the price of commodities or economic conditions. If you go all the way back to early Chinese Empire, the Romans, they were passing around forms of data as well. They're coming from government, not official journalists, but nonetheless, data was part of communication. So that's not a new idea to have data be part of the media and be part of the sourcing. And the difference, I think, in terms of where things get a little bit shifted is when computers come into this world. And it's not something that happened quickly. There was an inflection point back in 1952 when the ENIAC computer was used by CBS News to predict the outcome of the election. Guess what? Grace Hopper, computing pioneer, was able to create an algorithm that accurately predicted that outcome with only 8% of the election returns came in. CBS actually didn't broadcast that at the time because they were so concerned that it was ahead of the actual news itself. But data has been used combined with programming for quite a long time. In the 60s, it started to take off because of some early pioneers, people like Philip Meyer and his idea of precision journalism, applying social sciences and statistics to understanding what's happening in immense amounts of data. And so there's traditional tools where this has been applied. If people look at the practice of computer-assisted reporting, they know the history of this. Calculators and graphs, mainframes, PCs, spreadsheets, databases, text and code editors, stats, and yes, some kinds of programming. Now, the big shift in this space, as many people here know in this seat of digital journalism, is one you have the internet and then, thank you very much, and the World Wide Web. Mobile phones and social networking connecting us to each other, and then this huge surge in data creation over the last decade. Now there's basically as much data as existed in human history being created more or less every year, and that pace is just going up and up as more and more devices come online. So-called Internet of Things, many more sensors, all these other things are creating data that can be used and mined. So this fellow, Tim Berners-Lee, back in 2010 said that this space is the future. Now, if he were a little more grounded in the context that just brought in, he might also say, well, it's also our present and past, too. The difference is you're calling it something new. There are some different contextual reasons we think of it as something that is a bit new. Because the spreadsheets have moved online, because there are wikis, because there are powerful new data visualization tools, because there are open source frameworks and code bases, because people are sharing code back and forth. They're doing agile development, borrowing from the best practices of the tech industry. They're doing all kinds of cloud storage and processing, putting up data and outsourcing the processing tasks elsewhere. There's a lot more data, as I mentioned, and there's also new privacy and security risks. So in this moment, where data journalism is our present, where people are using that term now to describe what used to be called often as computer-assisted reporting, we can think of this as a definition for this. It's a little bit unwieldy. We're thinking of gathering, cleaning, organizing, analyzing, visualizing, and publishing data to support the creation of acts of journalism. The short version of that is treating data as a source, just in the same way you would treat a person as a source, something that you interrogate, something you seek to understand. And this got popularized quite a bit by the Guardian data blog, a fellow named Simon Rogers, who gave a great talk here at Columbia not so long ago. He's now Twitter's data editor, and you can follow him on Twitter to see all the things he's doing with access to the full fire hose of Twitter data. You can see all the use of these different tools, and what he popularized is a populist version of data journalism. He says you don't have to be a programmer to do this stuff because of these new web-based tools, because of things like Fusion tables and Tableau, because of the different frameworks that exist that allow non-programmers to do data visualizations. There are some issues with that, but we can get back to that. This is a trendy thing, but not a new thing. Collection, protection, interrogation of data as a source, complementing traditional shoe leather reporting, right? Giving people other kinds of data and sources that complement the investigations when the interviews. And this has been going on for some time. This was built by the Washington Post back in 2005, 2006. It's still online. Built by Derek Willis and some other folks who did, I think, a great job in showing what might be possible here and what could be built in terms of a living story that was populated. And you can still go back and dig into this very app. ProPublica has now pioneered the space. They've, I think, done as much as anyone to discuss what a news application can be and show it how it can be made. They've put a style guide online. They've created best practices. They've shown what can be done in creating stories that continue to live on, updated with data, show transparency in doing so. The Guardian has pushed lots of I think, into this space. The data blog has continued after Simon Rogers left. The Chicago Tribune has done great work in this space, combining its investigations with news apps and other kinds of visualizations. You got the Wall Street Journal that's definitely punching in the space. Their interactives are very impressive. Here's another piece from ProPublica, incredibly difficult topic, the tangled web of money donations behind the Koch brothers. They managed to put that all together and make it explorable. The New York Times absolutely is very much in this, I think, and if you look through the report, it's called them the New York Yankees of data journalism because they are in New York, and because they have a huge budget, and because they often will pull people from other people's farm teams and bring them on their club. They've got their own farm team too, though, of course. The Los Angeles Times has actually done fantastic work with a smaller staff. They've espoused a number of the principles I think that are important. I'll go through later. The Texas Tribune has shown how this can be done at a state and local level. Their data is a huge part of what they do. It accounts for a large part of the traffic to their site. La Nacion, there's two different La Naciones to talk about. One is in Costa Rica, the other one is down in Argentina. They both have done incredibly impressive work using these free open source web-based tools, in many cases holding the powerful to account. It's an important theme throughout this space. Reuters is in this world too. They've done, I think, something called Connected China. I recommend highly checking that out because of the way it shows you can, the influence, the movements of money, the movements of power in a country where the business and political elite are quite pulled together, and maybe press isn't quite as robust as it might be. Wired Italy, actually, is a notable example of this. They've mapped earthquake risks in schools and allowed people to look and see what risks that their schools had, whether they were maintained or not. Right here in New York City, WNYC has done terrific work as well, taking data from New York and then putting it into spaces. This was the evacuation zones. Of course, if you live here, you know very well people were asked to evacuate, but many New Yorkers had never known what evacuation zones they live in. WNYC got the data from New York City, and when New York City, nyc.gov went down, they actually put this online, and this was seen by 10 times as many people as went to the government website. La Nacion's Voz Data, I mentioned that before, that their, I think, exploration of data in the political context is quite important. So just a couple quick examples. If you read the report, you'll see a lot more. I tried to be comprehensive. It's not exhaustive. Inevitably, I'm sure I missed some terrific organizations or people, and my apologies. We can continue to talk online about this or add more over time. But let's get a little bit more into some of the emerging best practices I heard from people, and maybe think about what might make sense for others who want to get involved in the space. The first is this: if you see things in the data, pick up the phone, report it out. The WikiLeaks data is a great example of that. You've got all these huge amounts of cables. You can start to graph interesting things about them, but you need to actually go through and validate what's that data telling you. Same thing was true in this recent gigantic Medicare database of the costs for various procedures around doctors. You need to understand why those costs were so high. Report that out. As is true in almost any kind of journalism, show some people something new. Why does it matter? What does it matter to them? In this case, NPR has a news app that lets you see what the fire forecast is, and you can geolocate that relevant to yourself. Right? Put in a zip code, understand something about the world, tell a story. This is still one of the things you cannot forget in all this space. People respond to narratives, not just to a spreadsheet. There are going to be people who want to explore that data, who explore the methodology, explore the code, but a lot of the audience just wants to know, what's the story? What matters to me here? Well, in this case, Pulitzer Prize-winning report from Paul Hamby, Center for Public Integrity, looked at the issues around the coal industry and black lung, and found that there was one doctor here who never found a case of it for some reason. There's a story there. One of the people I interviewed about this, Anthony DeBarros, actually he's at Gannett now, no longer at USA Today, reminded me of this early on, said, this is just another set of tools, but the story itself still matters. And at some point, we're going to drop the data journalism thing, just go back to journalism, just in the same way we talk about social journalism. It'll just become journalism again, because we don't talk about telephone journalism or email journalism. It's just journalism. Anybody recognize what this graph is, or what these images are from? This is the most popular content on NewYorkTimes.com last year. It was a dialect quiz built by an intern who was a grad student who now works on the Upshot, their data-driven site. And using a bunch of data on this quiz, it was able to locate quite precisely where you came from. It nailed me. Upstate New York, Philadelphia. Got it down to a science. Literally, you could see where the break was. That kind of thing is quite sticky, it's quite interesting, it's quite engaging. If you're going to work in this space, or look at people working in this space, the context for data is hugely important. This came up recently at 538, a new data journalism site that Nate Silver launched under ESPN. They looked at kidnappings, and there was this big jump in the federal capital territory. It's like, wait a second, are there all these kidnappings in the capital? Well, no, actually, these were media reports about kidnappings. And these particular, this data set kept defaulting to the capital. So if there's no location, it all went into the capital. So in fact, this is incredibly misleading. The context for the data has been shorn from the graph itself, even in the post itself. This is a little controversial. There are some contexts where putting your data online with a story may actually be problematic. But wherever possible, people want to see the data so they can look and check your work. Show your work, show your data. ProPublica has been a leader in this space. I think it's a best practice that many other organizations can and should follow. The new data journalism wave of startups is not, unfortunately. I looked at, I think, 290 odd stories that hit the RSS feed at 538. I looked at, I think, the 100 odd features that had gone up. I think 10 of them had the data shared on GitHub. That's not showing your work as completely as it could. Now, it takes more time to do that, but it enables the really critical audience, many people sitting in this room and elsewhere, to go and evaluate whether your methodology was accurate or not. And believe me, they're going to. So, show your work. Upshot did that. They had a huge front page story about economic of the middle class in the United States, and they shared the model, they shared the code, they shared the methodology on GitHub. People could go look at that and see what was behind the story. NPR has also been a leader in this space. If you go to GitHub, you can see a lot of the code they're releasing. They've got a couple challenges. Public media can't always release their code publicly, as it turns out, but they're sharing what they can. The ethics of this space are complicated but really important. Some issues are pretty old, some of them are new. Is the data clean? Is it representative? What biases are hidden there? Who's represented in it, who's not? How is it collected? Who was it not collected about? Was the data legally obtained? This is kind of a key question. Does it include personally identifiable information? So by publishing it, might you actually be hurting someone who's powerless or not? Often we think about public officials as being public, but private citizens who might have their information revealed, not so much. The collection issue is an important one. Do you give people the opportunity to opt out? Did you tell them how your data was going to be used if you're gathering it from, for those purposes? Have you given them a better version than just notice and consent? Because people click those end user license agreements very quickly, or terms of consent. They just go right through them. If you're thinking about the same things that the tech companies are running into, where they're not thinking about privacy from the beginning, and you're making a news application or visualization, you're going to run into trouble. So, take the Hippocratic Oath if you're going to do data journalism. There's some significant issues around data analysis and numeracy. I don't want to spend too much time up here because we could just talk about numeracy in the media, but one of the consistent themes I heard was that it needs to get better, that people need to be able to understand the basics about average versus mean, of significance, of correlation not being the causation, of what a regression is, of sharing a p-value, of r-value, of understanding the size of the study and why that might matter. These are basic statistical concepts. I had to go through them as a biology major, but I'm not sure that all journalism practitioners did. And I think if everyone's going to try to do this, or at least a lot more people are, then this is going to be a ground. If you see someone show a map that looks like this as evidence of anything, don't buy it. It's just population density. You need something more than that. If you see graphs like this, anybody see something wrong with this? It's flipped. It's misleading. That should be the other way around. The way that looks is like gun deaths plummeted after stand your ground law. In fact, it's the other way around. You can lie with data very easily. This is not perfect truth. It's very easy to twist these things. If you want to see more examples of this, go to WTFviz.net. There are lots of examples of bad data visualization. People need to think about presenting the data in context. I know I mentioned this before. The Times and lots of other organizations rushed to get Medicare data online. It was a huge data set. It was downloaded 100,000 times within a week. And it allowed you to look for a given doctor and see how much they were getting from Medicare. Powerful thing, but without the context, you don't know why they were getting it. Great follow-up from ProPublica to get into that. And I mentioned the privacy issues. When you combine multiple data sets, you could start to get a lot more information about who is described by them. Journalism organizations that collect lots of data and publish lots of data need to start thinking about the mosaic effect and what they might be enabling or not. There are secondary or tertiary effects from publishing data that may be unanticipated. And if you're going to be responsible, going to be ethical, that's going to need to be part of the conversation. So here's one of the fun bits. What did I see over the last couple of years doing this? Well, geojournalism. This is actually a pretty interesting space. Using satellite data, using shape files, using tiles, using lots of powerful free and open source tools to map what's happening looking way down. InfoAmazonia.org is a great example of that. You're seeing the network reporting from organizations spanning multiple countries. 80 different journalists, 40 different organizations, 260 gigabytes of data mapped out in offshore leaks. That's 10x the size of the WikiLeaks dump. increasingly, this kind of work will be shared across multiple newsrooms, across multiple countries, particularly as press freedoms are challenged in different areas. I think we'll see these transnational organizations of journalists report on something that might be a little bit difficult for them to do domestically, but they'll be shared elsewhere. You saw this happen with the Snowden leaks, most notably recently. There'll be more of that to come. Here's one of the most interesting parts, and we'll hear more about this later from my colleagues here at the Tao Center, about what data journalists can do. Back in the early days of this space, people were scraping and scraping, writing automated scripts to pull stuff off of websites, to grab data from APIs if they existed, to digitize things, to make the data from those areas, to get the data. There's also the FOIA, right, Freedom of Information Act, FOIL here in New York, saying, give us this data. Increasingly, journalism organizations can make the data themselves. Now, they have to think about all the stuff I mentioned before around collection, biases, security, but that's part of the story. And you can get inspiration from what's happening in the civic hacking space, the citizen science space, where people are making open source hardware to collect data in new ways. That open source Geiger counter was used along with other Geiger counters and combined the data from those sensors with data from government to make this map of radiation plumes in Japan after the Fukushima earthquake at Fukushima, rather, caused by or the tsunami that hit after the earthquake. There we go, got it in the right order. And you can see other examples like a bus route in Nairobi where data is created as well. So you can start to see how these things can be made useful to people. This can make a dandy app if you want to pull the data sources into it. Now, censor journalism is pretty hot, and Fergus is going to talk about that later today. But this is from 2008, where the AP sent out its reporters, and I think the BBC did as well, and had two expensive instruments to measure particulate in the air and then graphed it, and could see there actually was an impact from the Chinese government shutting down industry outside of the city. There was an effect from that. Now, the US Embassy there is continuing to release data as we speak about air quality that can also be used in interesting ways to understand what's happening in those places. So the data from sensors can be used in censor journalism. Here in New York, WNYC did a fascinating crowdsourcing project where they encouraged people to make their own sensors and then track soil temperature and report when cicadas came out. Citizen science, crowdsourcing, people formerly known as the audience collaborated together to create something that can then inform us about something interesting that's happened, in this case, big scary bugs. And the NPR data team, they're now the data viz team or interactive team, did something fascinating here where they got together the best data set they could of playgrounds that were accessible in the country and then asked their audience to tell them where there were playgrounds that were accessible near them. They started out with hundreds of data sets, hundreds of data points rather. Now there are over 1,900 because the NPR audience collaborated with them in creating data, and then they put it back into the application and made the data itself available for anyone else who wanted to use it. This is not just a thing that's happening here. These kinds of resources can and will be used elsewhere, and the data from them will be used for accountability. In this case, in Andhra Pradesh in India, you've got a system where people are taking pictures of waste, reporting it to government. That data can and could be used by journalists to understand how the relationship between citizens reporting that there's a refuse issue and then government actually responding to it is happening or not. Drones are often thought of in the context of pictures, but they will be used for data collection. All you have to think about is what happens when you have a toxic environment or a disaster or some other thing that's awful and dangerous for humans. We'll send in the robot. Unfortunately, if 9/11 happened today, you would absolutely see drones buzzing around the downtown Manhattan because they would be the only ones that media organizations might feel safe putting on the ground there. And they'd be right because of what was in the air. I mentioned the privacy challenges. They're significant here. Again, if you're working with raw data that's been given to you or leaked to you or been acquired, you need to think about what's described in it and who's described in it. The Iraqi deaths in WikiLeaks, this is an example of where mapping this out, not as much of an issue because you didn't have the names here. It's just showing where the graph is. So here's something a little bit touchy. There's been a growth in an open data, right? Data that's in a machine-readable format, it's free to use, and free to be reused over the last 5 years, something that's released by a government, certainly, but also released by media organizations, nonprofits, scientific organizations, big institutions like the World Bank, huge amounts of data flowing online. That's the disclosures that these organizations are choosing to make versus those that journalists are kind of getting from them. And so there's this huge amount of data flowing now. You've got startups like Enigma saying, here's all the data we've collected from these public organizations that you can come and get. You've got the World Bank publishing data. You've got social data that's now flowing online, something people who monitor and mine Facebook or Twitter are able to get through. I mentioned the Open Government Data platform, data.gov.uk, data.gov in the US have now, between them, hundreds of thousands of data sets. And the trouble is that a lot of that data is released in this form. If you talk to data journalists over time, they struggle with this. You've got data captured in there. So there's actually this wonderful explosion of tools which allow people to extract data from PDFs, right, to get that insight, to put it to use, to pull out what was trapped before. And a lot of these governments and organizations want to claim credit for opening stuff up and try to give them that, but also chivvy them along to do it better. Right? To not release something with a really difficult license, to not have something which doesn't allow for reuse, that has issues with quality or with formats. These are all things that journalists can and should be challenging. And this is a little bit dated. I could go back and update it to today where the US has dropped a little bit because of the surveillance issues. But the challenge is that many of the same countries that are claiming victories for open government because of their open data releases may also be somewhat restrictive on press freedom. It's the job of data journalists working with the media to actually, within the media, to call BS on that. To say that you may be releasing this data, but when it comes to actually reporting upon what people in power are doing, there's a challenge. And if you don't think that there's a distinct relationship between data collection and power, look deeper. The people who are powerful in society are often the ones who can prevent data being collected about them. And often the journalists will be the ones who mine the records, who go through and make that connection. This is an important thing, to say the least. The trust in the media that we see right now is not very high. So these kinds of source collection methods, I think, are incredibly important to restoring some of that. It won't go all the way. You've got to be actually right when you report on these things, when you create knowledge from these masses of data. But there is a chance to recover some of that by using this as complement to investigations. Again, I mentioned this work at the Center for Public Integrity. I think it's really important because people don't always realize that most of the Pulitzers that get awarded now have data as a component in the investigations. It doesn't always come clear when the awards come out, but there's often a data story behind them. And these stories are really important for finding this next generation of difficult stories. If you look at this last week, the FTC just released a big report on data brokers. The last couple months, we've seen a report on big data and privacy from the President's Council of Science and Technology Advisors and from the White House's review. They all said that this gigantic explosion in data, all these data sets pulled together, create new risk for discrimination and significant harms. If you know the history of the United States, you know that people have been discriminated against because of their sex, because of their race, because of other issues of status. When you pull together all these data sets, the profiles that are combined about us between commercial, government, and social profiles that exist, they can be used against people. Now, the FTC says they didn't find any examples of it, but I guarantee we will. I wish it weren't true, but we're going to see personalized redlining in the United States. We're certainly going to see it in other countries. And people who understand data and statistics and can look deeper will find examples of it. I know this because the Wall Street Journal found geographic profiling already, where websites were varying pricing based upon user information in Iowa. Now, this is Staples. The Journal had to be very careful about how it collected data and thought about publishing it, but this is going to be part of our world. Data journalism will be part of finding it. Again, sourcing, reporting, investigating, complementing the data, but it's going to be part of that space. And you'll see some tools that have gotten knocked for uses in counterterrorism, like Palantir, which I'm showing here, used for other issues around human tissue tracking, or other kinds of investigations where you're looking at complex networks of sources and of data and seeing the relationships and the movements between them. In the US, we're a little bit uncomfortable with putting advocacy and journalism very close together. In other places, maybe not as much. They're moving towards other ways of doing journalism where advocacy is part and parcel of the space. In Kenya, someone who went to a data journalism boot camp, who used the tools, was able to take data, look at schools, figure out that there was a correlation between schools that didn't have sanitary facilities and young girls dropping out. Anyone guess why that was happening? They were menstruating. They're getting their period, and when that happened, they didn't have a place to go, so they were getting ostracized by their peers. So she built a tool that allowed parents to see if their children in schools had facilities or not, and then advocate to the local government to fix that. Direct connection between the investigation and then the outcome and policy. I know this is a little uncomfortable for some journalism institutions, but we're going to see more of it, and I think the world's going to be a better place for it. So here's the fun part, for me at least. I got to prognosticate upon what's coming, maybe what should be done. I mentioned some of the values earlier. This one's kind of a gimme, but data is a strategic resource. If information is power, data that you can get knowledge from, right? Data, information, knowledge, wisdom, if you can get that, you have something strategic. And the data that news organizations already have is strategic, even if they're not thinking about it already. One of the most important things the New York Times did this year is launch cooking.newyorktimes.com. Why? Because they're starting to mine their archives of data. The big innovation report that got leaked said they need to structure their archives better. Every news organization needs to structure those archives better because there's knowledge in there. Longitudinal knowledge. Some of it may be more qualitative than quantitative, but there's something valuable there. For countries that don't have government records that are that great, sometimes these media accounts are where the knowledge and the history of the country is. That's incredibly important. I mentioned Simon Rogers and the data blog and the kind of democratization, the populism around this. He said, anyone can do this. He said, data journalism is the new punk. Because anyone can learn punk. Now, people said, yeah, there's a lot of bad punk music, man. And that's true. Right? You give me a guitar and I can barely remember how to get through the different chords. But the fact is that we all can learn these things over time. It's possible. There's a data journalism MOOC, massive open online course going on right now, started last week actually. 21,000 people registered from all around the world. Some of them might be listening right now. There is a huge interest in learning how to use these things, and it's possible for people to do that. Now, are they going to get to the highest edges of computational journalism, where they're writing algorithms, they're building complex models, they're doing machine learning, natural language processing? No, not right away. People have to learn how to program, how to think algorithmically, how to code, to use the popular way of thinking about this now, to get to that level. But there's a lot that we can do where you can simply do using statistics to compare things and then pull them into a map or a table. That's the kind of the ground floor here. News apps are not going to become the way people consume data journalism. I think narratives and stories are still very important, the investigative side that pulls humans in. But we're going to see more and more news applications that fulfill what Adrian Holovati talked about back in 2006. Where things live on, even if somebody isn't directly going to them every day, because the data feeds are going into them and they're updated. They will become one of the primary ways that people consume this stuff. They may want to go click into the data themselves, but most of all, they're going to see, how does this apply to me? Most popular content on the BBC website last year was a quiz about class. It's not an accident. The BBC and the New York Times both had incredibly popular content that allowed people to look at something that told them something about themselves, which they could then share. Now, the Brits are pretty focused on class. I guess we're pretty focused upon accent. This is probably another one of these obvious points to make in the context of the Tao Center Digital Journalism in Columbia. But if you're going to be digital first, you need to be data-centric and designed for mobile. Designed for mobile first. This is something Brian Boyer at the New York Times hit me with again and again and again. Think about that 2x3 inch screen first and then be able to stretch it elsewhere. Think about being responsive and design for the web, right? Think about these open standards in a way that allow people to access your content wherever you are. And understand that you're going to be competing as news organizations for attention with tech companies and startups that are doing it better, in cases a lot better. Both Facebook and Google and other people are trying to, corporations are people, are actually focused upon the insight game as well. Taking all this data and giving you some information about the world you're living in. So news organizations are competing with them for attention. Good luck. This is going to make some folks uncomfortable, but the reality is if you can't write a story better than the robot, they're going to beat you. Narrative science, a startup everyone here should learn about, is in this game. They're making commodity news, Little League, sports reporting, that's pretty much indistinguishable from the 23-year-old beat reporter you might send down there. Earlier this year, the LA earthquake, first story out of the gate was written by an algorithm from the Los Angeles Times. It's a short story, I think 5, 6 sentences, but it shows you where the space is going. If you can write something and publish something that was developed by a machine, you better watch out, because they are coming. So find other ways to add value. Find the relationships, the reporting, the storytelling, the context, the extra value you can add on top of the data, because otherwise you're not adding something that costs a lot less can do. More journalists will need to study the social sciences. When Philip Meyer introduced precision journalism back in the 60s and studied the riots in Detroit, he's able to get an insight that other people did. He started to look at overcrowding, police brutality, chronic unemployment. It wasn't the issues that other people, the pundits, said that they were going on. These other things. But to get that insight, he had to go back and learn and do a Nieman Fellowship up at Harvard about how social sciences could be applied to journalism. More people who are interested in this space, go back to school. Lots of resources for that. Talk with subject matter experts at the schools about the data they're looking at. What's the context? What does it mean? I mentioned this earlier, but people are going to find the bugs in these kinds of apps, of these stories, of these investigations, more than they might others, because of the highly critical, very numerate, very skeptical audience that they attract. This is why 538 and Vox are getting hammered, to be honest. Yes, there was some hubris. They said they were going to be awesome, but the fact is they held this up, and now the whole data journalists in the world, the professors of the world, are coming in and looking at what they're doing. So if you quickly put something up that doesn't knock all the boxes down I mentioned earlier, you're going to get in trouble. This is important in the context of thinking what can be done quickly. Some of these stories will need to be slower to have more impact and to be right to hold up. And if data journalism is done badly, and we're seeing examples of that, it's going to erode the public's trust in the media even further. So slow down. Get it right first. There'll be discussions later about this today, but if we're living in a data-centric world and making these applications, security is really important. So is protecting the data if it's sensitive. People will want more transparency about data being collected about readers. We just had a great panel upon metrics. They want to know if you're using those kinds of data in stories, how you're doing it, and maybe have buy-in. Anyone recognize this map from New York? This map of who had handgun permits in New York was one of the most important examples of where data journalism that was not ethical in all the ways it needed to be created a huge furor and led to laws being changed that limited the public's access to information. New York legislature actually acted to say that this shouldn't be FOIAble anymore. Problem with this map is not that you had these data points showing where people had guns. It was that you could actually dig down, way down into the map and see names and addresses. Not necessary to the story, showing people's information in a way that didn't need to be, putting people potentially at risk in a way that they didn't need to be. You can easily think of, say, a woman who had been battered by an ex, who had a handgun now and is now searchable in a way she might not have been before. I got my hands on Google Glass. Okay, Glass, tell me about this story. As you think about the next generation of interfaces, whether it's iWatches, whether it's glass, whether it's something that's reflective on your clothing, whatever it happens to be, data is going to be part of it. And building things for it will be part of the work of people who do this space. I encourage you to go read the entire recommendation in the report on this. This has been a pretty hot topic recently. Fact is, diversity is falling in newsrooms right now. This is an issue that's even more difficult in this space because of the demographics around technology and programming and the tech industry as a whole. Now, I will assert and stand by this, that more diverse newsrooms, gender, race, ethnicity, color, creed, all the things that make up the American melting pot, make for better journalism. And you've seen examples of where stories where people didn't have the context for the communities they were reporting upon, didn't get it quite right. They missed something. They didn't think about something that they should have published or shouldn't have published. I will say that in the research I had the opportunity to do, I think that the news app community, the car community, the data journalism community, whatever you want to call it in the United States, is actually pretty good on this. That there's a lot of really excellent mentorship, that people are encouraging women and people of color to come in and learn. That there is a huge and important teaching culture there. It's better than the tech industry, a lot better, if you have any experience of what's happening with some of the online misogyny and the threats that people experience. But it needs to improve more. And as newsrooms think about building these teams and training people and paying people more to do these things, this is going to be an important part of the conversation. Last point. We live in a world where there's immense amounts of fear, uncertainty, of doubt, distrust. People don't believe things anymore just because they're reported. We're ideologically polarized in the way we might not have been before, and to some extent, maybe technology is enabling that. It enables us to choose what we want to hear and what we don't. In that space, scientism and positivism are stepping up. Empiricism, people say, look, we have data that will tell us what's true when people don't. The fact is, data can lie too. Data can be wrong. Interpretations can be wrong. It can be presented in a way that is false or misleading. Dataism is now a thing, and not just because David Brooks wrote about it in the New York Times. There is a great rising tide of people who want to say that correlation is causation if you just get enough data. We need to think very carefully about embracing that and encourage anyone who's reporting critically to be a skeptic, to spend time thinking about all the points I made before about where things came from, who they were created by, who they're representative of and not. It's a map of the world at night. You could think about the people who are living in the lights and people who are living in the dark. Are we reaching all of them? Are we describing all of them? Are they able to benefit from this work as well? If not, there's a risk that this kind of work will empower the empowered further. If journalism is serving a public trust, if it's about the public interest, then this kind of work matters to reach everyone and to report on everyone. So that's where I'll end it. If anyone has questions, we have some time.
We actually don't have time. I think you guys got a window into Alex's mind. Try editing 30,000 words of that. But I actually think we should extend this conversation into the next panel, which is diving even further into the data journalism conversation. So let's take a 15-minute break. Come back here at 11:30 for our panel on data. Thanks.
Slideshare.com/digifile. Yep, I'll make sure they're online. Digifile. Yep.
No, you're fine, you're fine. I'm just setting these down.
case like election prediction, but anytime a journalist makes a generalization or talks about a way that something can be achieved, there's an embedded prediction. And what the relevance of data is to that. And then also interpretation, right? So if there's this whole art of data interpretation, what does that mean for positive data, right? Like, can two people interpret the same data and come up with different answers? And are there standards? And how do we know who's right? And all that stuff. I want to sort of, this is sort of a response to, there was a naive idea that, well, data is the key to knowing the world better, and then there were critiques of that idea, and it's like, well, okay, so what's actually going on? So I'm hoping to have a fairly, it's really a discussion about epistemology, right? Like, what can we actually know from data? This is going well. You may have seen that one of our users was a Pulitzer finalist. Yeah, we're about to build a plugin API so you can plug in your own custom technology. Yeah. How about you? How are things?
Hi, can I get everyone to take a seat? We're going to start next session in about 2 minutes.
Anyone.
All right, we're going to get started. Seats, please. There's a bunch of seats in the front if anyone is looking in the back there. All right. So just to introduce Jonathan Stray, who's one of our Tau fellows here, who is going to run this panel. Jonathan, I'm sure many people in the room know, is one of the smartest computational journalists in the country. And we've had the pleasure of both having him here as a fellow for the year, and he's been teaching in the dual degree program that the Columbia Journalism School runs in computer science and journalism. It's a program where students get a degree in both computer science and journalism. And Jonathan's really been sort of an innovator in pushing that forward. So Jonathan, do you want to come up and introduce the panel?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks so much. I'm really excited to have a conversation on one of my favorite, nerdiest topics, which is what can we actually do with data? We've got, it was supposed to be 4, but unfortunately Jen Lowe called in sick, but we still have 3 amazing panelists for you this morning, who some of you may know. This is Amanda Cox. She's a graphic editor at the New York Times, has been responsible for some of the most interesting pieces coming out of that publication. I'm hoping that she will tell us a little bit about the process of interpreting data and what happens between a data set and communication with the public. And next we have Dan Gardner, who is a journalist and an author. He's covered all kinds of things from one end of Canada to the other. And his latest book was called Future Babble, which deals all about prediction and why we believe expert predictions and are they any good. And then we have Mark Hansen, our very own Mark Hansen from the Tau Center, who is not only a former statistics professor, but has been involved in a lot of data-driven art, some of which hangs in the lobby of the New York Times. So please welcome our panelists, and we'll get started. In your programs, it says data, what is and isn't it good for? I really wanted this shorter title because then you get to sing it, right? Data, what is it good for? Absolutely, well, something, right? We don't think it's completely useless. We think it's probably good for something, but not everything. And so maybe one of the ways of framing this panel is, how do we decide what it's good for and what it's not for? I want to start with a story. It's a story about gay marriage and the politics of gay marriage. In 2004, Representative Steve Chabot, who is still serving, he's a Republican congressman from Ohio, then as now on the subcommittee of the Constitution in Congress, which I didn't even know existed, asked for a budget breakdown to know what would the effect of legalizing gay marriage in all 50 states be on the US federal budget. So he sent this letter to the Congressional Budget Office. The Congressional Budget Office offered an extensive report. You can see there's 3 different staff contexts for different aspects of this problem. Hugely data-driven effort. They reviewed all, I think it was 1,173 federal laws concerning marriage benefits and taxes and costs, and came to the following conclusion. That essentially there would be a small net positive benefit. Now, when I was doing the research for this story, I discovered a bunch of mentions of this report, which is now 10 years old. None of the mentions were from Representative Steve Chabot. He got the answer, and then, as far as I can tell, he buried it. Now, of course, this is a prediction. This is, in principle, an answer to a question which can be checked. Of course, we haven't seen gay marriage legalized in all 50 states, but we've seen it legalized in many states. And in 2012, 1 year after legalization in New York, the New York State released a press release saying that there was an additional $259 million in business and an additional $16 million in tax revenue. So it turned out to be right, but that's not the story I'm trying to tell here. I'm trying to say data is never just data. It's never just about answering a question. There's a politics attached to it. We got the answer to this question, and then, as you might imagine, various groups used this answer to argue either for or against gay marriage. But does that even make sense? That's the second reason I bring up this story. Can you really use data to decide whether 2 people of the same sex should be allowed to marry? Is that even a question that you can ask with data? One of the best critiques of the recent wave of data journalism came from Leon Wieseltier at the New Republic. Actually, a lot of parts of it I didn't like, but this part I did like. And he said, a lot of the things that we're talking about are not empirical questions. They're not questions that we can answer by looking at the world in the sort of the data-driven or the positivist or the scientific way. Now that sounds great. Unfortunately, there isn't an easy way to tell which type of question is which, and so that's something that I hope to get into a little bit today. Even when there is something that looks like an empirical question, is unemployment getting better or worse? The same data can mean different things. This is one of my favorite screenshots. Somebody snapped this as a screenshot on their iPad last year. The same number, 2 different news organizations, and somehow the same number means 2 different things, depending on whether you're the Times or the Wall Street Journal. How can this be? I thought data was supposed to give us some sort of clear-eyed view of the world, some sort of certainty. But of course that's not true. Data doesn't speak for itself. Here is, I think, my favorite piece from the Upshot. talking about, again, interpretation of unemployment numbers. And this is, rather than the previous example where the same number meant different things depending on what the author expected, whether they predicted job growth was going to go up or down. Here, all we're doing is we're looking at the statistical error in the numbers. This is something we don't think about a lot, but which is very dear to statisticians' heart, which is what is the uncertainty in the data we look at. We're just beginning to get a sort of public familiarity with the idea of what a margin of error is and what it might mean to have data that looks really official and crisp and standardized, but in fact hides an enormous amount of variation. This is Paul Krugman on the idea of data speaking for itself. He says, if you think the data is speaking for itself, what's actually happening is you have a theory that you're not aware of. So how do we know when we've got the right answer from data? How do we know when our theory about the data is right? This is taking that even further. This is a piece in Quartz from an economist saying even data-backed journalism is opinion journalism. Now we've all seen examples of statistics manipulated to prove a particular point, but she's going even farther. The extreme reading of this idea is that there is no truth, there is only opinion. Journalists tend to be uncomfortable with persuasion. Well, there's an entire field which is dedicated to the idea of using data to persuade. This is a beautiful book, and I recommend every journalist read it. Earlier today, we heard that the job of a journalist isn't just to write stories, it's to communicate. I would go even farther. If you're not trying to persuade, you're probably not doing anything at all. At the very least, the journalist has to try to persuade the audience that what they have discovered is correct. But we don't really think about that, and so as journalists, we're not really well equipped to understand how data interacts with persuasion, how data can be used to persuade, which is why I recommend this book. And we want to persuade. This again is from that piece in the New Republic. This is one of my favorite lines. Persuasion is one of the essential activities of a democracy. When we collect data about the effects of gay marriage to try to convince people either that it should or should not be allowed, we're not trying to establish some fundamental truth about the world. We're not being scientists. We're trying to convince people that what we believe is right. And furthermore, our political system would not work without this type of convincing each other. So now I've started with, data as cold, hard facts and taken it all the way down to, the interpretation depends on the person, depends what you believe, it's a persuasive, it's a rhetoric tool, there's no objective truth. That doesn't seem quite right either. Remember this? Numbers, still the best system for determining which of two things is larger. This was an XKCD comic published shortly after Nate Silver's phenomenal election predictions. Well, that's interesting, right? If you tried to call that election by checking your gut, you got it wrong. If you did statistical analysis, you got it right. There's still something there. It's not completely opinion. This is one of my favorite quotes. It's from a historian, actually. And he was talking about making historical generalizations. Do not guess, try to count. And if you can't count, admit that you're guessing. Of course, hidden in there are complicated words like count. What are you counting? How are you counting it? Are you counting the right thing? Are you asking a question that can even be settled by counting? So here's Nate Silver in one of his most combative moods. It leads to a lot of bullshit, basically. If you're not counting, if you're not using the data, if you don't have some systematic way to talk about the thing that you're talking about, maybe you're just making it all up. And here's the harsh reply. Nate Silver not only wishes to impugn the quality of opinion journalism, he wishes to impugn its legitimacy. So on one side, you have, it looks like a group of people who believe that, data is all narrative anyway. It's all subjective. It's used for persuasion. It's all political. On the other side, you have Nate Silver and other folks who are saying, no, wait a minute. If we don't have a systematic way of looking at the world, and to him and other folks, systematic largely means quantitative, then we're just making it all up. This is an old argument. This is qualitative versus quantitative. This is science versus humanities. This is, well, actually, it was nicely summed up in a lecture in 1959 by this gentleman, C.P. Snow. This is a beautiful essay, Two Cultures and the Scientific Revolution. This is an essay about the fact that there was, at that time, two groups of people who called themselves educated intellectuals. There were the traditional humanities scholars. They studied Greek and Latin in school. They had read all of Shakespeare and probably works in several other languages. The continental philosophers, these sorts of people. And then there were the scientists who grew up in a completely different tradition, also centuries old. Newton's laws and all of that sort of thing is now coming up on 400 years. And he said, well, there are these two cultures. And maybe that's the right way to think about this. Maybe this isn't so much a question of philosophy as it is a question of disciplines which are still grappling with how to approach each other. Now, the discussion that we're going to have today is also a very old discussion. This is a form of this conversation that happened in 1954. This is a wonderful little book, still in print today. And this is, again, data versus intuition. This is qualitative versus quantitative. This is statistics versus clinical judgment. Paul Meehl was a psychoanalyst. He was trained in the Freudian tradition, and he became very concerned with the question of, if I have to predict a clinical outcome, how do I do it? So, will this patient respond to some type of treatment? Are they likely to become violent if I release them? Are you going to be happy a year from now? These types of clinical questions. And he said there are basically two ways, right? You can collect a lot of statistics and build a model, or you can do a lot of interviewing and make a judgment based on your experience. And at the time, he reviewed both the theory and all of the evidence, and he found that one was generally superior for this problem. And 50 years later, we now have hundreds and hundreds. I think the most recent review is 800 studies on this question, and most of them point in one direction. We'll get to that, but I'll let you to guess which one turns out to be superior for prediction. But I wanted to steal from the introduction to this book. Here are all of the nice and nasty things that people say about statistical methods and statistical prediction. Right, you've all heard these. Trustworthy, experimental, sound. Or if you don't like it, it's blind, it's oversimplified, it's static, it's sterile. And then the clinical method, which in our case is analogous to a more intuitive, more qualitative, let's say a more opinionated approach to journalism. Well, we don't quite have bullshit in the list of bad words, as Silver used, but we do have sloppy, uncontrolled, muddle-headed, and my favorite, super mundane. I don't think that's widely used anymore. So Meehl listed all of these words, all of these polemics that people use for and against the use of quantitative and qualitative methods, data and intuition, the two cultures that C.P. Snow wrote about. And then he said something very smart before he continued to the rest of the book. He said we can move on from that. And so that's what I want to do today. This is not a panel about the argument between these two cultures or these two methods. As tempting as that might be, it might make wonderful television. But we're gonna go past that and try to be a little bit smarter about that. So with that out of the way, I'm going to move to our panelists here, and I'm going to ask them each to answer in a few minutes what sorts of problems in journalism is data good for and not good for? And we'll start with Amanda. You want to go up there? Yeah, either way. Yeah.
So I have this theory that we should try to get rid of all of the adjectives, and some of you who are beginning writing teachers would not fight me on that theory. But what that means for a data journalism question is I think it means that I long for the day that we don't need the data adjective, right? Like you don't want to be the best young American whatever, you want to be the best whatever. So the few more adjectives that you can trim, the better position that you're going to be in. And I thought of that when Jonathan talked about his, some of the data collected around gay marriage. And I think gay marriage from a data perspective is an interesting topic right now because it's one of the topics where public opinion has been changing the most rapidly currently. And as journalists, we like things that change just because there's news embedded in change, it's really easy. And so I think that when you know that gay marriage has been successful, however you define as successful, it's not crossing a barrier of 50% or 55% because you want to leave yourself a buffer in case you're wrong a little bit. I think it's when you get rid of the adjective, right? Like, so when gay marriage is just marriage, then you know that they're equal, right? And so if data journalism is ever going to pretend to be successful, then it will just be journalism, right? Like you don't need some quantifying adjective to in some way make it be better. And so then I'm not certain whether the question about what is data good for, whether that gets easier or harder, or in particular, what is data journalism good for? It just becomes the, what is journalism good for? So that's a question that has a lot of history, and so, you know, it takes you places that you couldn't otherwise go. It helps you vote in a more informed way. It comforts the afflicted and afflicts the comfortable, or all of those things. I think nothing is different in the data space if you want to argue like what it's good for. I will acknowledge that there are some things that are slightly like, you tweak them a little bit with data. So it may scale in different ways. Alex has had many examples this morning that scaled either by geographic context or time that would change in a different way from other types of information. And historically, or not historically, I came into journalism having been trained a little bit as a statistician, and so I thought like maybe you can quantify your uncertainty in a different way. That's what data is good for. You have some sense of uncertainty. I've stepped away from that a little bit in that I think the uncertainty that we quantify is often the least interesting type of uncertainty. You know, the known unknowns are not the fun ones. But at the same time, that's what journalism is. So like, what is journalism other than like triangulating three kind of sketchy guys in an attempt to get closer to the truth, right? Like, and that's no different at all from data. I think, if I may, I want to respond a little bit directly to one of Jonathan's examples. It just wasn't something I was planning on doing, but it's a good example anyway. And so Jonathan talked about an unemployment rate, and he showed that screen grab of two news organizations responding to a single report in different ways. And this is a graphic we did a few years ago in 2012, right before the 2012 election. It's just an unemployment rate chart. From a visualization standpoint, it's like totally uninteresting. It's a bar chart and a line chart. But then we gave you some goggles. So we said, if you're a Democrat, you can put on your Democrat goggles. And you can say, look, you know, there have been 31 months of job growth. The unemployment rate has fallen 2%, and Friday's drop was larger than expected. And if you're a Republican, you can put on your Republican goggles, and you can say, look, the unemployment rate has been above 8% for 43 months now. And if you wanted to keep up with population growth, you had to add 150,000 jobs a month. And the reason I like this example is that those are all true statements. Like, you don't even have to lie. And they're all like, as a perfectly rational, perfectly person trying to get to the truth could make all of those statements. And so I think that data really, its strengths, its weaknesses, in the context of journalism, I want to claim, fundamentally are really no different than anything else. So what is it good for? It's good for the same things that journalism is good for and is meant for.
Wow, neatly sidestepped the question there. I like it. No, that was great. Dan.
Okay, I'm too lazy to stand up, so I'll stay here. I should say from the beginning that unlike my esteemed panelists and probably everybody in this audience, I'm not a data scientist or a data journalist. I'm very much from the liberal arts side of the campus. You know, when you hear Monte Carlo, you think statistical modeling. I think, you know, a Mediterranean principality populated by rich douchebags, right? So I'm very much from that half of the culture. And that means, of course, that I'm just woefully inadequate for addressing this topic. So I'll talk about something completely different. Evidence-based medicine. I want to talk about evidence-based medicine. You've all heard the term. What is evidence-based medicine? It's the radical notion that before you give a treatment to patients, you should actually test it to make sure that it works. Believe it or not, that was actually a revolutionary idea in the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. It was implemented. It became a movement that late in the history of medicine. We've been doing medicine for 10,000 years or more. And it was resisted. It was resisted ferociously by eminent doctors because, of course, this meant that the opinion of eminent doctors suddenly became diminished. They couldn't simply say, well, of course it works because I am an eminent doctor and I believe it works. And even today, you still find that kind of resistance to evidence-based medicine. Now, out of evidence-based medicine and its demonstrated success comes evidence-based policy. Go to any public policy department and you'll find that this is an increasingly popular term. There's an interesting debate going on in the academic circles that are interested in this sort of thing. Some people object to the term evidence-based policy, and their argument goes like this. In evidence-based medicine, well, all you're looking at is, does the treatment work? So we should just base the treatment on that one thing. Public policy is more than the empirical question. Right? It's not just a question of whether gun control works or not. Does it keep people safer or not? There's also a question of values, competing interests, all those other things that go into democratic decision making. And those are perfectly legitimate and they should be factored into policy. And so they talk about evidence-informed policy. That's what we should talk about, make it evidence-informed policy. Now, I've had this discussion with people who work in this field, and my response to them is, well, of course you're right. You're absolutely right. But have you gone out into the real world? The problem that you face in the crafting of public policy is not that it is too focused on empirical evidence, right? It is quite the opposite. It is, let us ignore the empirical evidence, except when it happens to coincide with our biases, right? It's all ideology, it's politics, it's all those other things that go into the making of the sausage that is public policy. And I hope one day that this objection of yours becomes at all relevant, that we actually have to worry about changing our terminology because we're excessively focused on evidence. Now, why am I blathering on about all this stuff? Because I think these are very useful analogies to what's happening with data journalism now. Data journalism is, in many ways, it's about using new tools, it's about using new data sources to come up with interesting new information. That's true. But like evidence-based medicine and evidence-based policy, it's about raising the epistemic bar, right? How do we know that this is true? You have to ask more. You have to demand better, more and better evidence. To use an extreme example, Peggy Noonan of the Wall Street Journal, shortly before the presidential election of 2012, wrote a column in which she said that Mitt Romney would win. How did she know this? The vibrations were right. That's not good enough, right? And data journalism is about saying, well, no, actually, you know, vibrations, no, we've got to do better than that, right? Now, that, of course, admittedly, of course, that's an extreme example, but there's lots more like it. I woke up this morning, and as I was doing my tour of the newspapers, I was thinking, well, how many examples could I come up with for this talk? And they are just endless, right? Really poor stuff. And so then you have this backlash debate in which you have some of the pieces that you actually referred to. And I remember reading that piece, and aside from the comment about the mullahs of data, or the, what was it, bullying by quantification? Yeah, that was the other phrase. Aside from the occasional phrase like that, that piece by Leon Wieseltier was absolutely correct. But the debate, that backlash debate, is, like the people who object to the use of the term evidence-based policy, really premature. Because it's not that data journalism is crowding out all the other stuff, right? It's merely supplementing and enriching at this point. I hope someday we should have to have the discussion where we say, hey, hang on, we're paying too much attention to the data, right? And let's talk about these other things like values and so on. I hope one day.
Thank you. Mark?
Thank you, and thank you for letting me address you all this morning. I don't know that I could say much more beyond what Amanda said as usual. She's concise and right on point. I would like to see a day when data journalism was just journalism, or we didn't have that adjective attached to it. And you know, I often teach my students an unfortunate amount of history around data and data analysis. That's probably a failing of mine. But Tukey, John Tukey, literally the guy who wrote the book on exploratory data analysis, used to anthropomorphize data and anthropomorphize it as having a voice. So he said that the clever data analyst really only need listen to what his data have to tell him, in the sense that it was a kind of interview, that you would ask the data questions, or that it would give you what you needed, like an interview. And while I completely agree with Amanda, I think I can maybe underscore her point and take it a little farther. One of the things I teach, again, my students is that all data, after all, are human. And without human effort, ingenuity, memory, we don't have data. And remembering that human systems, that data are human systems helps us answer that question about what it's good for. Data, code, and algorithms shape how we interact, they shape how our cities function and our societies operate, they shape systems of power around us, and journalists should be able to interrogate, to tell stories from that data. So I could get really geeky and talk about what data are good for, and maybe sort of formalize sort of axes along which you could place different types of data. So first of all, how actionable is it? Is it like a printed bus schedule that you can do not much with except, you know, unfold and look at when the bus arrives? Or is it an interchangeable like an API that publishes the precise location of a bus, every bus in the city at any moment, and you can use that to build something new from? Or for government data, you could have an axis that describes, you know, is it about service delivery, like a bus schedule, or is it about data for accountability, like election finance data? So you could, if you wanted to or pushed, you could maybe start to put a structure around where data come from and sort of its journalistic purposes. And then, of course, as journalists, we're often interested in secondary uses of data. So stories may come from clever views of a data set that was collected for an entirely different purpose. But these are all very instrumental views of data. I also try to get my students to think beyond the purely instrumental and think of data as a source of speculation and experimentation. We can think of data as a source of answers, and perhaps when we teach people about A/B testing or randomization like we heard about this morning, you know, we think of it as providing some kind of an answer to a question. But instead, data can be just as useful as helping us arrive at the right question. Data, code, and algorithms are probes, and sometimes the only question we come to a data set is what's here, and we're looking for the right question. In short, data can be a partner in a creative practice, and the process of figuring out what to measure, how to model, how to express something, these are all opportunities to figure out a group's values, to figure out sort of what you stand for. I remember interviewing Paula Antonelli, who's a curator, design curator at Museum of Modern Art, about their use of data. And if you think there's sort of data is affecting journalistic practice, data is also affecting curatorial practice. So there are models that tell them how many people they will have on any given Wednesday, how many people they'll lose because of the Puerto Rican Day parade, you know, how the characteristic of this kind of artist will lead to this many people in the galleries. People will spend this much time in front of the different paintings. And I asked her, with all of that information, does that affect your curatorial practice? How does that result? You know, what is that? You know, isn't it tempting, right? So I think the MoMA equivalent of cat pictures would be all Monet all the time, right? So she's like, no, the data actually, it's a moment where you're forced back onto the values and ethics of your organization. You're forced to think about those things in a way. So again, bringing the human side of data and its implications. Because as you heard this morning, transforming the world into bits That is that first step that goes from phenomena in the world, whether it's a person reading your content to something related to the climate. That first step is a difficult one, and it's a hard one for statisticians, and one that we're often quiet about. My training is in statistics. That's where my doctorate sits. And aside from experimental design or survey sampling, we don't talk very much about what it means to turn the world into data and the implications of that very first step. So I would also say, and I just have two more points and then I'll shut up, that we have to be a little careful about questions about what data are good for, because those questions are also wrapped up in similar discussions about the tools we use, the models we apply, and the representations we use when we structure data. That all of these things frame the kinds of answers we can come up with, the kinds of questions that we can ask. What we think of as data is limited by the tool sets that we have around us. There's a beautiful quote by Flaubert about the stronger the telescopes, the more the stars. I think that it might be time for journalists to start taking some authority over the metaphors and abstractions and tools that we use to look at data. It's time to think about stories that don't fit comfortably into the set of tools that we've been given. We hit what's often called a tool horizon, where our ideas or our observations or the stories we want to write can't be expressed in a particular tool set. So to say what is data good for is an open question, but one that's bound in tools and fundamental questions that we as a profession need to be engaged in creating.
Thank you. That was a very expansive view. No, that's great.
I've had half a bagel now, so
I had a whole bagel.
I'm not used to the carbs.
No, this is a great start. So it strikes me that all of you gave a thoroughly human perspective on data, which is great, because ultimately this is a human endeavor. You know, it's sort of easy listening to you talk to think about, well, you know, this aligns very neatly with all of the humanities discourses about, oh, I don't know, you know, narratives and relativism and the social construction of knowledge and all these things. Beautiful stuff, except I think many people have the feeling that, or the hope, that data can show us some sort of truth that's not otherwise available. Anyone want to take a swing at that one?
I think, I mean, given today's top stories about, you know, the VA hospital systems and whether certain hospitals are cheating the measure, I think my answer to that is when you measure something, you start to change it. So whether you measure how long it takes to get an appointment at a VA hospital, then maybe there are incentives for someone to make that look like it's smaller than it is. Or when you start to care about slugging in baseball, maybe you accidentally cause the amount of strikeouts to go up because people are encouraged to swing for the fences a little bit more than they used to when you only cared about batting average. So I feel like the idea of data as truth needs to be minded by the idea that when you measure it, you also start to change it. Like, even if it was truthful before you started counting, well, as soon as you start counting, you touch it in some way.
And that's a point somehow that doesn't get taught. I don't know where those lessons get taught. Maybe it's the sort of science and technology studies or something like that. But I know that even in introductory statistics classes, when we teach about things like p-values and confidence intervals, and we very rarely teach about, well, although again I torture my students with this, about what it means to have a 0.05 cutoff put in place, because suddenly people are incentivized to be on one side of a line or another. So the methodology that you invoke, the ways in which you count, all of these things create an incentive system that changes as Amanda was saying, the system that you're supposed to be passively and objectively observing.
And yet, polls are better than lawn signs and vibrations for calling elections. So there's something there still, right?
I mean, maybe not anymore, right?
Maybe
like,
not
that's
anymore?
the question, right? I think the rise of the popularity of models, I think we will see this cycle encourages people, I believe we will see people encouraged to release polls more than in the past that are sketchy in some way. That's due in part to just the climate. It's gotten harder to conduct a poll just because people don't answer their telephones anymore, and there are fewer news organizations who can pay for a poll and whatnot, right? But I don't know that will always be true, right? Like, that may have been true once, but I don't know that will always be true. or you have to start to get more clever about it, right? So you stop asking people polls about what they think, and you start asking them polls about what their friends think. And so I think it's a constant like cat and mouse game of innovation about where.
And it's not that polling, I mean, I suppose now we think of this as old school, but Gallup's first polls really did a number on the American population, right? There were lots of people saying, look, nobody talked to me about this. What do you mean 50% of Americans believe? Like, nobody talked to me, none of my friends around me believe this. Where did this come from? Right? There was, I think at this point people maybe understand what that's all about, but at the time it really did change. What Gallup was doing when Gallup created his first polls was also creating the notion of kind of mass opinion. Like that notion didn't exist before. So there was, back in its origin point, a change that happened.
Huh. That's interesting. I like that. Nobody talks to me. It sort of belies the fact that a lot of people, sort of the population in general, we're going into increasingly sophisticated models and techniques, and if we can't explain how we got the conclusions we got, maybe nobody's going to believe us, right? I'm going to throw this to Dan and ask you to talk a little bit about the things that you've been researching and writing about for a number of years now.
Sure. Oh, that's an open-ended invitation, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Well, I think what's most relevant and what might be most interesting to folks here is that I'm co-writing a book tentatively to be called Super Forecasters with Philip Tetlock, who many of you know well is a psychologist at Wharton. Phil is currently engaged in an enormous research program on forecasting. And what he's doing, in conjunction with an intelligence agency, is he has an enormous number of volunteers. It varies from year to year, but it's something like 2,500, 3,000 volunteers. And they are trying to predict the sorts of things that intelligence analysts try to predict, which is, will Greece default? Will the Russians take Crimea? That sort of thing. These are really, really hard questions. You had mentioned at the beginning Paul Meehl. Paul Meehl is absolutely correct. When you have a statistically validated tool for prediction, use the statistically validated tool. Oh, sorry, did I preempt your?
No, I didn't actually say. I was hoping that you would talk. So let's do a little. Oh, well, I think you just gave away the answer here.
Sorry. Sorry.
But I'm wondering what people's intuitions before that comment is. You know, if I'm a clinical psychologist and I have to predict whether somebody is going to do something violent in the next year if I release them from the institution, let's just say show of hands. How many people would think that that's better based on clinical judgment? All right, so we're looking at maybe 10, 15%, something like that? All right, and so the rest of you presumably think that data is going to be better at that forecast? Yeah, not 90%. It's okay, not everybody voted. But in fact, that's true, right?
Yeah, I really apologize for destroying that punchline.
No, that's all right.
Yeah, no, that is the case. When you have a statistically validated tool, you stick with the tool. Clinical judgment does not matter how eminent the expert is. Do not take subjective judgment when you have this validated tool. However, the problem with life is that we encounter a vast number of problems for which we do not have these tools and which we probably never will have these tools, such as will Russia take Crimea? You do not have a tool for that. And so what Phil is doing is he's working with these volunteers and he's having them make subjective probability judgments. They are saying, how likely do I think it is that Russia will take Crimea? 60%, you know? It's very, very subjective. But what's really remarkable about what's happening is that he's getting amazing results. The top forecasters among this group are amazingly accurate. They are actually beating prediction markets composed of, can I say this officially? This has never been officially acknowledged. I read it in a newspaper once. They are beating an internal prediction market within the intelligence community consisting of intelligence analysts who have access to classified information. These are volunteers. One of them, one of my favorites, is he's a retired pipe layer in Nebraska. Yeah, and he's kicking the CIA's ass. So really, really interesting, fun stuff, and I hope you buy my book. Thank you.
Can you expand a little bit on Tetlock's earlier work, the expert political judgments? Because I'm not sure if everyone here is familiar with that.
Yeah, you've probably heard the punchline, which has been repeated everywhere. Phil did something really remarkable in the mid to late 1980s. He did the world's biggest experiment on the accuracy of expert predictions. He got some 280 experts to make a vast number of predictions over a large number of time frames, and he waited, and in 2005 he published the final results. I mean, this is literally how long this experiment took. And the punchline, which is repeated everywhere from this research, is that the average expert was about as accurate as a dart-throwing chimpanzee, bump, right? Because all the cynics like that, and unfortunately a lot of people take away from that prediction, forecasting is a fool's errand. We can't predict, the future is unpredictable, give up now. That's not what the research concluded. What he actually found was there were two statistically distinguishable groups of experts. One, they were a travesty. The other actually had modest but real predictive insight. And if you want to know how to distinguish between the two, the people who are a travesty, the people you should run away from, they're the people who dominate the media.
So let me sort of get this straight. So you're saying that in the prediction game, this is the will Russia invade Crimea, who's going to win the election, all that sort of thing. Generally, media figures do badly.
Generally, to flesh it out with my wiseacre response, basically what Phil found was there was an inverse correlation between fame and accuracy. The more famous the expert was, the less accurate he was, right? And if you look at the profile of the sort of expert who was an absolute disaster at forecasting, they have one analytical model. They use that analytical model over and over in different domains. They insist on pushing and pushing and pushing their analysis until they come to a conclusion, and because, of course, they push to a conclusion, they are very confident that conclusion is correct. So what have I just described? I've just described about 95% of the talking heads on television, haven't I, right? And these people are a disaster. And this is one of the big problems, is that, in fact, the media too often turn for analysis to the people who provide what we psychologically crave. We haven't discussed psychology here, but it's a critical piece of this puzzle. We psychologically crave certainty. When you go to an expert and the expert says, I think there's 6 factors involved, maybe 7 on the one hand, on the other hand, it doesn't feel like an answer, right? You remember Harry Truman said, I want to hear from a one-armed economist because I'm sick of hearing on the one hand and the other hand. That's human nature, right? And unfortunately, the media follow human nature, and so we consult those that we probably should not be consulting so much.
So now we're talking about prediction, which maybe is the clearest example that I've been able to find of where data is a clear win, right? Anytime we look at this stuff, whether it's clinical psychology or Tetlock's work, we see that some sort of systematic way wins. As long as you have more than one system, apparently, right? You can't always follow the same thing. So let's talk about predictions in journalism briefly. Obviously, there's election predictions. What other kinds of predictions are there? Because I think there's actually more than are generally realized. Amanda or Mark, do you want to take a stab at this? I realize that was a bit leading.
Most prolific is probably TV weather, right?
Sure.
Like if you think of weather as journalism, and weather drives a lot of audience to journalism, or historically has. So I think that's maybe the most prolific. I think you see it a lot in, I think the interesting prediction, I think predictions are all over all of our lives every day. So if you're working as a journalist, it's who is the person who is most likely to pick up the phone when I call them and say something interesting, right? Like that sort of prediction. It's not a formalized model, but I think that prediction drives all of our lives.
I guess I would, so obviously, maybe just on the subject of prediction, things are getting a lot more complicated in terms of data journalists feeling more empowered to take on stronger and stronger models, or to try more and more things. And I think that brings up, in a way, a transparency issue around those predictions or around the models that are being used. You quoted the two cultures. Leo Breiman had cited another pair of cultures around modeling, one that treats predictions like a black box, sort of data go in, these are the conditions, and what comes out is a prediction. And then the other culture says, sorry, yeah.
Sure.
So one culture is simply a black box, data go in, the substance of a prediction would go in, the things that go into making that prediction go in, and out comes the prediction. The other culture is more about peering into that box and learning something of the structure of what went into that prediction, what are the important variables, how do they relate to one another. There's a lot of, if you will, narrative possibilities inside an open box model that I know Amanda has used to great effect in some graphics in the Times and so on. So I think that, you know, that as sort of data journalists move from tabulating to mapping to to making predictions or making sort of model-based descriptions of what's present, there are interesting new sort of narrative implications for that.
I also think a lot about generalization, right? If you interview 5 students about student debt, and you know, they tell you about their hardships, and you write that article, there is an implicit claim in there that these 5 students represent all students, perhaps. So journalism actually, I think, does quite a lot of generalization without really looking at it too closely. You're nodding, I notice you're not. It's interesting, because you work in news and you don't. Either of you want to take that up?
Oh, I just think the placing of the blame is slightly misguided. If you, as a reader, think an article about 5 interesting students who may have totally interesting experiences and extrapolate that to all people, I don't think I would blame the author of that article for that extrapolation.
Could we have suggested that maybe they should have included the data on student debt if it were available? I mean,
it depends what kind of story you want to write. I think there are thousands of interesting stories that are stories just about one quirky individual, right? Like that it doesn't need to extrapolate. Like it depends like whether you are trying to attempt to write a story that conveys something about an aggregate or an average. Sure, absolutely. Like, is it irresponsible to talk to 3 people about their personal experiences if you're trying to change policy for an average student? Yes. Like if you're trying to share the interesting experience of one person who is struggling with student debt, like who cares if who cares if it extrapolates?
But the problem, I think, is that very often I don't think journalists take into account human nature. We extrapolate from experience. So if you have Uncle Fred who gave up smoking by some odd method, drinking pickle juice or whatever, people will conclude that how do you quit smoking? You drink pickle juice because Uncle Fred, it worked for him. That is absolutely normal human thinking. This is what we do. We extrapolate from experience. And so when we present anecdotes that are interesting and colorful and memorable, what do? We invite people to extrapolate that somehow these are meaningful insights into a larger problem. And we do that extrapolation all the time, which is why either you have to be very explicit and careful about what you're actually presenting, or you should look at the data and find the statistically representative example. I'll give you an example from a Canadian newspaper. The Globe and Mail did an enormous series on cancer. And they sent a reporter out and they said, we want to do profiles of every individual in Canada who dies of cancer on a particular day. Well, that's interesting. That's powerful stuff, right? And statistically representative, absolutely. So she went out and she did an enormous amount of work, and she came back and she said, I have a problem. They're all really old. Overwhelmingly, like virtually every single person, if you look at the people who die from cancer, they'll be overwhelmingly old. And that's just not, those aren't great stories, right? It's one extremely old person after another who lived a long life and then died of cancer. And the editors said, oh, well, those aren't good stories. And guess what they did? They went out and they did profiles. that was mainly skewed toward young people, and the face of the entire series, and believe me, it was a gripping story, was a 3-year-old who died of cancer, which is wildly unrepresentative. And as a result, what did they do? They implicitly told the population a falsehood about the nature of cancer.
So that's very interesting, and I've been involved in such stories myself from both sides. Which makes me ask the question, should journalism be representative? Should we be seeking to represent the experiences of a whole population, all students, as opposed to just those 3? And if so, representing who, and how would we even do that?
I mean, I think the cancer example is a great example of you pick your profile in some structured way, right? Like I think is one way to the how. I think if every project you did was done in some structured way, it would lead to a newspaper that was just pretty dull in some ways, or not compelling in the way that it would actually cause you to care about anything. I think.
I think also that maybe those sorts of interviews, the example you brought up about sort of juice or whatever as a cure for cancer, that there is something to be said about a kind of pre-data moment where you're trying to unlock what knowledge there might be in a community about a particular situation or a particular thing affecting them, and going through an interview process, maybe something that's more ethnographic or qualitative by nature, to figure out before you even start doing the broad data collection, which already assumes you know what variables to measure and how that condition needs to be translated into data and then analyzed, and the whole machine kicks in. Prior to cranking up the machine, you have to there's a spark, a source of something there first, and if the journalistic organization is charged with collecting the data and not just analyzing data as it exists, then some of that asking questions and figuring out, unlocking some of the knowledge in the community before you grind it under the statistical machine is probably worth taking the time to do.
Mark, I'm so glad you mentioned ethnography, because one of the ways in which this divide plays out is, ethnographers versus data scientists. And it feels really pointless to me at this point. I think it's easy to see that there are certain types of insights that you can only get from ethnography and vice versa. I think my favorite take on this was actually something that Chris Anderson pointed me to. He's here somewhere. It was an ethnography and big data conference at UC Santa Barbara a couple months ago, and in the abstract to that they said, well, traditionally people have said ethnography and data are on 2 sides of some line, but actually we think they're both on the same side of a line. It's the line that separates engaging with the world out there from theoretical work or lab studies. And I thought that was a useful perspective. The commonality there is they both involve going out and looking at the world.
Yeah, absolutely. This hits on something that's of particular interest to me. And an example from my own work, I did a lot of work on criminal justice. Very often you will see people who will say, for example, I support a strong mandatory minimum sentence for this crime because I believe it will make people safe. It will reduce crime. And then somebody like me comes along and goes to the criminology department and does a lot of work and produces all the research and says, actually, no, it's not a very cost-effective means of doing that. You really don't want to do that. And I can tell you what the response is. Almost invariably, the response is, yeah, well, I still support it because I believe it's just. What's really happening in that dialogue is that the empirical claim, this will reduce crime, this will keep us safe, isn't what's really driving the view. What's really driving the view is a different claim. Very often it's a moral claim. You mentioned gay marriage. Are they really going to change their position if they are told that there's some empirical evidence that for or against whether gay couples are effective parents, or whether, the cost to the legislature or whatever? those empirical questions aren't driving the discussion. But very often, that work where you talk about going out into the field and really talking to people, that's where you surface what's really the subterranean question. Very often, what I found, I'm not sure that this is necessarily as true in the United States as it is so much elsewhere, but very often, people in a modern context are uncomfortable, particularly with moral language, right? You don't make moral claims in the public sphere. So if you, for example, think that marijuana should remain illegal because you think it's immoral, it's just wrong, right? You don't say that. You don't put it that way. No, you say, well, no, if you legalize it, it will increase addiction and it will lead to more crime. You make an empirical claim, but that empirical claim is really just covering up a moral claim underneath. And as you say, it's the ethnographer who goes out and has that discussion who's going to get at that discussion underneath, which is a very rich way of doing journalism.
So unsurprisingly, we're coming around to the view that good journalism has to have both a data and a non-data component, which I think goes back to your wish, Amanda, which is that we stop calling it data journalism and it just becomes journalism.
It's not special.
It's not special. Oh, you're hurting my feelings. Okay, so I'm going to ask one last question, and then we will open it up to questions for everyone else. If the same data can be interpreted in different ways, where does that leave the concepts of truth and accuracy? What do we do? Is it all subjective? Are there standards for interpreting data?
This is the kind of thing I think Mark would do.
Yeah.
It's like
so not
dangerous.
fair. Look, this isn't something that's unique to journalism. Back in graduate school, I had a consulting job, which was probably one of the few consulting jobs I've ever done, and it was on the adjustment of the 1990 census. So now you know how freakishly old I am. So it was about whether or not it was a suit that was brought against the a number of big cities sued the federal government to adjust the U.S. Census because there was known undercount of minorities in big cities. And since federal money is tied to the census, getting those numbers wrong is really important. It's a real policy problem. So as a third-year graduate student, I found myself helping one of the faculty members. I did my degree at Berkeley. Two of them actually, with their testimony, doing simulations, running simulations, simulating censuses, simulating. The shtick here was that someone had put forward an adjustment process. Actually, John Tukey put forward an adjustment process, and Steve Feinberg at Carnegie Mellon. And so these are enormous figures in my field, and I was very small and will ever be small in comparison to these great thinkers. So they had put something forward, and the people I was working with, the faculty members at Berkeley, had pulled together a series of tests and simulations to try to show why this wasn't right. And here we had the two sets of giants in my field who were at complete odds about whether or not this worked. They came up with sort of completely different views on whether or not the census should be adjusted, and whether or not this particular procedure did anything but just move noise around. And I didn't fully understand the stakes of my profession until that moment, and also the complexities of drawing inferences and making sense of the world around you using math and computation as a tool to feel that world, that it's extremely complicated. And we try to cover it over and give it a smooth veneer. Like if you open up textbooks, how many of you have had an introductory statistics class? Right. How many of you enjoyed it, by the way? But I mean, an introductory textbook these days, if you follow it, the structure of it, the narrative it leads you through, is effectively the narrative one would follow if one had to prove the t-test, like why it worked, right? So there's a little thing about the central limit theorem, there's a little thing about estimators and so on. And actually, while on that table of contents, if you compare the table of contents of just about any modern textbook to Fisher's original book for research workers, you'll find that those two table of contents are largely the same. His book, however, being written in the 20s, current textbooks, and you'd hope that the state of data had changed somehow in the intervening years. But my point is that we treat it with a kind of veneer, like that it's not hard, that there's a formula, and if you put the thing in the formula, it'll tell you the answer and there's truth. What it doesn't tell you is about the intense arguments that Fisher and Neyman and Pearson went through to describe what it meant to learn from data, whether it's taking a subjectivist view of probability or a frequentist view of probability. It's a hard problem to learn from data and to read the signals in nature and to take those and tell a story from them. And it's a story that goes back maybe to 1660 with the beginning of probability, right? So it's an old and it's a hard question, and it's one that I think we, as statisticians, have tried to make look simple, but in fact, it's a really difficult one, and about which there's still a lot of debate and a lot of ongoing sort of angst. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and unfortunately too well.
Okay.
So I'll ask my final follow-up then. But I mean, if we want to improve the quality of data journalism, or now just journalism as we're calling it, you know, we saw an upside-down chart this morning, right? Like, surely there's got to be some sort of best practices or standards or things that we can say are wrong. Those things exist, right?
Yeah, well, you know, look at the way science actually works, right? Because this is fundamentally, this is the great question of science, right? How do you get truth? The way science actually works isn't that someone shouts eureka and they have truth and it's chiseled into a granite monument, right? What it is someone makes a claim, someone else counters that claim, and then they argue about it furiously, and it goes on for years and decades until a generation of scientists dies and everyone agrees that this is true. That's the way science works. It's horrible and ugly and messy, and it takes a long time. But that's exactly the way it played out there, right? Because you had all sorts of people who said, wait, that doesn't make any sense, and there was catcalls and food thrown and so on, and rightly so, because it was pretty outrageous. But what's interesting is, because of the tools of data journalism, because this is all happening online, it's happening at a level of collaboration. You know, the possibilities of collaboration, the possibilities of exactly that sort of pure critique, which is fundamental to basic science, which in the 18th century and the 19th century and the 20th century took forever because they were all sending their little missives by passenger pigeon or whatever. These things can happen at lightning speed now. But that's the critical thing, is to understand that, you know, it's not one scientist who is authoritative and has the truth. It is scientists after arguing for a great long time. Hence, it's not one data journalist who will be authoritative and find the truth. It is that great collective argument that eventually thrashes out the truth.
I agree. I mean, I think one thing in the science program here we teach about that process of science, the messy human process, the arming up, that it's more like a knife fight than anything else, right? I do want to be a little cautionary here, but in a different way. I mean, I think that there's, so again, to go back to I didn't realize I'd be reflecting so much on graduate school, but at some point I spent an entire semester in my applied statistics class with a stack of readings that was about this big. And it was 2 or 3 articles from every possible journal, from every possible field you could imagine. And we spent the next 15 weeks slowly tearing each and every one of them apart. Why it was wrong, why what they were doing was incorrect, why they couldn't draw the conclusions they were, and it left me completely paralyzed for a year. I couldn't make a single thing without that critical voice coming in. And I want to be a little careful about the criticalness here. And I didn't want to mention this, but I had gotten invited a couple weeks ago to take part or to address. We're about to have the joint statistical meetings in August. How many of you have been to a joint statistical meeting? Ah, come on. It's like 4,000 statisticians in one place, right? All the major statistical organizations get together. It's a raucous time, right? Especially because up until a couple years ago, the first night used to end with a party and a dance. And I tell you, there was nothing more exciting than the dance at the campus. Anyway, so I got invited to give a talk to the heads of these major statistical organizations, like the Royal Statistical Society, the American Statistical Association, people, again, that I don't know that I have a lot. Anyway, so, and they had given me a topic. Having looked at my background, having looked at where I am, they gave me a topic. And the topic was, is data journalism an oxymoron? Why reporters get it wrong and how to set it right. And I wrote back to them that I found this deeply offensive. Like, first of all, they didn't do their homework and they don't know where I'm teaching. But secondly, I sincerely believe that statisticians and many of the sort of quantitative fields, the data science, the computing science fields, have quite a lot to learn from journalists. In fact, I wrote back, I said to the poor guy who wasn't expecting my response, I said, I'm happy to do this, but I find the topic offensive. I'm in a school of journalism now, and I think we as statisticians have a lot more to learn from journalists than they have to learn from us. Sure, there's some basic training in statistical literacy that J schools could do a better job at, but journalists can teach statisticians about telling compelling stories with data, about finding socially important stories in data, and about wrenching statistics from the soul-sucking grasp of mathematics. So I'm happy to participate in your discussion, but not unless we reframe it. But I think that there's a real mistake to think I think there's a mistake in overemphasizing where we get it wrong. Yes, we need to set best practices. Yes, we need to take control over the metaphors and the abstractions that we are using day to day. We should be tool builders and not tool users. As journalists, we have ethics and values that our tools and the things that we need to do that are unique, right? And I think that it can be a kind of trap to spend too much time fixating on places where we get it wrong. I would really like to see places where we get it right heralded, because I think that that's the way that we can start to push things forward.
Thank you. That was wonderful, especially the, what was it, the dead grasp of mathematics? Soul-sucking, thank you. Adjectives. All right, so we've got a little bit of time for questions. So please, yeah, stepping up to the mic. Is that how we're doing it? Awesome.
Hi, that was great. But I do want to play devil's advocate for a minute against what I see as a reasonable consensus, which is that adjectives should be gotten rid of. First of all, that would mean that conferences like this are a bad idea and we should stop having them. Two, saying that it's just journalism and that's it would sort of be like ending, Michel Foucault ending madness and civilization by saying, well, you know, if we do it right, it's all just good mental health care. So to make this a question...
That should have gotten a better laugh than that. That should have been...
You got it. So why do you all feel the need, this is the question, why do you all feel the need to do that? Why not do what a social scientist would do, which is to embrace the difference and say this is something new and unique and no one has ever done it before? Why do you want to say it's all just good journalism?
I will claim that I think journalism as an entity has a longer tradition of great work. So if you want to attach yourself to great work and encourage yourself to think that the positive examples and the best possible examples are what I am aspiring to do, the fewer adjectives, the better.
I think also you could look, journalism is not unique in the sense that it's having a number done on it by data. So if you look at the humanities through the digital humanities, if you look at geography, if you look at architecture, if you look at design, each of these fields, every single field on campus is having a moment where the effects of measurement, quantification are having an effect, and they are fundamentally having to change what they teach and how they teach it. And you can track each of these disciplines, like architecture, when forms stopped being found through drawing and started being found through the computer, right? There's a tick that happens. There's a tick that happened in geography with the introduction of GIS. There's a tick that happened in design with the introduction of a language called processing. There's a tick that happened in typography. There are these tick moments that happen, and they're happening across campus. The digital humanities are happening now, where they're wrestling with what it means to have the core artifacts of their practice turned into something that's open to a kind of data investigation. On the other side of that, it will be what you find is that there isn't sort of computational architecture. It's architecture, right? They have absorbed the tools, they have absorbed the techniques, and it becomes one and the same. It's not to say that there aren't unique characteristics, but I think we are experiencing a tick moment, a moment where we'll tip over, and more of our people will be sort of better able to do these things, and then it will be part of the ethos of the discipline. But that's spoken from a statistician standpoint. I'm not a journalist by training, so you can ignore all of that.
You are a J-School professor, I hasten to
Well,
point
all right,
out.
but it doesn't say that. It says the Brown Institute here.
Oh,
so
well,
that's,
okay.
Well, I mentioned this through Twitter a few minutes ago, but as a follow-on to the question of should journalism be representative or should it be focused on certain groups, the issue fundamentally becomes, is it even feasible to be truly representative, to have actually truly representative sample? And even if you get to that point, if you can't have anything truly representative, couldn't you still get some viable data? For instance, there's a refrain over Internet Week that even, you're maybe familiar with the photo of all the Foursquare check-ins around Manhattan and such. And then the presenter asked how many use Foursquare, and 5 hands raised, about 100. Says, is a representative sample? Well, no, but you could still get plenty of insights from whatever data is there, even how matter abundant it is. So what's your view on it? Is it even feasible, and would even be something that we should ultimately desire to make it truly representative?
So I think your question in short form is it
it
even
feasible
possible to do representative journalism?
Yeah.
And can we learn from non-representative
Yes.
journalism? Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Well, we've got 2 statisticians on the panel here. Do you want to try this one, Amanda?
I mean, yeah, sure, it's close. I mean, is it ever possible to be true representative? That's like it's a field day of groups that are hard to sample, and all kinds of like issues like close to truly representative, sure. But I think I would argue that I enjoy my journalism being biased toward interestingness, right? Like I am willing to accept that trade-off of bias toward interestingness. And maybe that, so, can we get closer to representative I think for some stories, like, sure. Is it always desirable? I don't think the answer is yes to always desirable.
But I think the key thing is when representativeness is not possible, it must be flagged. And the problem is it's very often not. Again, an example from personal experience. I've worked in Russia. If you find a Russian on the street who can speak English, you have found a very unrepresentative Russian. And yet, what do you see foreign reporters do when there's a story in Russia? Well, man in the street interview, and somebody with a thick Russian accent is talking to you in English. But they don't flag and say, by the way, the very fact that this person is speaking English probably tells you that they're really, really different than the average Russian in the street. I just wish we would flag that sort of thing.
Part of the problem of flagging, I mean, so part of the problem of flagging is that if you have a really badly designed set of data, it may be really, really hard to say where the deficiencies are. Right, so just to say, well, this isn't representative, doesn't really get you off the hook because it's right. So I think, but I think also that data journalism, part of its, at least in the classes that I've taught so far, many of the data sets the students bring in, there aren't really questions of representativeness or what have you, because they're bringing in a complete set of something. Right, so here's everything that we know about this thing, right, and it's all the users of this or all the particular things that happened here. And so in some sense, they can make even stronger, like they want to attach some statistical significance or something. I was like, you don't need that. You're done with it, right? There is no randomness here. We can't, I mean, I mean, unless you're as subjective as there's a limit to like how you have to work really hard to put a probabilistic framework on this, and so you're done. It's a gold star, right? So anyway.
Thank you.
So I wanted to go back to something earlier about this point on maybe empiricism, the use of data to say that something is true or not. I live and work in DC, and a lot of people say things that aren't true there.
It's a bold statement.
And they'll often be using the same data. You always go back to Daniel Patrick Moynihan. Right? Well, people don't have the same facts anymore. All you have to do is look at the debate around climate change. Is it anthropogenic or not? Administration is taking a huge bet right now by releasing a ton of data online, Climate Data Initiative, saying use this stuff, do projections. State and local governments are saying, thank you, we'll use that to try to figure out what's going to happen so that we can pre-position and change things. So interesting policies like Harvard saying, you know what, we think we're going to get hotter, so we're going to equip our new dorm rooms with ACs. So the question I have is maybe a tougher one in a journalism school, but is this stuff, the use of data and going after the scientific method with it, going to enable more news organizations to call bullshit on politicians lying? I'm really interested in this because I see this pop up a lot in the policy discussions in DC. We had this project going up. So hope President Obama uses this so that instead of listening to X person saying my gut tells me, they'll say yes, but the data shows this. Is that going to happen? What are the barriers to it? What are the challenges here? Because it seems like as a society, as a world, we're putting a lot of faith in this group of people doing better with the data to tell us what's true or not. But there's some cultural issues around saying the he said, she said thing is something we can leave behind.
Wow, okay, so are journalists going to be able to use data to call bullshit on politicians? That's a good one.
Do you know, I'm going to use the worst possible form of evidence to answer that question. Personal perception. I've been a journalist since 1997, and I've spent a lot of that time calling bullshit on politicians. Sort of a hobby. And I have to say, I really see improvement. I really genuinely do. In fact, I would cite a couple of examples which are playing out right now, but they're Canadian politics, and I know Americans don't follow Canadian politics. But that is in fact happening. We could cite all the the websites, the fact checkers, and all the rest of it. And a lot of people, what I find interesting about this debate about is it even worth it? We spend all this time fact checking, and then of course, if you're familiar with the psychological research, you know how biased, how people and transigent people can be, right? In the face of contrary evidence. Will this actually change anything? And my answer is, well, that's human nature, and there has been some progress over the age of our species, and so you have to have at least a certain modicum of faith that actually, no, we can make incremental improvement. But I think it's more than incremental. I think with information technology, I think what's happened in particularly the last 5 years, is pretty remarkable. I think there are fewer stories about, the effects of the communication strategy, what this means for the Clinton campaign or whatever. I think there's less of that happening going on. And when a politician really tells a whopper, something that's very clearly not true, 2 + 2 = 5, they really do suffer for it, and they get chased for it in a way that they haven't in the past.
There's a whole side of the political spectrum that's rewarding that kind of behavior.
Yep.
Right, so
I mean, so you could never stand up and say Robinson Cano is only batting .220 right now.
Yeah.
And everyone can see that's not true. And yet people can stand up and say that climate change isn't happening, even though 2 papers out of 13,000 published in the last 2 years say that it is.
Yeah.
So
how do we reconcile that?
I guess so. I can say that part of it, at least, so here, now that I sit in a J school, part of what we're trying to do is help the journalists get the skills to be able to call bullshit, to do that, right, confidently. But I think, and the only reason I think that I was able to make this case to the dean or to my colleagues when I've had to propose courses is that I don't think that this is purely a reflex of journalism. I think this is something that we have to deal with at a K through 12 level, that the teaching of statistics, for better for worse at the moment, is a bit like a math class. And it is very far away from being able to deal with real-world problems like this. And in fact, I think that there's interesting opportunities to hybridize something like journalistic education along with sort of data training at the K through 12 level, so that you have sufficient scaffolding that the students can learn about climate change, can learn about obesity, can learn about bullying in the schools, can talk about all of these things that they can't talk about in current probability and statistics classes because they're taught by algebra teachers. Not that there's anything wrong with an algebra teacher, but there's not scaffolding in a math class to talk about socially relevant issues. There needs to be a place where you can talk about socially relevant issues in the context of data and how decision making is made and how case making is made. And I think that there's an interesting hybrid with journalism and sort of data technology that's possible at a K through 12 level that could really change things, because this is not just about journalism. The stakes really are about sort of our citizens more broadly.
Thank you. And on that note, I'm afraid we have to wrap up this panel. I'd like to thank all our panelists again for a very lively conversation.
Thanks so much, guys. That was fabulous. We are going to take about 10 or 15 minutes now. There's lunches at the back of the room, and we actually have 4 short talks about Tau research projects ongoing right now that we're going to start just after 1 o'clock, so say in 15 minutes.
I just want to tell you, I like just as a reader, and I just it's just so it's newspapers just aren't doing that stuff. It really does me.
Brings you back to that
I feel like this one of these research reports. Well, you know, it's hard.
Yeah. But that's why prediction is so interesting, because it ties you to the standard.
Yeah, this is why you should be interested in research. Because we're talking basically about how can you judge predictions of problems that you think big that is actually the general predictions that blows up your apartment.
Well, yeah, so, but you can say that certain propositions are easier to judge.
Yes, exactly. There's degrees of, right? Some of them are very clear. Sure, you know, absolutely. But I gotta say, your comment, publicly marriage, you said, and note that this is a prediction. That, if this is really what I slip it
It is cold in here. I don't know if in the front of the room.
Hi everyone, we hope you're enjoying your lunch. For those in need of a gluten-free meal or a kosher meal, please see Charles at the back, he'll raise his hand. We have those available. And also, we're gonna get started in about 5 minutes, so kindly take a lunch and a seat.
That's all right.
And then your slides are, you keep the slides, right?
Yeah.
So you just minimize this and then there's the file.
Okay.
Folder and it has everything.
Great.
Great to see you.
Yeah, likewise.
You got your work.
The latest one back. I know the system knows when I gotta wait. But yeah, the first
you
one.
know it'll take Dion. You can make it fast. I'm sorry.
No. I should have asked more about the bureaucracy and what I should be doing.
You're not the only one that had some notes. But how's your project?
It's going well. I actually haven't because I haven't needed one.
Oh, okay.
So, and one thing I'm going to want to figure out is how exactly I want to wrap this up. Because it's basically taking me this long just to do the research and I have to do it. Well, that, yes and no. I mean, so I guess I need to work backwards with Taylor to figure out.
Yeah,
and then when
it gets quiet in the summer now, like I think they're gonna launch Susan. She's snow movement, and then I think Phil Howard's coming out in August.
well,
It's supposed to
I
launch
guess
in May, but
my point with all this, I'm perfectly happy to wait until the fall.
I think you can basically dictate what you want to do. You're like, I want to come in September.
Yeah, I like doing something fresh at the beginning.
Just so you know.
Right.
It's still about
Exactly why.
But if you don't put your money in,
When is Taylor's last meeting?
So his last full-time was at 16:30, and it was part-time. I got about that. I don't know how that's yet.
So he'll still be a point of contact.
Yeah, he's still your point of contact. So and if you don't get money,
Got it.
so I don't want to leave anyone else.
Yeah, I totally understand.
They're going to bring out a new person soon and have them sign the contract.
Right. I just know I'm last now rather than first. Yeah. I'm just going to grab a seat in the front row.
All right, everyone. I think we're going to start with our talks for lunch here. So we just wanted to give you a chance over lunch to hear some of the ongoing TAO projects. These will all be, we have about 10 that are still ongoing, all scheduled to finish in the fall. So there's going to be a lot of sort of presentation and events and conferences through the fall, formally launching these, but we wanted to give you a bit of a taste. So we have 4 quick talks about ongoing projects. The first, I want to bring up Brian Abelson and Michael Keller. Brian was a open news fellow at the New York Times working with James Robinson on news analytics, and now is at a data portal site called Enigma that Alex mentioned earlier today. And Michael Keller is a former student here who is now at Al Jazeera America working on the interactives desk. Guys, what was it?
Yeah, sure. Hi, yeah, so we're working on a project called News Links with the TAO Center, and we'll, okay, right on. Yeah, sure. So News Links is 2 different things. One is a suite of open source tools for doing online analytics, and this comes out of the work that I did at the Times, as well as one of our colleagues, Stan DeBrouwer, who worked on some stuff as an Open News Fellow at The Guardian. And this will sort of include 3 different facets of tools. Tools for collecting and archiving analytical data, for analyzing and exploring it, and then also a sort of front-end platform for visualizing this data and generating reports that you could give to your staff or to funders, et cetera.
But it's also a research project, so once we get a prototype of the platform, we're giving it to mostly nonprofit investigative-focused newsrooms to see how they use it, to see if it solves their problems, and see what they're doing currently in the field of kind of impact assessment and that type of qualitative as well as quantitative looks at their work. And from what we learned this morning, there's a lot of data out there, especially in metrics. So much so that you can make a really ugly word cloud about all the different companies that take in all this information and all the options a newsroom has. So we're certainly not looking to replicate any one of these. It'll have kind of a quantitative side to it, but there are people already out there doing a lot of that. So our approach is a little bit different.
Yeah, so NewsLinks is different in the sense, well, 1, it's open source, but 2, we're really looking to harmonize data from many different sources. So if you talk to someone like Annika at Chalkbeat, who's doing this sort of work already, they will tell you that they spend a lot of their time going into one dashboard, a Google Analytics dashboard, and then they check their email for alerts from another dashboard, and then they go look at Bitly, and then they go look at Twitter, and they look at Facebook, and most of their work comprises collecting data from lots of different sources and putting it into one spreadsheet. So one thing that we're going to do is try to do that programmatically. We're going to try to take all these different sources of data and do the work out of the box to combine them and put them in a format that makes it easier to analyze. We're also very interested in this question of qualitative impact, and it was discussed in the first panel as a sort of impossible task. We think that sort of quote-unquote ANIC data is just as important, if not more important, than quantitative data. And so we're hoping to create a framework for attaching anecdotal outcomes to stories in a way that allows you to make comparisons both across different articles and across different newsrooms. And one of the sort of tasks involved in this will be creating a sort of loose taxonomy of impact. What is the importance of a mention versus a citation versus a legislative change, and giving names and labels to all these things. We're also different in the sense that we're designing this primarily with the needs of nonprofit, investigative-oriented newsrooms in mind. And that's important because if you ask
the market to solve these problems, they would not, because nonprofit organizations can't afford the sort of higher level, more expensive tools. So we're hoping to solve a problem by giving out free, useful tools.
And the other part of doing it is this kind of research project is, and working with these nonprofit investigative newsrooms, is they have this set series of stakeholders that are there that aren't kind of advertising dollars in many cases, but there are people that are interested, either readers who give donations or foundations or just individual funders who are looking for something and who are looking for something out of that journalism and want questions answered to see what the newsroom is doing. So the first part of what we're looking at is kind of what is kind of the state of how these newsrooms are thinking about their work. What are people doing already out there, and are there any kind of standardizations that we can look at? And then kind of aspirationally, like what would they ideally want that they think would really help them? Really save time is what a lot of what we've been hearing so far, but also things that they just can't see currently or have a really kind of analog way of keeping track of. Like, oh, I go into Google Alerts and I have this list and I write them down in this notebook. Kind of what are those pain points that they would really love to get rid of, and how could a platform help with that? And then once we kind of spread it across these multiple organizations, what are their commonalities? Are people defining impact in kind of the same ways? Are there patterns of stories that are most impactful that they see? And we'll be writing that up at the end of our research, beginning of next year in a white paper.
So we sort of have an initial sketch of what the actual software component of this will look like. One of the things that's component is something that, as I mentioned, Stan DeBrouwer worked on called Pollster, and what it will do is give you a time series of social media shares for any given article. This is something that currently to get you would have to pay a lot for to one of these sort of social analytics platforms. We'll also be integrating with existing analytics providers like Google Analytics and possibly others like Chartbeat. One thing that I think we've realized and didn't really know from the start that's very important, especially for smaller nonprofit news organizations, is picking up all the different times that they're mentioned in other sources, or even more importantly, that their work is republished. I know that ProPublica has built tools to figure out when their stories, which are all come with a Creative Commons license, are republished by many different newsrooms. Other nonprofit news organizations do this, but they don't have the tools or the ability to track every time their stories are republished. As I mentioned before, we're also going to integrate this idea of a qualitative tagging system so that you can look at both the quantitative and qualitative impact of a story. And then on top of this, one of the things that these organizations are asked to do a lot is submit a report at the end of a grant or at the end of a fiscal year about what their impact was, and hopefully we'll be able to sort of help them generate these in a more seamless fashion.
So what we've done so far, we have a survey out. We're still collecting responses if you want to say how your newsroom is working. We have kind of initial data ingestion framework up. We have some wireframes that are preliminary still. These are kind of our next steps as we're going. And we'll hopefully have kind of a beta product to launch midsummer, and then about 6 months of observation. And if you wanted to help us out, our survey is up at newslinks.org/impact survey. And you can get in touch with us at contact@newslinks.org.
Thanks, guys. Okay, next is Nick Diakopoulos, who's been a fellow with us for the year. Did a great report that I highly recommend looking up on our website on algorithmic reporting. And Nick is a computer scientist. Now journalist, I think officially, since he just got hired at Maryland Journalism School. So Nick, want to come tell us about algorithms?
Thanks, Taylor. Let me just, are we all on the same slide deck here? No, I probably have to switch. switch slides. Oh, the May 30th. I think PowerPoint just crashed. Yeah, here we go. Technology. So thank you for the introduction, Taylor. Yes, I'm Nick Diakopoulos, PowerPoint master here. I wanted to do a little bit of a reprise of a report that the Tau Center published in February of some research that I've been thinking about on algorithmic accountability reporting and thinking about computer science and journalism and how to integrate the notion of the investigation of algorithms into journalism. So my background is computer science, though I'm definitely stepping into this world of journalism now, and as Taylor mentioned, I'll be joining the University of Maryland this fall. So a while back, Lawrence Lessig actually had this brilliant quote that he wrote that he said, we should interrogate the architecture of cyberspace as we interrogate the code of Congress. And this was sort of prescient 14 years ago when he was really driving at this idea that the architecture of systems and the code and algorithms that run those systems can be a powerful influence on our liberty, and that they are deserving of scrutiny by society and perhaps also by journalists. So let me give you a brief example of algorithmic power. So last fall, the New York Times published a very nice investigation piece about a number of sites that were starting to go out and aggregate mugshot photos online. So mugshot photos are public record. They're posted on police websites. You can go out and grab them, download them, and these sites are putting them in a database and then search engine optimizing, so SEOing these photos so that if I type your name in the Google search engine and you have a mugshot photo, your photo would pop up as perhaps the top result. Now, having a mugshot online might be a little embarrassing. It might affect your ability to develop relationships or find employment and so on. And so what these sites were doing was they were essentially extorting money from people to remove their mugshot photos from those rankings. So, as a society, we may not love that this kind of activity is going on, and so there's a few different levers on behavior that we can use. We can go the legal route, and some states have started to institute new laws that curtail the ability of these kinds of mugshot sites to use mugshot photos, particularly for people who weren't convicted. We can go the money route. We can try and we choke off these sites by using levers like Visa or MasterCard to deny payments so that they can't actually collect money from these people. Or, in fact, what ended up happening was that Google employed an algorithmic strategy to exert algorithmic power over this situation. And so what they did was, by reweighting the ranking algorithm in search, now when I search your name on Google, even if you have a mugshot photo, it wouldn't be in the top 10, maybe it would be down past 50 or 100. It would be further on down the ranking, and we know that most people only look at the first couple of pages of search results. So this vastly mitigates the problem of people being exposed and being extorted for that. So, this isn't just, search engines. This is happening all throughout online media, Amazon recommendations, news commenting systems, review systems like Yelp. I've been getting very interested in things like these sharing platforms like Airbnb and Uber and the way that they use algorithms to optimize those markets and what those optimizations mean for the people using those platforms. This little tag cloud shows a number of different examples of where I found algorithms being used in business and government, and you can see, things, everything from welfare management to advertising systems, predictive policing, credit scores, and on and on and on. Algorithms are really, really becoming totally pervasive in society, including in areas of romance. So there was a brilliant cartoon in the New Yorker earlier this year. You have a sort of irritated looking woman looking over at this guy scowling at her, and she says, "I'd like to meet the algorithm that thought we'd be a good match." And I think this cartoon actually puts its finger on a very important problem, which is that these algorithms aren't accountable to us. We don't really know how they're working, but we might wonder, we wonder, why did this algorithm think that we would be a good match? So it's this issue of algorithmic obfuscation. Algorithms are very opaque. There's a very real technical complexity that acts as a barrier to people sort of understanding what's going on with the algorithm. And they're often conceived of as black boxes, so sealed off from the outside world, sort of doing their magic inside, and making it very difficult for us to understand what's going on. So this sort of motivated a number of research questions, which my research project this year addressed. Things like, how can we characterize the bias or power of an algorithm? When might algorithms be making mistakes, or when might they be wronging us? Could they be discriminating against certain populations, for instance? And of course, given the traditional role of journalists as the fourth estate, how might journalists play into holding algorithmic power to account in the same way that they hold government or corporate power to account? So how might we actually go about doing such investigations of algorithms to hold them accountable for how they're exerting power over us? One approach might be to start looking at methods of reverse engineering algorithms. So given that we have a black box, we can actually start looking at the inputs and outputs of that black box. So there's on the input side, we can start poking that algorithm in a number of different ways and looking at how the algorithm responds to each of those pokes. And by correlating those two things, we can start to come to some understanding of what might be occurring within that box. We can start to develop a theory. We can start to build a story about what might be happening in that black box. So there's a very nice example of this from the media from late 2012, where the Wall Street Journal actually was doing some reverse engineering analysis and looking at price discrimination. And in particular, what they were looking at, the black box they were examining were online e-commerce sites, so Staples in this example. And on the input side of the black box, they were varying the geography of the person visiting the site as well as the user profile, so the cookie profile of who was visiting the site. And then on the output side, they were looking at the prices that were displayed on the site. And so if you do this enough different times and you're thoughtful about how you're sampling that black box, you can start to build a story of what's going on. So here's a map of what they found. So dark green is higher prices, dark gray is lower prices. This is a map of Iowa. And you can see that in sort of urban areas, you're finding lower prices, and in some of the more rural counties, you're finding higher prices. If you zoom in a little bit more, you can and overlay the locations of Staples as well as competitors. You see that in areas where Staples has a competitor, they're giving the lowest price, whereas in zip codes where they don't have a competitor, so those are the red dots, they're surrounded by this dark green, so higher prices. So, nothing terribly surprising there, right? I mean, they're competing on price. Competition drives down price. But it does sort of raise this question of, wasn't the internet supposed to equalize things for us? There's certainly a potential there to offer everyone the same price, but in reality what's happening is that you're finding the more rural, more socioeconomically challenged counties paying higher prices for things. So what other stories might we find from algorithms? We might think about how an algorithm is discriminating against someone, is providing a loan to someone. Is it being unfair in some way that we think is important to remediate in society? Is it making a mistake that denies a service? So some algorithms are now being used for social service management, welfare management. We want to make sure that that if there is an error in an algorithm that has a consequential decision for someone in the situation, that we sort of have some way of assessing that. Algorithms certainly can censor information. China uses algorithms for doing this. A number of regimes use algorithms for doing censorship. There's also censorship on almost every news site that uses software for moderating comments, for instance. We might think about how algorithms break laws or social norms. So I've done some work on reverse engineering Google auto-completion. So this is the thing where you start typing and it gives you a list of, do you want to search for this instead? And how that relates to things like defamation. So if I start typing your name and it says, so-and-so is a prostitute, or so-and-so is a thief. In the US, you can't sue Google for that. In some other countries, you can. And so this brings up the interesting question of, at what point do we start thinking of algorithms as entities that can actually defame someone else, and under what conditions can we hold those algorithms accountable? We might also look for stories where algorithms are making false predictions. So the algorithm predicted that the hurricane was going to come in 100 miles north of where it did. How did that affect those communities that were hit as a result of that? So if there's one thing that I learned from writing this report, it's that there's tons of work to do in this space. There's lots of open questions. I hope some of you will talk to me afterwards about where this is all heading. Just a few sort of high-level ideas here of what's coming next. Thinking about how to teach journalists to do this kind of reporting. It's not just about programming. It's also about being able to ask the right questions of that black box. It's about computational thinking. It's about being able to abstract and model. It's about critical thinking in the investigation of algorithms. There are some fascinating legal issues here. I would love to collaborate with legal scholars on this. Questions about the DMCA and the CFAA and the legitimacy for journalists to be able to do these kinds of investigations. There's fascinating questions about algorithms in the newsroom. So now that bots and other sort of automated news technologies that we've heard mentioned here and which will be discussed further in a panel later, now that these are becoming more commonplace in newsrooms, how do we figure out the best ways to communicate to the public that we're using these things? Does the public editor of the future also need to be an algorithmic ombudsman to be explaining how we're using these algorithms in the process of providing evidence for any sort of story that we're working on? And then finally, what might a transparency policy look like for algorithms to, make that black box more of a white box, something that's a little bit transparent, so that we can see into it and understand a little bit about the criteria, the data that may be factoring into it, and maybe make it a little bit more palatable to us and a little bit more trustworthy to us. So with that, I guess we're not taking questions, but if you're interested in contacting me, my contact information is there. Also, if you want to find the report, it's online, or we have printouts, I believe, at the back of the room. So thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Just want to call up Susan McGregor, who is a professor here at the Tau Center and has been working on a project that's part of a broader range of work we're doing on the intersection of surveillance and journalism. So it all fits into a project called Journalism After Snowden. And Susan's been working on journalistic or security tools for journalists.
Tiniest thing I've ever seen. So many windows.
Hi, everyone. So as Taylor mentioned, my name is Susan McGregor. I'm an assistant professor here. I'm also the assistant director of the Tau Center for Digital Journalism. And actually about a year ago, I began doing work about a year ago when, of course, as we all know, Edward Snowden shared his revelatory documents with some important news organizations. We began finding out about activities, surveillance activities that the US government was conducting on all kinds of digital communications. And this was a topic that I had been interested in actually for a couple of years. 2 years ago, I was part of a team that actually developed an application, a mobile app for secure, anonymous, authenticated source communication targeted at journalists. And these are actually some issues that have been around for quite some time, but I think they've kind of come to all our attention with remarkable clarity in the last 12 months or so. And so for the past year, I've actually been working with people who do many of them do human rights training, people who are experts in digital security, legal scholars, to try to kind of put together a picture of where we are in terms of digital surveillance. In other words, what do we know about what's possible from a technical perspective? What do we know about what our rights are from a legal perspective? And what are the strategies for journalists that we can use to address these issues in the present, as well as what are the things that as an industry and a profession we need to be thinking about working towards for the future to make sure that we can protect our sources and, of course, our practice. So the focus of this paper is sort of around the issue, is really around the issue of source protection. If we don't have sources, we don't have journalism. We have to make sure that people are willing to talk to us, that they're willing to share their stories and their information with us. And there are a number of different ways in which we see this threatened. And so I'm just going to, in the next few minutes, present a few highlights from the report, which will be released in full in the middle of next month. Source protection is non-negotiable. I'm sorry, this is very small somehow on this screen. One big issue that we know, given ongoing lawsuits, is that the Justice Department has made clear that these are cases that will continue to be vigorously pursued. They will continue to vigorously pursue leakers and leaking of documents. I think a very salient quote on this came from a Justice Department official quoted in the New York Times, who said, "As a general matter, prosecutions of those who leaked classified information to reporters have been rare, due in part to the inherent challenges involved in identifying the person responsible for the illegal disclosure and in compiling the evidence necessary to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt." This is very salient in both the cases of James Rosen and James Risen that are ongoing now. The issue here has to do with what many of you may already know is digital metadata, the information that gets sent along with our digital communications, whether those are telephone, cell phone calls, visiting websites, or sending email being one of the most salient illustrations. The use of digital information targeting to target journalists and communications is not reserved to the federal government or to those who are covering national security issues. So Dispatch, which is the application that I developed with some colleagues here at the engineering school and with engineers at Stanford, a couple of years ago, I remember going to the Online News Association conference and presenting this work and sort of getting interest and feedback. And at the time, there were a lot of folks who said to me, "Oh, well, I only do reporting in the US, I don't need to worry about that." And I think even since the Snowden revelations, one sort of common refrain has been that, well, I don't do national security reporting, I don't need to worry about that. Well, the reality is, this is just one example of a story from USA Today. There's a technology known as stingrays. These are devices that can essentially be used to mimic a cell phone tower and used to triangulate the location of a cell phone signal. And this, while many of these are in the possession of the federal government, they regularly share them with local and state law enforcement, and they are used to identify communications. Another aspect of this is simply the fact, which maybe many of us already know, which is that journalists and journalistic organizations are prime targets for state-sponsored hacking attempts. This is to say nothing of anything else, but this is a small handful of the organizations that in the last year or so have had publicly revealed that they were the subject of coordinated hacking attempts, much of it by the Chinese government. But in all of these, there is also the sense in certain cases that the target of this was to identify sources. The primary objective was to identify who was providing information to these news organizations. And I know from speaking from some people in the industry, particularly with respect to China, that the revelations about what can be obtained about digital communications have had a chilling effect. Anecdotally, folks who cover this stuff would tell you the same thing. People are less willing to speak. The other thing is that the law is in limbo. So 2 cases that were decided within the last year One, which is ACLU versus Clapper, was filed almost exactly a year ago, which was challenging the constitutionality of bulk metadata collection, of kind of sweeping up the communications information of these organizations. That has since been appealed to the Second Circuit, and so the outcome of that is unclear, but was originally struck down. So essentially that case said it is constitutional to do this bulk metadata collection. Another case called Clayman versus Obama, which was filed at the end of last year, a district judge in the DC circuit came to the opposite conclusion, stating that perhaps the collection of bulk metadata collection was not constitutional. Unfortunately for us, the Supreme Court declined to hear that case last month, which means that we have competing decisions at the same level with contradictory conclusions, and we see this also in cases involving reportorial privilege as well. So unfortunately, there is not a lot of clarity about what our rights are with respect to the law. So given all of this, the question is, what do we need to do? And obviously the final report will go into all of these issues in much more detail. But I think that there are kind of three primary things that as a profession and as an industry we need to start thinking about. One is to educate. This is often a challenging thing. Whether you speak to journalists or digital security experts, there's often a sense of helplessness about improving these situations. And the reality is that, and I will say that I have a very technical background, and it took me a long time to get my head around these things, but it's possible, and hopefully it will be easier now. This is one thing that the report really focuses on, is kind of trying to highlight the salient issues and the practical applications of these things. But we need to educate ourselves about what is visible, enough about how these systems work to be able to deal with them effectively, and to create solutions for ourselves in real time. We need to organize. There have been many, every major news organization has in the last couple of years filed amicus briefs in legal proceedings addressing these issues. Many legal organizations as well. I think it's also something that we need to consider to think about how we might participate in legislative efforts. For example, there's something called Digital Due Process, which has an enormous number of signatories, all the way from your Googles and Facebooks down to the ACLU, which is advocating for ECPA reform. ECPA is the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, which was written in 1986 and is the still standing law that affects the privacy or lack thereof around most of the metadata in digital communications today. Finally, we need to innovate. Quinn Norton, again, if you're in this space, you may be familiar with her. She's a journalist who's been covering anonymous and sort of digital security issues for many, many years. This is a very recent tweet of hers, which is, "Encryption works, but nothing that runs encryption works." We have a real usability challenge when it comes to the technical options here. And the reality is that we have a strong business imperative and an opportunity. There are business models, I believe, that we can cultivate that will support the development of better tools and better solutions for addressing these problems. And one of the things that I've been very pleased to learn is actually the enthusiasm and the genuine desire of many, many people in the cryptographic and digital security community to work with journalists. We actually have a couple of fellows who come from this space who are going to be in residence with the Tau Center this fall doing work in this area. But it is a significant opportunity that we have. And I think it's important to articulate that digital security, like many things, is herd protection. The work that all of us do to create these solutions for ourselves, for our news organizations, also goes an enormous distance towards facilitating their use and supporting press freedom all over the world for those people that don't have access to the kinds of resources that many of us here do. That's all. The full report will be released on June 18th. I will just say one brief word about it. As with anything in this space, it is and must be a living document. We all know that these issues change. And so I would just like to note that in addition to sort of a standard printed copy and a digital copy, there will be a publicly version controlled version of the text, which we will be actively soliciting contributions, feedback, criticisms on, in an effort to make sure that it remains a relevant resource for a long time to come. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Susan. And last but not least, we have Andy Carvin, who most of you know from his work running online communities at NPR, and now is at First Look Media. And in his brief transition between the two, has been working on some work on breaking news reporting for us.
Thanks. Let me just see if I can find where that folder is right now. All right, so the name of my project is Broken News, and I'm specifically interested in trying to better understand what happens during a breaking news cycle when traditional legacy news organizations gets a story very, very wrong, and how that's impacted by social media. I'm intimately familiar with this process, and the reason I am is because of a rather embarrassing situation that NPR put itself in a few years ago during our reporting on the Gabby Gifford shooting. NPR was one of the very first news organizations to break the story because we actually had a public radio staffer nearby the incident when it happened. But unfortunately, not long after we began reporting it, we started telling people that she had died. Now, this was obviously a huge reporting failure on NPR's part. To make a long story short, there were a number of protocols that weren't followed in terms of how many independent sources you have. It wasn't run by a senior editor before going out on air. But what ended up happening is once Pandora's box had opened on air through the top of the hour newscast, it cascaded through digital, first being posted on our homepage, and then a news alert going out, and then finally this tweet going out a few minutes after we reported it. Now, you would think that there would be a lot of impact from NPR using its broadcast air to say a breaking news story that she had died. But as it turns out, a lot of the news organizations such as Reuters and others who cited NPR in the claim that she had died got it from our Twitter feed. It's become such habit for news organizations to pay attention to what each of us are posting that it's almost reflexive now. And so even other organizations that they were in the middle of their own sourcing, they ended up relying on us inaccurately. Now, thankfully, we got a lot of feedback online very, very quickly from other sources and other news organizations that were reporting that she was actually in surgery. So we were able to put out an update through Twitter and through other sources, other platforms, telling people that we might have not gotten this right. There are conflicting reports now, and we're going to try to figure it out. And what ended up happening is, just as fast as the story spread like wildfire through Twitter, we were able to start the correction process much faster through Twitter. It actually took much longer before anything was said on air that finally said that we got the story wrong. But through social media, because of the inherent call and response nature of it, there was a much faster way of us dealing with it. And so, based on that very humbling experience at NPR, I thought it would be interesting to take a look at several case studies in situations where news organizations got something very wrong, and then social media somehow impacted the dynamic. I just mentioned the first one, which is Gabby Gifford's. I'm also looking at the Newtown massacre, and then finally looking at the Boston bombing from last year. So I talked a bit about Gabby Gifford's already, so let's jump over to Newtown. So the first couple hours after the attack had happened were complete chaos. There were all sorts of reports coming out from news organizations claiming things such as a second shooter, that the shooter had gone back to someone's house and killed themselves there, that there was a purple or maroon van that was somehow involved in being targeted by a SWAT team. People were just relying on all sorts of information that ultimately proved to be incorrect. But one of the most famous or infamous examples that day was when CNN was the first news organization to suggest that a young man named Ryan Lanza was behind the attack. And they weren't the only ones doing this. The Associated Press also reported this through their law enforcement sources, that the young man's name was Ryan Lanza. Now, within an hour or so, we began to find out differently, because he was able to get on his Facebook page, and he posted an update very angrily, as you can see, saying that it wasn't him. And you know, on the one hand, obviously this is funny, but at the same time, it's horribly tragic, because not only is he just realizing that that his brother was likely involved, he's also probably just receiving the news that his mother had been killed. And so this young man, when he should be focusing on grieving and helping the rest of his family, he ended up getting sucked into this cycle of BS that got things wrong because law enforcement sources accidentally said the wrong name and let that cascade through the media. And so in this particular case, as with the Gabby Giffords case, what I've been doing is grabbing raw Twitter data using a tool called Topsy Pro. They've actually shut it down recently, or shut down access to a lot of people, so thankfully I was able to get the data before they did that. But what I ended up doing was grabbing all the raw data on Twitter, mentioning his name, the name Ryan Lanza, and different parameters. So these were literally in that very first minute of reporting at 11 a.m. Pacific time, Ryan Lanza, quote unquote, people started talking about it. And if you go down a little bit, you start seeing that the source they're all using is CNN. And in fact, if you look at the same data, sorting it by the size of the Twitter accounts, you can get a better sense of how many news organizations and other outlets that had huge, huge Twitter followings got the story wrong. And so what I'm now trying to do is to really piece together a TikTok of how these tweets circulated, what they were reporting on air at the time, and what tweets were coming back, if any, pushing back at their coverage. Now, in the case of the Boston bombing, I decided to take a very different route and flip the research on its head. And rather looking at how the media made a major mistake, I'm looking specifically at how online communities made a horrific mistake, which eventually ended up cascading in the media. So it's going in the opposite direction. And the most notorious example from that particular week was when the online communities 4chan and Reddit tried using photos from the scene of the bombing to identify who the bombers were. And as you can see here, there were certain techniques they used that probably wouldn't be the very first things we would do. For example, we wouldn't necessarily start by identifying all the brown people in the photos. And they were doing this publicly in their online communities, really trying to use racial profiling as a way to narrow down the suspect list. Eventually, another Reddit thread brought up the possibility that one of the killers was a young man who had recently gone missing at Brown University named Sunny Tripathi. And they began circulating this photo, which is a combination, the first two on the top left and the center left are pictures of Sunny Tripathi, but the others are photos of, from the FBI of who ended up turning out to be Jahar Tsarnaev. So this photo was circulated widely across the internet, and unfortunately, it ended up ending tragically, not only in the sense that they put the blame on this young man for a certain part of that week. It later turned out that Sunny Tripathi had killed himself. He had gone missing several weeks before that, and it was only after the Boston bombing a couple of weeks later that his body was discovered. And so yet again, we have a situation where a cascade of misinformation not only misinformed the public, but did a tremendous disservice to the family and friends of the particular person who was targeted in it. And so, I guess in sum, what I'm really trying to do is understand the interplay between social media and news organizations when something is reported during a breaking news cycle and it turns out to be incorrect. Clearly, there are plenty of examples that can be found beyond these three that can point fingers in all directions. And I think that's part of the problem, is that we end up, too many of us in news organizations, I think we like to revel in the mistakes that when Reddit makes a mistake or another online community screws it up. That sense of superiority we have, that we're doing a better job at it than they are, though clearly there are plenty of cases where that's not the case. My project's going to look deeply into this. It's going to explore some potential solutions in terms of how journalists can embed themselves better in these communities and be more actively involved when a news cycle is happening. I mean, you just have to ask yourself, when Reddit and 4chan were trying to use racial profiling and then targeting Sonia Tripathi as the potential killer, if that conversation would have changed at all, if there had been a few journalists who were already respected members of the Reddit community standing up, raising their hands and saying it was wrong. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Andy. We're going to go right into a session, another session now, and then take a break for the final two of the day. So I just wanted to welcome Jesse Holcomb. Jesse works at Pew Research's journalism project, and as you know, among all the data sets they collect and all the work they do, they also put out the State of the News Media report every year, which is really one of the sort of the gold standards marking the evolution of the practice of journalism. And we've got to know Jesse working around a poll and some research we're doing for the Journalism After Snowden project, and he is definitely in this hectic space of journalism research, one of the more thoughtful researchers and voices in it. And we asked him to get, since he has all this data at Pew and they're sort of watching this industry evolve in real time, we asked him to get a bit meta for us and to talk about what the data tells them about the state of data journalism, if that makes sense. So let's see if we can pull that off. Jesse.
It always takes longer to do this in front of people. So thanks, Taylor. Thanks, Tau Center and everyone for having me here in some pretty fancy and smart company. I'll try to do a little bit of what Taylor asked me to do. I might get so far as talking about the state of data about journalism. As far as the state of data about data journalism specifically, I'll see if I can maybe touch on it, but I'm not making any big promises. So a recent column in the New York Times noted that we are awash in numbers. Data is everywhere, or are everywhere. Old-fashioned things like words are in retreat. It says numbers are on the rise. So the piece goes on to say that the nerds have won, especially in areas like health, sports, and social science. Quote, fewer neologisms better capture the change in the United States in the last 50 years than the move from Pew, lowercase, to Pew, uppercase. So guilty as charged. So I'll speak today as someone who's a little bit complicit in this datafication that the author describes, although as we've learned from earlier this morning, there are some things that aren't actually as new as some people think they are. So the Pew Research Center, for those who aren't familiar, we're nonpartisan. We don't take policy positions, but we hope other people will use our data to help inform their decision making. Myself, nor anyone here, will say that data has no limitations or that the numbers are always the best way to understand the social world around us, but I'll be upfront in saying that that's our stake in this information ecosystem. We do data, that's our hedgehog on politics, religion, social trends, technology, journalism, and so on. And we try to tell big stories, and that's one thing I want to come back to, is trying to tell these sort of broad stories about what's happening around the country and around the world with these kinds of social trends. When Taylor asked me to speak, he gave me this kind of wide open forum to discuss the state of data about journalism. So this could potentially include everything from how journalism is being produced and consumed to how it's being distributed and sustained around the world. So even if I'd been a fly on the wall at the ICA conference last week, if I sat on every panel, I'd still not be really up to the task, and I don't want to give sort of a meta-lit review here. So what I decided to do was just to gather a little bit of data of my own. So I reached out to some smart people, get their thoughts on the topic, and I'm happy to say I had a 66% response rate, and that was with a field period of 24 hours, so I was doing pretty good, and I won't tell you the N. But secondly, I want to just speak about what I know, which is my own experience grappling with this stuff, about what data can and can't tell us about the state of journalism and the landscape of the profession and what's happening even beyond the profession. So most of what I'll touch on is focused on the US and mostly using numbers, so that's my caveat. When it comes to the state of data about journalism, we see some of these beats in these fields within journalism become more sort of quantified, more datafied, politics, sports. It's maybe happening a little bit in media criticism and media writing over the years. If you think about some earlier media criticism and reporting coming out of alt weeklies, places like CJR, AJR, papers like the Village Voice and the Boston Phoenix for many years would basically punch up at larger news institutions, and with their mix of gossip, dissection of power plays, and a lot of tip of the hat, wag of the finger kind of stuff. So now, of course, for many years, media scholarship has used quantitative empirical methods to answer questions about what news organizations are producing. So content and framing analysis, what influence that has on the public, so agenda setting and priming research. But you get later into the 1980s and the 1990s, and you start to see some of this kind of scholarly work get slightly more popularized by people like Tom Rosenstiel, Andy Tyndall, who somewhere still haunts the halls in Manhattan, has this great trove of data on broadcast news, and he has all these numbers, and he's one of these sort of rare people that has just been collecting this stuff for many years and trying to make it public. And so that's where I'll insert the work that we've done at the Pew Research Center into this story, where for the past couple of decades, the center and its various sort of arms has used quantitative methods to answer questions about the quality of news coverage, at least close to real time, along with how the public consumes and engages with that content. So the idea has always been, yes, to reach people in newsrooms. I was happy when I learned that Brian Williams was getting our weekly assessment of what NBC News was covering. But beyond the newsroom, into academia, policy circles, and we also wanted to reach a wider public audience. And today, this journalism by the numbers has certainly found a home in media reporting in places like the Neiman Journalism Lab at Poynter, at Media Shift, and even with the work of journalists like Nate Silver, Brian Stelter, using a lot of numbers in their coverage of the media sphere, Adrienne LaFrance, you name it, and the work of university centers like MIT's Media Lab, and of course here at the Tao Center, marrying computational techniques with some of these critical questions about today's information environment, all with an eye to get journalism research out of the ivory tower. So this move toward a quantified understanding of journalism for a public audience has also more recently extended to the subject of news economics. So if you think back into the earlier days of media writing as we know it, The business of professional journalism was really fat. We're talking about 20% profit margins at newspapers. And so it wasn't until the news industry entered this state of crisis mode that the mainstream media began consistently tackling things like inflation-adjusted revenues or stock prices, CPMs, newsroom investment indicators like staffing, bureaus, and other expenditures. And so the result there was a media landscape more fit for a column maybe by Felix Salmon than by Neil Postman. All right, so where are we now? When I read the 2012 report on post-industrial journalism, as all of you did and a lot of people did, I was struck by the fact that one of the things that post-industrial journalism hath wrought is a news landscape much more difficult to define, to draw boundaries around, and to quantify. So it just gave me a huge headache, as it should have. And of course, that makes this a really exciting time to be studying the practice of journalism and the creation of civic knowledge. So scientific insight begs for patterns, but the most robust patterns that's still seen in the data about the profession tend to be ones of industrial decline, when we're talking about patterns. And industrial decline is obviously not the only thing happening in American journalism right now. And so meanwhile, those of us who study this field are left to try to gather data about a practice that's suddenly much more than a profession, using tools that are imperfect because they're either very conventional, or they're very beta, or they're siloed into one of these walled gardens that we've been talking about this morning. All right, so I just want to give you a few examples from our work over the past few years in the Journalism Project to sort of show you what I mean and how we've been wrestling with some of these issues. So in 2012, we set out to gather data on the emerging field of digital nonprofit journalism as practiced by organizations like the Texas Tribune and ProPublica. So this is the one time I will say that I think we published data journalism, kind of about data journalism, maybe. But some of the first operational questions that my team ran into seemed pretty basic and didn't necessarily turn out to be. So what is a nonprofit newsroom? How many of them are there? Is a newsroom or organizational framework too limiting here when you consider that there are other journalistic initiatives operating within the social sector that might not fit certain definitions? So at the end of the day, we made a series of decisions about what we'd include in our analysis of the nonprofit news landscape. And that's, in the end, that's what it's about, right? It's a series of blunt decisions to define your universe. So we decided to look at 501c3 organizations, outlets operating under fiscal sponsorship, university initiatives, others funded by politically motivated think tanks and foundations. And so while our net was wide, it was not exhaustive, at least for this project. So we left out legacy nonprofits like the AP or advocacy groups that also happen to do journalism, not making judgments here, but again, trying to define a certain universe, and that has its limitations and drawbacks. So I think the process served us pretty well. It was imperfect, but it got the job done for what we were trying to do. And how did we do it? We culled through other lists. So we made a list by looking at other people's lists. We used a snowball sampling technique to identify outlets we had missed by reaching out to other newsrooms and saying, is there anyone else in your state who's doing this work? So it was this time-consuming, painstaking process that involved some shoe leather and not always very sophisticated methods that gave us a number, 172, which we thought was sort of the right rough tally of nonprofit newsrooms in the US. So when I think about that, I think how different that is from the task of, say, identifying the TV or print newspaper organizations in the United States. For the former, you flip through the BIA-Kelsey database, and you get a number. For the latter, you flip through editor and publisher, and you'll get a number. And when you try to get your head around the size of the hyperlocal digital news world, or the number of news efforts that don't fit standard definitions of what publishing is, there just aren't too many lists out there that will help you, least of all market research firms. So Here's another example. We've heard over and over about the 16,000 newspaper jobs lost over the past decade, but what's happening in digital publishing? We tried to answer that question, but while the newspaper industry has as need to count jobs, there's no real analog for digital native newsrooms. So that's when my colleague, Mark Jerkowitz, got on the phone with dozens of digital publishers, from Mashable to BuzzFeed, Vox, and Quartz, gathered data from other academics and who knows what else. You can read it in the methodology. And the result was a number, 5,000 digital journalism jobs hosted by about 500 digital newsrooms, all about 5 years old or less. And there were certainly more that we weren't able to find. But even putting a number on this that hadn't really existed before, it kind of tweaks the narrative about the state of journalism when you start to fill in these blanks. So as Penny Abernathy told me, and Penny's great, you should read her new book. When you're looking at mature industries, like newspapers, for example, we know what to look at, we know what to measure, we know how to measure, and we know how to frame these questions. But with emerging forms of public information and civic knowledge, including some of these entrepreneurial journalistic efforts, it's not just that we don't have all the data yet, it's that we don't know how to measure yet. And in terms of sustainability, we certainly don't know whether what works in one place will work in another place. So that brings us to this scalability issue. So I want to talk about another example. Just as with journalism employment data, there are competing narratives about the business of journalism today. So we hear a lot about the decline in advertising revenue, especially in print publishing. Newspapers down 7% in 2013 to 21 billion. But while we hear bits and pieces about the growth of digital news gathering, there's no analog NAA that routinely collects financial data on the sector. So we're generally left with examples that, as a result, can be sometimes overexposed in what we hear. Pierre Omidyar's $250 million launch of First Look Media, or $34 million in venture capital raised by Vox. And there are even some black holes in the economic data for legacy media, too. So for all the talk about the promise of paywalls, we've yet to see solid numbers on how much revenue the newspaper industry is generating from digital pay models. And as with other aspects of journalism research today, data on digital revenue in general has been harder to come by. And in our case has been gathered using some creative methods, some blunt methods, and whatever we can do. So what we did here, looking at the business side, to get a more holistic sense of the total news revenue picture, was to draw from market research firms, trade associations, official filings, our original data sets, and old-fashioned reporting to pull together the numbers. And we came up with a number, $65 billion, give or take, in total news revenue in the US professional news gathering industry. We find it's still an advertising-driven model, that audience revenue is becoming a more critical slice of it, and that digital revenue across platforms with other investments like philanthropy, venture capital, and others have grown over the years, but they're still small. But even this analysis doesn't factor in the different cost structures associated with leaner digital newsrooms versus legacy ones with their plants, their trucks, and their broadcast towers. So comprehensive data on spending, especially on the digital side, is just infinitely harder to gather. So while the economics of the news business, digital or legacy, are certainly not the only indicator of the health of journalism, they do matter, especially on a local level. And this is a point that I always like to make. And here again is another data black hole. So years after the emergence of social media, Huffington Post, the rise of digital nonprofit newsrooms, we still know too little about the information needs of local communities, how they're being met. Places where the local newspaper was often and still is the primary source of civic information. Michelle Ferrier, the Associate Dean at Ohio University for Innovation, is studying what she and others refer to as media deserts. Those many places around the country that, according to her, have never had good news and information sources and still lack them. And a sweeping literature review from the FCC found that among some of the most under-researched subfields of news ecology are these underserved communities, communities of color, the poor, the rural, and those for whom English is not a first language. And our data, we know from our data that 15% of US adults don't even use the internet at all, don't use email, anything. So these are types of communities, types of groups for whom we just haven't collected the kinds of rich, robust data sets about how their local information needs are being met. And this is really important. And it's hard and expensive. Just ask Chris Anderson, who's sitting there in the back, and time consuming. So I've talked about where journalism is coming from, the business of journalism. I want to talk about some of the current data challenges around news consumption and engagement that we're encountering. So at the end of the day, the survival of these nonprofits, and not to mention the CNNs, the BuzzFeeds, it's a worthy question. It can be a proxy for other indicators about the quality of news, but ultimately, what we're interested in is how informed the public or various publics are. So that's why some of the critical areas of the study of journalism include measuring news consumption, engagement, and impact. But here too, the digital and mobile revolution has complicated how we gather data. People are using more devices to get news. They're accessing information and news from more sources than they have before, also at more times during the day. So this makes it challenging to ask, as we have for many years, members of the public to describe their own media behavior. Why? It's harder than ever for people to remember where and how they got their news. These issues are especially pronounced as we deal with generational divides. Older adults are more likely to be influenced by this social desirability factor. So the expectation that it's socially desirable to consume large amounts of capital I important information. Young people may spend less time with these sources, but they're probably more honest about that. They may not care what you think if you're a survey interviewer. So, and this is part of that bigger question of how millennials engage with the news. What do they consider credible? What does news even mean for them? We know, and I'm sorry that this is kind of small, we know that younger people tend to be more highly engaged with news on social media and mobile devices. Our data suggests that in those places, news is part of the atmosphere, something that filters through to them, but not necessarily something that they seek out. It's ambient, if I can borrow the phrase from Alfred Hermida, as he would say, making it tougher to isolate, tougher to study. So there's still a lot we don't know about news engagement among digital native generations. And yet they're obviously going to be a huge factor in our news environment in the years to come. So this digital revolution has made it tougher to ask people about how they consume and otherwise engage with journalism. But as Seth Lewis put it to me, we're in this, as people who study this stuff, we're in this in-between space, right, where big data are not, at least not yet, providing the kinds of exhaustive insights about news engagement that we might hope for. So we might have our reliability intact, but broader validity questions kind of exist. And we're sort of stuck between some of these more conventional methods of studying news behavior, which still might be good for answering certain questions, yet not fully able to engage with some of the things that are on the horizon. So, I mean, most of these organic data streams about media behavior, many of them collected by third-party commercial entities, from Nielsen to Comscore, Google, Facebook, and app providers. With some exceptions, for the most part, we're talking about closed spaces with commercial and privacy-related reasons for protecting their data and their measurement techniques. And increasingly, we may see the users of these services and these products become more proactive about sealing off their personal information from access by others, including people like us who want to understand their behaviors. And because these data streams are often siloed by different firms, it's extremely difficult to aggregate them and to normalize them. So we're at this place where as a nonprofit research institution, I speak as someone at the Pew Research Center, if we can secure access to data provided by these type of firms, which we do, and we enter into partnership with some of these different firms and organizations, we can understand deeply a small part of the bigger picture about digital and social news behavior, but not necessarily the whole. And we've done some of this work a little bit. For instance, in our March report, in collaboration with the Knight Foundation, just looking at ComScore data to understand how people use social, search, and direct means of accessing digital news. We've worked with analytics platforms like Crimson Hexagon and Node Excel to get some insight into Twitter activity, and we're working with companies that collect data on how audiences share news content online. And here, I at very least have to nod to the over-the-top awesome work being done from folks up at MIT, the Center for Civic Media, Ethan Zuckerman, and then of course people like Gilad Lotan, Sudha Ram, and many, many, many others who are mapping the diffusion of information in digital and social networks. So of course, we would want to add the fact that sensor technologies, eye tracking software, mobile apps that collect data on users' information and media behavior are becoming more widely available for research purposes with the hopes of answering some of these questions about news engagement. And as Jan Schaefer at American University put it to me when I asked her about some of her thoughts on the gaps in these data, her reaction was that we don't really know enough about what people do with our information as journalists, how far they dive into an article, how they respond emotionally, what attributes are that leverage positive consumer behaviors. And I would clarify that the New York Times may know, Upworthy might know, but we're further away from having these kinds of broad, public, even possibly generalizable kinds of insights. And while Seth noted to me that there are bigger issues here with regard to validity, less so reliability, this kind of small window approach into understanding news behavior, organic data streams, is part of the new reality of journalism research in a digital age. So, there's this movement toward understanding something that's smaller, a smaller phenomenon, but understanding it deeply. So my point with all of this is just to note that the digital revolution has not just disrupted journalism, it's strained and put to the test our standard tools for measuring journalism. In at least some cases, traditional metrics, though weak, are low-hanging fruit, and used alone, they only tell one part of the story of what's happening in American journalism today. And while we may not have all the tools fully in place yet, especially on the big data side, one thing we can do is to not necessarily stop asking questions, but as my colleague Susanna Fox would say, to do more listening. And this is where I've got to say that ethnography and other qualitative media scholarship has an important role to play, I think, in helping us understand how to measure these sweeping changes in journalism, especially the ones for which we have yet to see these patterns emerge. So I think some of that kind of scholarship has the best vantage point to sort of see around that corner. Finally, we need to get comfortable with the idea that for a while now we'll be seeing small pieces of a whole. And maybe that's appropriate for a fragmented media environment and a fragmented audience. It's imperfect, it's messy, and it's incomplete, but I think it's certainly not the enemy of the good. There you have it. I'd love to take, I don't know if we have time for a question or two, or if anyone can help me with my problems. So.
We do have time for a couple questions if anybody wants to jump out. I kind of want to, I just want to ask the obvious follow-on, which is, given that Pew focuses on data, asking data questions, what do you wish you had data on that you could measure, and what do you think you're getting? Like, going back to Jonathan's panel, how are you being limited, and how are your questions being biased by the search for data answers?
Errol Morris says he hates the word obvious. So your question is, what is it that our rephrase. Come on,
Sorry,
Mark, one more time.
Well, both you and Jonathan's panel made clear that data, the reliance on data focuses us to ask certain questions and take us down certain paths. And sometimes those can determine our outcomes.
Right. I guess, you know, I guess all I'd say is that, you know, one message I have is that we, like I said earlier, we try to reach a public audience. We try to adhere to the best practices possible in terms of being transparent about our methods and so on, and I think incumbent there is a responsibility on the part of us as a research organization to be transparent about what data can and what data can't tell us, and the limits of these specific types of data. And you know, we do a lot of telephone survey research. You know, I think it's part of our responsibility to sort of continuing to update our audience on, you know, what we know about the validity of survey research. And that's why we try to, you know, we blog about this, about the decline in response rates in telephone surveys, and, you know, what we think is on the horizon. You know, and I expect that the Pew Research Center too, our in-house methodologists will also update our audience on sort of the state of the art in terms of things like opt-in surveys and the sort of different trade-offs that come with that. It's not necessarily that survey research will become obsolete tomorrow. It's just going to become increasingly more and more expensive to do telephone survey work. And that is going to influence, you know, basically who can be doing that kind of work. And so I probably didn't answer your question, but I just said something that I wanted to say. So so that's how I co-opted it. Yeah, Chris.
I mean, you know, I think one thing you point out that's really good for people in this room, especially, to pay attention to is that, you know, so when something like the Downey-Shevson report or post-industrial journalism says something like, the journalism landscape is very fragmented now, a lot of people, I think, rightly look at that and they say, yeah, duh. Right? I mean, it's something that we all know, but I think the fact that you guys see that as this that prompts methodological questioning, right? Like, well, so then how do we keep doing this kind of data gathering that we always do? I mean, I think that to me is the most exciting thing about hearing you talk, which is that, you know, some of that more qualitative scholarship, that more think piecey stuff, really is influencing the quantitative or traditionally oriented stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, we're a numbers shop. That's totally what we do, but I mean, I bring that up to say that that doesn't in any way diminish what, you know, sort of we internally think of as the value of that kind of work, especially in this sort of transitional place. Yes. Sure, yeah.
What do you see in that data, which I thank you for, because I gobble it up all the time, in terms of fusions of analog media and digital media as success or not success? Because in Europe, one comes across conferences on fusing analog and digital radio, television, etc. What do you see as examples of that in the US that sort of make these numbers more interesting to contemplate? Or do you?
Again, I'm not quite sure I totally understand the question, but are you asking about, you know, in terms of measuring these trends, or?
Let's say a radio station decides to fully incorporate all sorts of digital media forms, which occurs in Europe and Portugal, in Spain, for example, or sometimes in the U.S. But fusing them together, what do you? Because all of what you're showing there is the millennials go digital, but then the older people will listen to more traditional things. What happens when they're all being fused together in one platform or one station, if you will? Do you see that at all going on in the country?
I guess we'll all be a happy family then. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a digital platform for every news institution. And you know, people still watch a lot of TV, though. They watch a lot of, and for a lot of people in, you know, around the country in local communities, the TV station is really important, especially for obviously for older generations, it's still one of the, by far the biggest sources of news for a lot of people, is just turning on that TV set. But of course, now we're increasingly becoming multi-screen households, and people are engaging with content on many screens at once. So, I think, that's when you start to see measurement companies like Nielsen and Comscore and Twitter, trying to bring their data together to try to understand how people are negotiating these different platforms and these different spaces. And so we start to see, some of the disappearance of, or the obsolescence of certain legacy platforms, but they're not going away tomorrow. They're still an important part of what we study, and that's kind of our mandate at the center, is that, I love the way that you're able to focus on sort of one aspect of, an important emerging aspect of the digital media environment here at the Tao Center, but, sort of one of the things that sort of our obligation is to really try to understand how people are still engaging with news and information in places that have not become fully digitally immersed. Again, I think I'm doing a terrible job actually answering these questions, but I hope it's useful. Yeah.
Hi. You had a slide about how people say they consume news through social media, and I've heard that too. But we talked earlier with another speaker about how there's no correlation between social media shares and actual attention. And that's something I've heard outside of here too. And I wondered how you got the data about people who say they consume news through social media. And do you think this is worrisome? Do these two ideas go together?
Well, first of all, we got that we asked people. Okay. So that was a mobile and landline telephone survey, and we asked them, and we also defined news pretty broadly too. It's worth noting, and I forget the exact language that we use in the survey, but it's basically, we ask them how they get news on these different social platforms, and we say, well, what we mean by news is events or issues that are happening outside of your friends and family. So it's this really broad kind of thing. And again, the survey data has its own set of limitations, but it's useful for trending, and it's useful to compare against news engagement and consumption on different platforms. As far as the sharing, and it was the sharing and attention, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. And as someone from my happy perch, it's not my place to worry necessarily, but I think that's really, that struck me as well, and it was, I thought, some pretty insightful data. And I'd love to hear more of from these firms and platforms and publishers that are collecting some amazing troves of data, and I would love for them to share it with me.
Thank you.
Well, thanks. Thanks so much, Jesse. So we're just going to take 10 or 15 minutes now. We'll come back at 10 to 3 for launch of a report on user-generated content, and then a panel on censors and launch of the censor report. So see you in 10 minutes.
Close all this.
Are you putting your own?
Yeah, we just made a few changes this morning, of course.
Perfect. Okay. I'm going to wrangle everybody back in about 10.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you do it, or no? The way to put it? Yes. I really wouldn't mind.
Sorry?
I wouldn't mind seeing.
No, we've got to, I'm not doing it without the both of you.
presentation right there. No, but it's an entire presentation though, right? Yep. Okay. And I got notes on that. Oh, okay.
I wonder whether it's a display, you know, we have to mirror, whether it's on mirror display.
It is
Yes, because the breakfast is just
It is mirrored. Like when you go into that preference, it'll actually give mirror speakers notes. So I think it's on. I think it's preference in Keynote actually. So we change that. No one in the room will be able to see. Do you want to enter presenters view on?
I want to see some notes on the slide. No, we'll be okay, honestly. Thank you so much.
Okay. You want to do the guys
Can you try it? Let's try it this way.
Okay, yeah. I'm actually grabbing it from.
Turn on the mirroring. That's it. There you go.
Is that okay for you?
Okay.
Yeah?
I'll see. Whatever you see there is what I'll see. If worst comes to worst, I'll just shoot. Okay. No, that's fine. Let's just click no on this. Okay.
So then,
Oh, wicked. Perfect.
so you guys can walk around. Yeah.
If we want to. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
Yeah. If we want, we can use.
Yes. Oh, no, it's okay.
Let me just make sure they're ready for the live.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather, like, at least if we just stand
So
still.
you're going to hold it? Okay.
Real quick. Oh, all right, see that, I see what you mean.
Where's your holding it? Double fisting. So we want to do the slide.
I don't mind.
Why stand here?
I like this slide.
Okay, all right. Sorry,
I think
we've
it
got
makes.
quite a lot of slide transitions, so oh, can you
Yeah, if it was just normal, but.
Hello, sir.
We did practice just outside.
There's a lot of feedback here. Is that me? We're developing the Tau research projects. We've been looking for people who sit at the sort of boundary of academic research and the practice of journalism. And Claire kind of sits exactly there with a PhD in communications, but also working in newsrooms on the implementation of verification tools and social media inside newsrooms. So she was kind of the perfect person to lead this project. And Sam has also an extensive career inside newsrooms in broadcast journalism. And they've spent countless hours watching video about user-generated video that were aired on broadcast networks, and interviewing news executives. Let me just. Anyways, so with that said, I will pass it on to them. The report is now live on our website as well, and they are going to walk us through their project. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Taylor. And thank you for sticking it out for Friday afternoon. The hardcore data journalists have left the room. What they don't know is we're going to do a dance routine, so it's their loss. So firstly, we'd like to say thank you very much to the Tau Centre for enabling us to do this research and to bring us over. This research actually was done from my living room in Spain and Sam's living room in Istanbul, and our research assistant that was based in England. So it's actually just nice for us to be in the same room. So there was a feat of collaboration in terms of research that we learned a lot from, as well as user-generated content. So just very quickly about the background, the reason that we wanted to do this research is that back in 2008, I wrote a report about user-generated content and the BBC. In that report, believe it or not, there was only one mention of a social network, and that was Facebook. Fast forward to 2014, we now take for granted that user-generated content is being shared on social media, and news organizations are turning to those social networks during breaking news events. But I spent a year working with Storyful, and we spent all day looking at user-generated content, but we didn't know how much of this stuff was being used by newsrooms. And the only way to find out was just to watch a hell of a lot of news, which is what we did. So just over to Sam.
Yeah, and one person working with us on this report was Pete Brown. He was our research assistant. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it across the Atlantic to join us. He's actually watching this stream live from his parents' ironing room. It's the only room in his house in rural England that actually has access to the internet. So, hello, Pete.
So in terms of user-generated content, I think everybody in the room knows it's one of the worst phrases around, and really the Tau Centre should have given us a lot of money to sit in a dark room coming up with a better term. We failed miserably. So if anybody has a better phrase than user-generated content, please share it with the news industry. It encompasses a lot, but for the purposes of this research, we really wanted to focus on photographs and videos captured by people unrelated to the newsroom who would not describe themselves as professional journalists. It just trips off the tongue. We are aware that we missed quite a lot of really interesting participatory journalism elements, but we couldn't do everything. But we wanted to be very clear about how we define UGC for the purposes of this report.
And during the research, Claire and I spent a lot of time traveling around different newsrooms, talking to different people. In fact, in the 9 months Claire and I met up, we've never consecutively met in the same country, never mind the same city. And throughout the talking to all these people, one particular theme came out. And they very much talked about, in different newsrooms across the world, about social media, user-generated content being the Wild West. There are no rules, people don't really know what to do, they're all feeling their way, they're taking a lot of liberties with regulations, rules, normal newsroom practices. And in fact, during also our conversations, many newsrooms, because of that, really wanted to know what other newsrooms were doing. And they would say, oh, do you know what so-and-so's doing? Could you tell us what so-and-so's doing? So there are really no standards across the industry. And the other thing that came out very much in our early discussions was the difference in the way that senior managers in newsrooms talked about UGC, and if you like, the shop floor talked about UGC. The senior managers haven't sat in newsrooms for a long time. This has come up very much in the last 5 years or so. The new senior managers don't use this stuff. It is a new challenge. And the change has been very much a push-up from the shop floor. And because of that kind of bad understanding as senior news managers of UGC and how to use it and what the rules are around it, we actually had to make the decision not to quote anybody in the research because some of the quotes were very surprising and we didn't really want him to get into hot water. That was despite the fact that everybody except 2 of all the people we interviewed actually gave us permission to use their names, their organization in the research.
So the research had 2 phases, and the first phase of the report was actually published last month, and that was the quantitative element, and we're going to go over some of those main findings. And we use that as the foundation to say how much UGC is being used and when is it being used. But from that, it became clear that there are 6 main issues that newsrooms are struggling with. And you can see at the top, we run through these series of slides, those 6 different issues, and the way that the report is written means that if you don't have time to read 37,000 words, you can, if you want to, pick out a certain chapter that might be more relevant to you. But you can see there it's around verification, it's around crediting, it's about labeling, it's around ethics. So no big surprises necessarily about the issues, but how people talked about these issues actually were really surprising. So first of all, we want to talk about the kind of how, when, and why that these 6 issues are built upon.
So the first part, we coded 8 news channels over 3 weeks and got a huge amount of content. We chose those channels because we knew that evening bulletins would have very little UGC in, so we felt we would get a bigger data set if we chose rolling channels. We also wanted to steer away from the usual research which talks about a kind of US-UK axis of news, and we chose news channels which had an international scope, the audience of which the channel was aiming at was an international audience. Now, we were a little bit naive in our research planning. What we found out was that most news channels don't actually record their output. I very naively thought, oh, we'll just go and ask them for 3 weeks of output and they'll give it to us. They didn't. So what we had to do was find a way to record these channels. Now, I managed to record 6 channels at home on the internet through internet streaming, which involved getting up at midnight, getting up at 4 in the morning, coming home early in the afternoon. It was a bit like having a 4-month-old baby again. And thankfully, we had some very kind help. The NHK, the Japanese public broadcaster, asked one member of staff to record all their content, especially for us, for 3 weeks, and then sent us a big pile of Blu-ray discs to do the coding from. And my stepfather, John, who's sitting in the middle here, hey, John, very kindly recorded CNN International for us. So thank you for all that assistance from everyone who gave it to us. On the website, we got so much content that we actually decided we could only code 5 days. You'll see that in a second. The 5 days were chosen randomly by Pete's 3-year-old niece. So also thank you to Pete's 3-year-old niece for choosing those 3 days. And then we had the job of coding it. As you can see here, we got 2,115 items were used on the TV of UGC over 21 days. And 758 online over the 5 days we chose. That gave a daily average online of 152 items and a daily average on television of 100 items. So we had 30% more online than we did have on television. This can obviously be put down to the fact that there's a lot more space online. News organizations are happy to have breaking news blogs, special thematic events, pages for special events, and so on and so forth.
So it was important actually to look at the different channels because they're not using it uniformly. So if you look at that big pink bubble on the top right-hand corner, Al Jazeera Arabic, they love their UGC. This isn't surprising because of their editorial agenda, but it really was astounding how much user-generated content they used every day. But actually, if you look at NHK or Tell Us So, it was very, very rare. But generally, we're looking at between kind of 12 to 15 pieces on the major news organizations. But that's TV, so if you look at that first and then compare it to online, there were some interesting differences there. So for example, Al Jazeera English used quite a lot of user-generated content on television, but hardly any on the web. Conversely, CNN International kind of used about 17 pieces per day, but then online, 90 pieces per day, partly because they have iReport, which is kind of their UGC project, but there were real differences between television and online, which was actually really interesting.
And then we looked at the stories. So in the 3-week period we had a very big, unfortunate helicopter crash in Scotland, in Glasgow, when a helicopter fell into the roof of a pub. And as you can see on the blue line there, the big blue line, we have the peak of a single story for Glasgow. Throughout, we had Syria. So you can see on the green line there, every day there was something from Syria. And then we also can deduce from that that obviously UGC was mainly used when there was nothing else, or when it was breaking news. So the peak in Glasgow goes down very quickly as soon as news organizations get their crews in place. So the peak was overnight from the Friday. The crash happened at 10 p.m. in the evening. Overnight, there was nothing else. There was no crews in Glasgow. It's not a media hub. By the time that crews have managed to get in place on the Saturday morning, so the next day, there's a big drop-off. You see nothing of the spike. So, and then the Syria throughout, again, nobody can get into Syria, or it's very hard to get into Syria. It's very hard to get content out of Syria. So the Syria was permanent. And then we see during the period, we covered the death of Nelson Mandela, and the daily use just drops off completely. That's because news organizations have spent a lot of time, a lot of money, invested a lot of resources in South Africa, so they didn't feel the need to actually use UGC. So it was very much a usage for breaking news when there was nothing else. However, in our interviews, there were a couple of news organizations which had a lot of success, really actually investing in UGC and using it as a research tool to bring other stories to light. So Channel 4 News in the UK has spent a lot of time investing in people to actually study UGC, and they've actually had a lot of success, for instance, keeping the stories of Syrian barrel bombs alive when the media had gone away, and actually carried on that story and differentiating themselves from their competitors by investing in UGC. But that was very, very rare. And then we see the similar thing online as well. So over the 5 days, Syria was permanent. We had a bit of a bulge for the Glasgow in green there, but it was Syria. It was where there was nothing else. It was protests in Thailand. It was protests in Ukraine and protests in Egypt.
So today we really want to focus on the qualitative part of the research, and that was because we interviewed 64 different people. Most of those were kind of half-an-hour interviews. They were really rich, and we wanted to make sure that we just didn't focus on these rolling news channels. So we specifically talked to a lot of smaller national news organizations from Finland and Sweden, and all sorts of places that often we don't hear from. So there was a whole host of different news organizations we talked to. All of them were fascinating, and we also talked to the agencies. Before we went into this research, we didn't necessarily think the agencies would play such a huge role. They play an incredibly important role in terms of how user-generated content is used by news organizations. There's a huge reliance. So we talked to all of the agencies and found actually very different practices, which is a crucial point. But there are real differences between those large rolling news organizations and those national news organizations that have a kind of half-an-hour evening bulletin.
So moving on, we then into our first major area is workflow. And we saw very much there were two different types of news organizations dealing with UGC. We had the large, mostly European organization, the public broadcasters, the BBC in the UK, ARD in Germany, ZDF in Germany as well, who actually invested a lot of time and resources in UGC. The BBC has established something called the UGC Hub, which is staffed by 20 people, 5 people on at any one time. And then there were the smaller news organizations. Some had actually realized the importance of UGC, mainly because of Syria or the Arab Spring, and they had one person working 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, on UGC, normally an Arabic speaker. Or there was those that had nobody. And they relied very much on the agencies, on Associated Press Television News, on Reuters, on Storyful, or on my old employer, the European Broadcasting Union, to provide them with UGC. And such to the extent that in their workflow, some of the organizations actually said, oh, sorry, we don't use UGC. But they did because it came from the agencies. So there's still that disconnect between, it's an agency feed, so we just use anything, we put it out, you know, blah, 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 great, thank you very much. It's like rain, gold coming from the sky. And very much a disconnect between that and actually using UGC. To the extent that, you know, one senior foreign editor told us that for him, it was actually, you know, that's what he was paying for from the agencies. It's the best way for him of getting UGC. Somebody else has done the work. Somebody else has gone through all the processes about which we'll talk throughout this presentation. And that's also something that the agencies heard back from their clients. That was echoed back to us when we went into the agencies. One of their senior editors saying, well, that's what they want us for. The agencies see themselves as being the insurance policy for the news organizations. To the extent that we heard from them that some people would even, some of their clients, their news organizations, would call them with a YouTube link saying, can you verify that for us? Because we don't want to take the risk ourselves. So they're actually asking their agency to verify and confirm for them.
So it's no surprise if we're talking about user-generated content that one of the first issues would be verification. And it's important to note that across the board, people are terrified of running with content that's wrong. There's a real awareness that, oh, if we use anything sourced from social media, how can we trust it? So that came through really strongly. But then when we talked to them about, well, what are your systematic processes for verification, there was a high level of ignorance and lots of talk of like, well, it's just gut instinct. Oh, I've been doing this for 30 years, you just know. But then when you say, well, what about the kind of online forensic checks you can do with social media content? There was not much sense of what they were, particularly from the editors who were making the decisions about whether or not to run with it. So when we'd say, what's the threshold by which you decide whether to run with content, it was very much the gut instinct. And some of the kind of people working on the social media desks, they knew things like reverse image search, they knew some things like, oh, who is, but there wasn't a kind of a systematic checklist approach to verifying content. And that was really surprising to us, that there was a real fear about getting it wrong, but not very much knowledge about the specific checks that they could be running. So this is a quote actually from a kind of an editor who knew quite a lot about verification. She said, verification is always an afterthought. It's sort of like, let's just get it on air and online and then not worry about it. When someone puts something forward in an editorial meeting, I'll say, have you verified it? And people groan. People are scared of the V word. They know it's going to take a long time. So there was a lot of discussion about the tensions that occurred during a breaking news event when those people who are trying to do the verification are being screamed at by the output editors that say, look, our competitors are running with it, just throw it up. Whilst they would still reflect and say, well, we can't get it wrong, but then clearly during breaking news events, if the competitors were running it, well, we'll just run it too. And you saw that with Andy Carvin talking about how, one thing that goes unchecked just kind of spirals out of control. So the issue about verification was really interesting. Very little actual verification training going on, and actually very few kind of systematic processes in place.
One thing that most organizations were aware of, though, was that they had to ask permission to use it. They knew, it's a rights issue. One person said to us, we're a rights organization, we have to respect the rights of other people. So they were good at saying, yes, we needed to ask to use this stuff. The way, however, permission was asked varied quite differently. And what we see here is a very keen, successful Reuters producer basically concluding an international worldwide rights distribution deal in 140 characters. This was on the night of the Glasgow helicopter crash, the peak story for us during the period, where we have the Reuters producer saying, hi, can I use your stuff in a worldwide deal with credit? And the owner of the content, Christina O'Neill, at the bottom just saying, yes. That's it, done. In fairness to Reuters, in our interview with the senior management, they said, oh, we actually insist on an email and we take it a lot further than that. But as we see here, that was actually done. Now, other organizations, such as Storyful, for instance, now have in place a serious online agreement platform that's gone through the lawyers. But increasingly, we're seeing a different way of agreeing permissions with people. And that actually proceeds into those who work in rights. So they're very aware of the problems that could come at. A rights person said that she'd walk into a newsroom and say, have you got the rights, have you got the rights? And the journalist would say, stop, we're working at the coalface of truth, get out of my way, you're stifling my creativity. They all think it's just, as we say in English, management bollocks. And there's a real concern from those people down the line, from the rights people, from the lawyers, that actually this could end up in a legal case, which actually stifles the use of UGC in the future. That if they don't take permissions seriously, if they don't take the legal aspect of this seriously, so far we were told, oh, what happens when you make a mistake, when you use something without the right permission? Oh, we give them £1,000, €1,000, $1,000, and they go away quietly. Now, nobody so far has actually tested that further. It's not actually ended up in court. But there's very much a fear in the rights people, in the lawyers, that could actually happen.
So crediting became a really huge part of this research. And I have to use this screen grab because I love it so much. This was from last month in Australia, where somebody who's apparently famous in Australia was involved in a punch-up on the street. And News Corp bought the photos for quite a large amount of money, but then realized that in an era where you can just kind of right-click, copy-paste, people might not understand that they had paid a lot of money for these photos. So they put their own credit on in a way that I would sort of secretly love it if all uploaders did this. And I sort of feel like if we don't do this, we need something this serious for things to change. So actually the number that actually got quoted a lot last month when we published our first phase was that only 16% of the UGC that we coded during our study had an on-screen credit. So here's an example from Euronews where they did actually add a credit, but this was very, very rare. And 16% is the average. Some news organizations were much better, some were much worse, and organizations that you probably wouldn't think should be much worse. So for us, it was really shocking. Even though I've worked in this space for a long time, even I was horribly shocked at the 16%. But then when we talked to news managers, it was quite clear that there isn't a culture of worrying about this in newsrooms. So this was a very senior news manager who said, we don't credit Reuters, we don't credit AP's pictures, so why would we credit user-generated content when there is no requirement for us to do so? Oh, apart from the legal requirement, love. So there is a real issue here about people just not thinking it was a problem and equating AP or Reuters pictures, which they're paying for, versus something that my mum has uploaded when she was on holiday and saw a flood. And there's a fundamental difference here, but the management didn't necessarily see it that way.
And if we go back to the rights people, however, they still continue to see it that way. And here's what one rights person lawyer said to us: attribution is such a big element to it. Actually, people aren't really after the money. Most people just want to see their name up in lights. So why aren't the news organizations able to do that? People just want the hat tip to say thank you. Thank you for using my content. I'd like my name shown. Yet so few news organizations are prepared to do it, or don't have that system embedded in their processes, their newsroom processes.
And we differentiated between crediting versus labeling. So crediting is to say this photo was taken by Sam Doubley. Labeling is simply explaining that this content is user-generated content, that it wasn't filmed by anybody related to the newsroom. And this is an issue around transparency. So this is Greenpeace, for example. Lots of journalists would understand, okay, if we're using content filmed by Greenpeace, we should probably label the fact that it's from Greenpeace because they have an agenda. But when we talk about user-generated content, we've got accidental journalists, people who happen to just be there with a smartphone who capture something. We have people like UNHCR aid workers on the Syrian border capturing video of refugees crossing the border, and news organizations using that. We've got Syrian activists uploading to YouTube with a very clear agenda of what they're doing, and we lump all of that together as user-generated content, but we're not necessarily being transparent with the audience about who's uploading this, why are they uploading it, and why we're using it. And that for us was a really critical aspect. And so again, when we counted how many times UGC was labeled, 72% of UGC during our study was not given any description at all. It was just used as if it was vision that had been created by the newsroom. This is an exception. This is Al Jazeera English, which had made a policy decision a few months ago that every time they use content from Syria, they label it as youtube.com/activist video. But that's specifically around the Syrian context. There aren't policies around how do we do this generally. And there isn't a really good answer. Some news organizations are happy to mention the platform. Some news organizations absolutely don't not want to mention the platform. So we haven't got an industry standard here, and we don't actually have the answers ourselves yet.
And then we move on from labeling to the general ethics surrounding the use of UGC. And for us, we split that into 3 different areas of ethics which we looked at that came out from our interviews and from our coding. First of all, it was to the colleagues, to people who actually work with this on a day-to-day basis. Second, it was to the audience, the people who are actually looking at this online or on their TV screens in their evening bulletin. And the final one, or the first one in this case that we looked at, was actually to the uploader. And that's a person who is actually there, probably at an accident that they didn't want to be at, or an event that they really just happened to be there with their iPhone. In the UK in January, we had really big storms and flooding. And as you can see there, this is a tweet by the Coast Guard, the UK Coast Guard, to Sky News. And in fairness, they sent the same to BBC News and to ITV News, the 3 big channels in the UK, asking these organizations to stop asking people to send in UGC to them because it was dangerous. And people we interviewed were aware of that. They really were aware of that. However, they all kind of, nudge and a wink, kind of said, well, we'd still use it if it was sent to us. And there was a feeling that, of course, they wouldn't go out then asking for more. Could you go back and like shoot it from a different angle, of course. But there was still this very much idea that, people would still ask the public, their viewers, to send in pictures even when an event was dangerous. Now, there are changes. There are kind of advisories in the small print at the bottom of web pages and so on and so forth. But it's not really become institutionalized again. 1 or 2 organizations have started to change their language. So one organization, Guardian Witness, we spoke to, has changed the language from stop sending, could you please send in content, to could you please share your content with us? So the idea that, you know, you've got it, so could you please share it with us, rather than could you go out and get it and send it in to us? And they actually had reported an improvement in the content they received. And they said they were able to build a community of people, and that was actually bearing some benefits. That language shift has really borne some benefits for them.
Newsrooms are also really aware about their responsibilities to the general audience, and there were a number of conversations about how now, because of social media and the fact that the audience can access the same pictures at the same time as they could on the news website, they were having real conversations about that their boundaries were shifting, and they're actually showing more graphic content now than they used to, because there was an awareness of, well, the audience are seeing it on Facebook or YouTube anyway. And actually Channel 4 News, again in the UK, talked to us about the way that they covered the chemical weapons attack in Syria at the end of August, and they felt that they had a real responsibility to share some of those YouTube videos, but they were so graphic, they put in place a sense of, here's a page that says, are you sure you want to see them? Click. Now, are you really sure you want to see them? Are you really, really sure? And at that point, you could actually see them. So there's interesting conversations now internally about how those boundaries are shifting when you can pretty much see anything on YouTube.
And then one of the final areas of ethics we talked about was responsibility toward the staff of the newsroom, the people who are looking at it every day. And this is a quote from some research that we got access to that's not yet published by Dr. Feinstein and colleagues. It will be published later this year, where they say the frequency of exposure to user-generated content independently and consistently predicted multiple indices of psychopathology and increased alcohol consumption. So there was very much a feeling in many of our interviews that, you know, we spoke to news managers who had been in Bosnia 20 years ago, and it was like, well, it's like Bosnia, isn't it? It's like, oh, when Johnny and I were down the line, we'd go down the pub and we'd talk about it. And there was very much a feeling like, well, you just have to get over it. That's not the case. And those news organizations that had invested time in realizing that this was something different, it was something new. There's a flood of UGC now that you're looking at it in your newsroom day after day after day, and had actually implemented policies around that, had seen a big improvement in their team, in the health of their staff. And little things like that mean, for instance, setting up a rotational policy where somebody isn't looking at UGC for 8 hours a day, they're looking at it for 2 hours a day. Or if it's a weekly rotation, you only work on the UGC desk 2 days out of 5. Another thing that had borne some impact that had improved things for teams was many journalists, again, those ones who are in Bosnia or the ones who'd been frequently in the field, you'd offer them counseling, they'd be offered individual counseling by the news organizations, and they were hard-nosed. They'd say, I don't need it, I don't need it. But those who'd actually introduced some group counseling first had actually seen impacts of forcing those people, forcing the whole team to actually sit down and talk about it, and then making it clear how, if somebody wanted to, obviously you can't force people to carry on with this, but how if somebody wanted to or felt they needed to, how they could follow up on that, had some real impact.
So finally, no report is worth its salt unless it has some recommendations. We have 14. We're not going to go through all 14 because we hope you read the report, but just to highlight some that we think are particularly important. So of course for us, crediting was a huge problem, and there were different reasons people gave for not doing it. One of the main reasons people gave for not crediting or labeling was screen clutter. Those of you that live in the US and watch American channels might be surprised by that. But yes, there were other broadcasters that were worried about the aesthetics of their screen. So that's one of the reasons. There are other reasons that are technological, that a lot of the newsroom technology was not built for user-generated content. So really we were saying you've got to have crediting guidelines from the very top. Newsrooms know that they can't just steal sports content. They understand rights about sports. It needs to be the same culture for user-generated content.
And then we looked at newsroom technology, the one at the top there. We felt very much that one of the big problems, especially around crediting, was that newsroom technology was a bit behind the times. So even those organizations with very advanced, as we call, media asset management systems, they put a piece of UGC into the media asset management system, and the metadata wouldn't travel with the UGC. So even those with the best will of the world who wanted to credit things, if the right processes every time were not followed down the chain, the workflow chain of a newsroom, the details about the credit would go amiss. So one of our things was that we should find a way to enable credits to be burnt into the UGC video as it enters the system. in that way that the crediting wouldn't go amiss. It wouldn't be possible to forget it or not put it up in the gallery because it was breaking news and we didn't have time and so on.
So as we've been stating, the agencies play a huge role in this, and each agency has very different standards, to a point that if you are a news organisation, you need to ask some big questions of your agencies. And so, for example, this isn't pointing fingers at Reuters because they said this publicly, but Reuters doesn't actually tell you who uploaded content. They say because they haven't spoken to that person in a room, they can't necessarily trust them, so they just simply say source social media website, which means that a news organisation can't actually credit even if they wanted to because they don't have that information. So one of our biggest recommendations is that agencies are very clear about who uploaded the content, and they're very clear about the verification processes that they went through, because some of the news organisations we spoke to, they double verify content that comes in from the agencies. So it's very important to be very clear about the steps that have been taken.
And then we had some recommendations to the social networks themselves, one of which, of the many, was that we would advise the social networks, we think that the social networks should move towards a common standard for news, a 24-hour news license. Very much like the Creative Commons that happens a lot for photographs and so on, and academic reports. An actual standard of permission for use for 24 hours for news organizations, which helps both the uploader, so they know what they're doing with it, but also creates an understanding in newsrooms a lot more easier that what does Facebook do and what can we do with YouTube again, and what about if it's a TwitPic or if it's a Hootsuite, rather than, so actually have a common standard across the industry, across the social media networks, so that newsrooms know what they can do with content and what they can't do with content.
And because we believe in crediting, we'd like to point out that Mark Little came up with that idea, and he's in the room. If he wasn't, we would have pretended it was our idea. And lastly, my background is training, and it was quite shocking to me and Sam when we did these interviews that there is very, very little training in newsrooms specifically around user-generated content, whether that's around verification, whether that's around how to gain permissions, whether that's around health and safety. But as we know, newsrooms have limited resources, and training often is the thing that gets left off at the end. So I think there's a really big role for journalism schools to be teaching their own journalism students these practices, but also to develop syllabi and teaching materials that can be shared with newsrooms so that we're all working across the same standards here. And I think this is a really exciting role for journalism schools to play. So that's our report. It's long, it's multifaceted. Luckily, you've got the weekend to read it. But we'd love to hear any feedback or any questions that you have. So thank you very much for your time. There's no microphone.
Anybody has any?
No, there's the questions. If anybody has.
Just don't use silence.
So for those of us who are not in a position to go to journalism school and are not working for major corporations or legacy news outlets that have that funding or have those trainings in place, where are places and sources that we can go to learn, for example, advanced verification techniques?
That is a great question. So one thing I'd say is that there's a free handbook called the Verification Handbook, which was edited by Craig Silverman, which is verificationhandbook.com, which has a number of different chapters written around the specifics of how do you verify a video, how do you verify a tweet. Also, there's some online training courses that are around that I may have produced. So there are, you're seeing increasing resources around this, and Storyful has done a great job. If you go to the Storyful blog, there are incredible pieces about examples of pieces of content that they've verified, and they go through the different steps. Because all the verification tools that any organization uses, like Storyful, they're all free tools. So it's reverse image search, it's Whois, it's EXIF data, but it's just a case of learning which tools to use at what time and how do you piece that puzzle together. But if you're a freelancer, it's one of the best things you can do because there's a real absence of those skills in newsrooms. So yeah, it would be a great thing to do.
Thanks so much. Well, thank you, guys. That was fabulous.
Thanks, Taylor.
Please. All right, so I'd like to welcome Fergus and the final panel. So while they're coming up, Fergus Pitt was working for several years at ABC News in Australia, then came here 3 years ago now, to do an MA in journalism here. And for the last year has been running our Censor Newsroom project. And it's been one of our larger projects. We did a big workshop last year, a conference on it, trying to establish the practice and the sort of norms around censor journalism. He's running a workshop right now, which has 8 students for a month in it, learning censor journalism. We're doing a series of experiments with newsrooms across the country and in putting censors into their newsrooms and then studying how they're using them. We did a big censor array at a big journalism conference last year. And we held a workshop on the ethics and legal implications of using sensors and drones for journalists. So it's been a large project over the last year. The report is out, and it's actually kind of a book. That is the report. But it's out today, and Fergus, along with a big team of people, have been working on it. And I will pass the mic to you, Fergus, to walk through the panel.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to copy over. There we go. Okay, so hi, thanks for staying to the end. It's a beautiful day outside, but we'll still be able to kind of get a little bit of time on this. I'm going to just give you a little bit of an insight into what's in the ridiculously thick report before introducing the panel, who are wonderful. There's a kind of underlying hypothesis in the year's worth of work, and that's really that we're obviously going through an era in journalism where data is becoming more and more of the practice. At the same time, you've got technical skills finding their way into newsrooms and very, very broadly distributed technical skills in the community. You've also got a rapid cheapening of technology of all kinds, including sensors, are becoming, it's becoming more able, you can do more with it, and it's embedded in more and more and more of our world. So on the supply side, in the world, if you like, you've got sensors creating information, and you've got, on the demand side, journalism looking for more information and having the skills to use it. So it seems that there is an opportunity there to take a look at how sensors produce journalism and the kind of journalism that can be done with it. So the report, despite its rather large size, is not monolithic. There's a section at the start which kind of describes how the landscape of journalism, the landscape where sensors and journalism kind of combine. And one thing you'll notice from people who are practicing in this world is that that journalism doesn't separate from sensors. There's no such thing as censor journalism, if you like. There seems to be, however, sensors and journalism. Charles Barrett, who I hope is in the room, wrote a wonderful history of sensing, which I just love. And then we've kind of just got a section in there where we develop a bit of a language for sensing and a bit of grammar so that we start to, as journalists, talk about the same thing. There are 8 case studies, starting in 2004 when a journalist down in Houston called Diana Cappiello strung up air quality monitors in the communities who lived near the oil refineries around there, going up to fantastic Pulitzer Prize-winning work by the Sun Sentinel, who proved widespread speeding on behalf of the police, off-duty police in Florida. And there's, of course, WNYC's archetypal participatory sensing work and a number of other case studies. So those case studies delve into what journalists did, the equipment that they used, the stories that they told, how they communicated knowing that they had drawn on this kind of sensor data. And we've also had a look at what the outcomes were and delved into some of the distinctive and notable elements of those projects and what lessons we might use as journalists doing this kind of thing. The third major part of the report is a legal and ethical section. And for that section, we kind of invited some lawyers, some technologists, some researchers, some journalists to identify what the potential problems might be and navigate a way through. And it kind of ranges from the surveillance and the privacy implications into the kind of truth-making processes and the intellectual property and even the kind of negligence and personal and property injury risks. There are some recommendations in there. have a read of the report after you've read Claire Wardell's. And now kind of on with the panel. There are 4 people here who are kind of representing the organisation, so I won't steal their thunder too much other than just to give the names. We've got Joe Procopio from Automated Insights and Statsheet, Scott Klein from ProPublica, Nabia Sayed from, I always get the name of the firm wrong, so...
Levine, Sullivan, Koch and Schultz. You can say LSKS, that's easier.
Thank you. And Shannon Dusamagan from Public Lab. So I suppose starting with you, Joe, seeing you're closest, I'll get you just to 5 minutes on who you are and the Automated Insights company.
Okay. Hi. I'm Joe Procopio. I am head of product at Automated Insights. We're a Durham, North Carolina company. We're about 5 years old, and we do automated content. We create automated, personalized narratives from big data. Like I said, we've been doing this for about 5 years. I'm also a writer myself. I have a startup column in a couple of local publications. I've been writing about startups for 15 years. And in 2011, I founded Exit Event, which was a crowdsourced news site and network of startups and entrepreneurs, which was acquired last year by Capital Broadcasting. Automated Insights started as a company called Statsheet. Robbie Allen was a distinguished engineer at Cisco. And at the time, I was coming out of a company that I had founded called Intrepid Media, which was a crowdsourced writer's site for which I had developed algorithms that would bubble up the best content to the front page. He and I met through a mutual friend who happened to be an investor. Time went along, and after a weekend, we came up with a design that would eventually turn into our automated content delivery engine. We raised $1 million, and within 6 months had created 800 individual websites, one for each college basketball, college football, pro baseball, pro football, and pro basketball team in the nation. Each of those sites were updated up to 5 times a day with automated content that had been developed by us, those being game recaps, game previews. For college top 25 updates, we do historical on this day, player previews, things like that. In 2012, we raised a $4 million Series A, changed our brand to Automated Insights, and started doing work in other verticals. Some of our customers you may recognize are AP, Yahoo, Bloomberg, MSN, USA Today, Edmunds, a number of people publishing our content. We run off something called the Wordsmith engine, which is what we have developed. Wordsmith is how we design and develop automated content and also deliver that content. What we're working on now are really 2 things. One is exposing features of our Wordsmith engine to the public, so our customers can bring their own data, so to speak, and develop their own automated content. The other is getting a greater foothold into the Internet of Things. So if you look at something like QuakeBot, which was the bot that broke the story on the LA earthquake back in March, for all intents and purposes, that's a web-enabled device which created automated content, although that was in a templated fashion. That's not what we do. But there are these web-enabled devices everywhere now. You'd actually be surprised. I'm always surprised at what I find out. And we're learning more about how to create content from them. Again, automated content is, the way we do it anyway, is not template-driven like QuakeBot. Before the first word is digitally written, we've run dozens of algorithms to determine things like tone, style, topic, prioritization of fact, lexicon. And then we mainly work in areas where human journalists either can't or don't want to work. So when I say can't, that's in terms of either data they can't access or something like, we do Yahoo Fantasy Football, which is, if anybody's familiar with fantasy football, your friends and you play fantasy football games based on the performance of American football teams. There are 7.5 million players who play for Yahoo and NFL.com. Every Tuesday morning, we write 7.5 million recaps at the rate of 1,600 per second, each one unique, professional sounding, different. And we deliver them all by 6 a.m. Eastern Time. In terms of don't want to, it's compiling information that necessarily can't be compiled in a timely manner. And we can present this information to journalists. And in fact, we have auto manual options where we can deliver either outliers or entire outputs of our automated content that people can then write over and around and redeliver. And localization. So, like I said, we set up sites for, let's say, Major League Baseball early on. Although we were good at it, it wasn't necessarily the best use of our time because there are already plenty of journalists covering Major League Baseball. But we can do things like college baseball, high school baseball, Little League baseball. As long as that data is there, we can provide professional sounding recaps of those games. And that's about it.
So, can you hear me? Okay. So Joe's work is very much in the kind of augmenting the journalist with automatic systems to produce content as well as gathering it from automated devices. I'm going to jump to Scott now. So Scott Klein is the news apps editor at ProPublica. We've been talking a lot about some of the opportunities for him, and Scott, is everything easy to find there in terms of the slides?
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
Hi, everybody. I have too many slides, so I'm going to skip through a lot of these. That's me. Oops, what happened? Oh, that was the end. Just a moment. There we go, that's me. Follow me on Twitter. I work at ProPublica. I think by now probably everybody here at Columbia knows who ProPublica is, but just the 10-second version, we're a nonprofit investigative journalism outlet several blocks downtown from here in New York City. We're about 45 people, been around about 7 years, and our specialty is producing typically long-form investigative journalism. I have a different specialty within ProPublica, which I'll get to in a second, but first I want to say that, first to thank Fergus for inviting me to speak here, and he's asked me to speak on the subject of satellite journalism, which is something that ProPublica has a inchoate effort in the works right now. And as soon as he asked me, I sort of thought of poor Leica and realized I know about as much about satellites as Leica did. Who here knows who Leica was? Not bad. Leica was a stray dog in the streets of somewhere in Russia that the Soviet Space Agency captured along with several other stray dogs. Leica had the misfortune of being the friendliest and most cooperative of the dogs, so he was chosen to be the experimental space dog to go up in Sputnik 2 in 1957. I am simply the friendliest and most cooperative of the stray dogs that Fergus found. What are news applications? As Fergus said, I run a team called News Applications. We are a data journalism effort. We're about 10 people who do statistics, data science, I guess, and also build large-scale interactive databases that do the work of journalism. So these are tools that let you look up what makes a large data set important and interesting and relevant to you personally and to your community. It's a full stack data journalism outfit, so the folks on my team are not back-end developers and different ones are front-end developers and different ones are statisticians. We tend to be very integrated. Everybody on the team does each of the parts of the process, often working with other folks in the newsroom. I'm going to skip that one. Here is one of the projects that we worked on. This is called Dollars for Docs. This, for the first time, gathered data from the 15 drug companies that disclose, typically by consent decrees, payments that they make to payments they make to doctors, and lets you, as a patient, look up your doctor to see payments that he or she may be taking, and kind of help you understand what kind of conversation you need to be having with your doctor over that. We had a bunch of projects launch in the run-up to the 2012 election, including one that did real-time analysis of split email tests that the campaigns were sending out that tried to do real-time analysis to figure out why different people were getting different emails from the different campaigns. We did an online whip count leading up to the failed gun control vote at the beginning of last year. You can see these are efforts to really not only to use data in our reporting, but to expose the data itself, the raw data, to people in a way that empowers them to make decisions, to understand their world, and not confuse and weaken them. Maps have always been an important part of what we do. Many of the folks on my team are expert cartographers, expert GIS and analysts and we do a tremendous amount of putting our data into geographical context. One of the ways that we think, as I said, we are journalists. We think as journalists. I'm an editor. I report to an editor. Everyone on my team considers themselves equivalent to a reporter. But we don't make words and pictures, typically. So sometimes we do. Our craft is done through interaction design. So the databases that we build, the news apps that we build, express themselves to readers, and we call them readers, through how we carry people through a process of understanding and looking at the data. One of the main tools in our arsenal is levels of abstraction. And I'm going to get to satellites in a minute. So do people here know this video? I'm not going to show the video. It's longer than I got. So this is Charles and Ray Eames in 1977. They were famous industrial designers, made a video called Powers of 10. And I'm going to go very quickly. I'm going to give you the 1-second version of this. Powers of 10 started in a park. I'm pretty sure this is Chicago. Shows a picnicking couple. The man lays down, falls asleep. We zoom out into the sky. And with every frame, we fall back in order of magnitude. So here's 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. We're going to go on, out to the planet, and we're going to go super, super far. I'll keep clicking on this while I talk. So one of the things when I talk about levels of abstraction and interaction design as key tools in our arsenal, we are always helping frame information for people, giving them information at levels of abstraction, at contextual levels that make sense to them. So if they're always looking at the same data, we are giving them context and giving them and framing it for them in a way that's relevant and important to a certain frame, and walking them down the frame so that so that they themselves can explore the data, but to do so in a way that tells our story to them. So in a way, satellite journalism, being sort of the ultimate wide view of a data set, has always been integral to what we do at ProPublica, though it was not until we started first having conversations with the Tau Center and Fergus that we realized what a great opportunity using satellites in our journalism was. This is more of the same, levels of abstraction. So just to walk you very quickly through how this works in the real world, this is an app called the Opportunity Gap. This uses Office of Civil Rights and the Department of Education data to show people their school, and by way of that, schools throughout the country, how well they distribute educational opportunities to poor and rich kids alike. So this was called the Opportunity Gap. We published it a few years ago. It actually now has many, many narratives designed by a competitor of my friend here. So you come to the homepage of this. I mean, you can see that we give you the absolute national view of this data set. So we show you how every state compares by, these are up to 10 now data points. So you can see this is the national view. This is similar to the national map that I skipped past very quickly a couple of seconds ago. This gives you the absolute national view of the data so that you understand why the data matters, where your state compares. The state is a key factor here because they're one of the regulatory bodies that can really kind of pull levers within schools and within districts. So we show you first how your state compares along a whole bunch of different metrics. And then we invite you to look up your school. Now, I did not go to Santa Monica High, but if I did go to Santa Monica High, I would look at this, and I'm now down to, if not the 10 light years away, I'm down to the city view of this data. And this is city I understand. There are landmarks that I understand. If I look at this number and I see that the 61% of kids who take the AP pass, or if I look and I see that 26% get free and reduced price lunch, which is our proxy for poverty, I know what that means because I went to that school, and now I have a frame of reference that I can use to understand what happened next, which is when I go even deeper and I look at other schools and I can compare now with empathy, because I can understand what Miramonte High must be like if they have that many wealthy, fewer kids in free and reduced price lunch, and Sequoia High, which has that many more. So that's all a very, very quick overview of what I do. How does it all relate to satellites and to poor Leica? About a year ago, I attended an event in this very room called the Sensor Journalism Workshop here at the Tao Center. It was an incredible day where I met amazing people who do work on a science fiction level of cool. One of the conversations that came out of that was a conversation with some folks at Code Studio and with Fergus about really learning how the US satellite system works. We actually have dozens of satellites that NASA launches and the USGS runs that we as journalists have access to and can call and just go on the internet and get photos from them. And I'm like a remember, so there's more that very, very little I know about this. There are folks on my team who have been working now for about 6 months, almost exclusively pulling images off of these satellites to work on them. And it turns out that there's actually a fairly significant history to using aerial photography and satellites in journalism. I'm going very quickly. 2012, a drone operator discovered that the Columbia Meatpacking Company in Texas was letting abattoir waste into the Trinity River. They got them shut down. Here is a satellite shot of Kim Jong-il's home. Very beautiful, has its own train. So we wanted to turn our sights on something that a story that we couldn't otherwise do. And one of the areas that we're looking at is the coast of Louisiana. Coastal Louisiana is losing, has a huge soil erosion problem. It is losing about a football-size amount of soil an hour. You can see, I don't know if you can read from here, 1,900 square miles lost since 1932. And then I think it's something like the size of Washington in the next 50 years. And what the USGS is telling everybody is that New Orleans is going to be a coastal city by 2050. And this is a story that we really have been wanting to tell for a while, and we think is a great opportunity to tell this with satellite journalism. So we have not launched this yet. The slides I'm going to show you are not published yet. They're going to look very different when we finally do publish it sometime this summer, but consider this a preview. So this here is a Landsat 8 image stitched together. It'll be better stitched together in the published version of the current coast of Louisiana. This is a map from 1922 of this same area. So I'm going to flip between them so you can see. Look at the very south. You can see how much of what used to be Louisiana. And these are homes, these are fishing villages, these are shrimping villages, these are places with culture and people and meaning that are now under the water. And we aim to tell this story both with people's stories and photographs and audio, but also with, and this I think is something that hasn't been done before in the way we are thinking about doing it, with satellite imagery. And this is just to show you one of the factors. The red are drilling wells that have been drilled in Louisiana. And you can't really see it in this, but there are also a network of canals and pipelines as well. We are also, and I'm really almost done, working with an organization called Planet Labs, who have launched and will eventually launch a series of 100 toaster-sized small satellites that will orbit the Earth and take a 5 to 10 meter resolution photo of every place in America every day. So in addition to having some historical analysis using satellite data, in addition to be able to kind of showing you the top view, as I was saying, these at levels of abstraction, we also want to be able to show you something every day, so sort of a live cam of the soil erosion problem in Louisiana. So that's me. Thanks.
Deeply grateful to Scott for showing us some of the stuff that's coming up. It's pretty impressive. I'm going to jump over into Beer Head to go to
right.
Shannon.
It's just because I'm from Louisiana.
It's a beautiful coming together. So Shannon, your slides are in that same folder that Scott was working from. So Shannon Dust-Megan, while she's queuing that up, was one of the co-founders and is currently a director of a public lab based out of Louisiana, where she's come up from. They're a really interesting organisation, and I was very interested to hear Jesse Holcomb's talk earlier when he was talking about civic data as well as journalism, and as was outlined in the post-industrial journalism report that the Tau Centre put out a number of months ago now, more than a year ago now, the lines between journalism organisations and other kinds of organisations are definitely blurring. And I think the work that Public Lab does is an example of that. And looks like we've got expert help arriving. And with those blurred lines between these different kinds of organisation come all kinds of boundary issues and boundary questions when practitioners from one field kind of look over into another field. And I think we'll get into that a little bit later in the session. And the slides are up.
There we go. Okay. So thank you for having me. My name is Shannon Dosmagan, and I'm, like Fergus said, a co-founder and the executive director of Public Laboratory for Open Technology and Science, which is a mouthful, so I will call it Public Lab from now on. We are a nonprofit organization that supports an open source community numbering over 5,500 people that are working globally. However, we started in the wetlands of Louisiana during the BP oil spill back in 2010. So just a tiny bit about myself. I am by background an anthropologist and a community organizer and educator. I was working doing low-cost air monitoring in one of the numerous refinery communities that lines the Mississippi River in Louisiana, doing low-cost air sampling. So I go back many years doing community monitoring with environmental justice groups. So during the oil spill, we jumped right in, the nonprofit I was working for at the time, and one of the gaps that we saw was that there was a complete media blackout. So literally within days after the spill, there was a flight cap that was imposed over the Gulf, so you couldn't fly planes below 3,000 feet, making it really difficult to get high-resolution imagery, especially because we have so much cloud cover during the spring and summer seasons. So what we did instead is we took to boats, we took to beaches, and we launched kites and balloons, 5.5-foot helium balloons, into the air with basic point-and-shoot cameras. You can kind of see it hanging down. We would send these about 1,500 feet to 2,000 feet in the air, tethered onto a string so we could pull it back down. And with the assistance of over 200 people that volunteered their time to go out and do this, to really engage with what was happening and unfolding in the Gulf Coast waters, we collected over 100,000 different images that looked something like this. So this is in Wilkinson Bay on July 22nd during the middle of the oil spill. And we also managed to map about 100 miles of coastline in a community-driven manner. So it wasn't enough to just take these images with point-and-shoot cameras. What would you do with 100,000 images that are just, sitting on your computer? So we also started creating open source software platforms so that we could translate these images back into languages of power. So data that could be then sent out into the mainstream. So this was our first open source software platform. It's now called MapKnitter. And it allowed people to go in, take satellite imagery, and post the images that they were collecting on top of it at a much better resolution. So we're talking about 20 centimeter pixel resolution. And with that, we also created an open archiving system so that people could go back and access all of the imagery and also get the metadata. So they could download the maps that were created in formats such as GeoTIFFs and JPEGs, but they could also see the exact coordinates. They could see who was responsible for actually collecting the mapping images, who was responsible for stitching the images together, and they could also access videos or pictures or ground field notes that were collected by the people that were out taking the images that day. So since then, we have expanded to many different areas. We've taken this initial project around imaging. We're now doing work around air quality sensing, water quality sensing, and near-infrared imaging, remote sensing like NASA does. So I'm not going to go through those projects, but I want to talk just a bit about our process, because I think that's kind of the unique portion that I'm bringing to this panel in terms of community-driven monitoring. So the very first point, I'm going to go through 9 of them, is to engage people as researchers and not subjects. So all of what Public Lab is about is creating access. So whether it's giving people access to low-cost tools to get them involved in doing their own community journalism or community monitoring, or giving them a better understanding of the process of science or monitoring, that's a very key part of who we are. Pulling complexity off the shelf. So this is the point-and-shoot camera. I'm sure we all have 10 of these lying around that we don't use anymore. Very simple hacks to these type of consumer products can turn a camera like this into a data collection device that does things we hadn't anticipated. So it's basically taking consumer products off the shelf and reimagining our relationship with this manufactured environment. The third is to build in openness and accountability. So I'm taking a plunge here, talking bad about drones and satellites on this panel. But I just want to compare this a bit to the civic science process. So drones and satellites are really great for giving us huge data sets, for being stealth, for being invisible when they're going to collect data. We're really interested in connecting communities to the data that is being generated. So when I put a 5-foot balloon in the air that's attached to a string that's attached to me on the ground, there's no way for me to avoid having to contextualize myself around the data that I'm collecting. So people can come up to me, ask me what I'm interested in, ask me what I'm taking pictures of. We're also interested in creating collaborative workflows with all of our tools. So something as simple as our MapKnitter platform, or the way that we allow people to share back research they're doing. It's all about collaboration so that people can go in and work on processes together. We're also interested in maintaining public data archives. So this is an example of our spectral analysis software, Spectral Workbench. We're basically trying to create a Shazam, an open library of spectral data so that people can go in, have discussions, access government data sets, and also contribute their own. So we're creating a much larger picture of what's available. Mainstreaming true accountability is the 6th point. This is incredibly important, especially with our imaging work. So we have a relationship and a partnership with Google Earth and Google Maps. So if you go into Google Earth and you see something that says copyright of public laboratory, that's come from the public lab community, if you click on public laboratory, it's going to take you back to all of the metadata that went into those images. That includes each individual image. It includes the actual resolution that each of the images was collected at, the map makers, who put the images together, any field notes that were involved in the process. Letting images communicate complexity. So I know that y'all are journalists, and this probably seems very simple, but when we're talking about sensors and data collection devices, many times we like to just put out data sets and say, here's the numbers, interpret it yourself. So when you're doing public science and you're doing public community work, you have to also think further about what's going to be the most accessible format to show things in. So although we have all the quantitative data sets, we're also interested in translating those back into imagery and visually rich pieces of information. The 8th is to protect our openness with viral licensing. And so we use a number of different open licenses that probably many of you are familiar with. We're the first open source community to adapt the CERN open hardware license, which, similar to a Creative Commons license, protects all of the hardware creations that the public lab community does. And then 9th, because of that openness and because of the licensing, we're really engaged in creating local versions of tools. So having better access to the materials to actually create. So for instance, in the top left, the second in. This is the very first version of a rig stabilizer for one of our balloons. It had cardboard stabilizing wings so it wouldn't swirl around, but in the humidity of the Gulf Coast, they wilted quite quickly. Because of our open source licensing, the next model to come about was the green bottle that had plastic stabilizing wings. So that may not seem like a huge invention or a huge modification, but it was really important in the localized context. Okay, so that's just a bit about Public Lab. I just learned that we're a case study in Fergus's book, so if you'd like to know more, you should take a read.
So Shannon, Scott, and Joe's talks were all about these augmented kind of processes for collecting and producing journalism. Nabia Syed, we had coffee a little while ago and she said, I've got some news. Perhaps you could share and go on from there.
Sure. So my name is Nabiha and I'm a media and First Amendment lawyer at Levine, Sullivan, Koch & Schultz, which as of this morning has an emerging technologies entire practice area, which is pretty fun. So that was the big news. So I think about what you guys are doing and how you will not go to jail for what you're doing all day, every day. That's my job. Thank you. You're welcome. It makes me money, so it's fine. I'm doing me a favor. And so, you know, it's funny to launch this now because news gathering technology isn't exactly new. Cameras are a great example. The first photo published in an American newspaper was in 1880. Of course, it took 10 years before someone said, hey, what about this privacy situation? And then Warren and Brandeis wrote the Right of Privacy 10 years later. And then it wasn't until 29 years later that photographs became common in newspapers in the New York Daily News. These days, I think media moves a little bit faster than 39 years between conceiving of something and implementing something. And because it's fast, that's kind of where the lawyers come in, because we want to make sure that in the speed of adapting these new things, fear of new technology doesn't prohibit you from experimentation. So what do we do? So at LSKS, we traditionally have done defamation, privacy, intellectual property work for pretty much anyone you read ever. We take up big, thorny, weird issues, and now we're doing technology. With emerging technology, a lot of what we do, instead of litigation quite yet, because we're hoping you guys don't have to get into litigation, is advising. And I like to say that I advise by thinking about two things. I think about analogies, and I think about alphabet soup. So analogies. The way the law works is that you think about what's come before, which would be your precedent, and apply it to the new thing. So these days, I'm doing a lot of advising to freelancers and other institutions about drones and how to use drones for their investigative journalism, how they use drones to verify what a slaughterhouse is saying about where they dump their refuse, about whether we can attach sensors to drones to verify air pollution information, so on and so forth. And in thinking about that, advising them, you start to think about analogies, right? So is a drone really just a camera in the sky? So if I had taken a photo of that river from the ground, is it really different that something's in the sky? Let's think about it. Let's think about the constitutional protections and the legal protections you have in terms of that analogy. Is a sensor that detects temperature really just like a sensor that detects light, also known as a camera? Does that entire body of law then come and help the use of sensors and the protection of sensors for journalism? That's something that we think about. The next category of what we think about when we give advice is alphabet soup. And this is, that's all to say that there are a number of statutes and other rules and regulations that apply to new technologies in a way that they don't quite translate to people doing kind of pen and paper, going out interviewing people, reporting. So for example, the FAA, the federal, why did I just blank on what the FAA stands for?
Aviation Authority.
There we go. What the FAA does, the FAA has rules and regulations of its own that bear upon all people using drones, including journalists who are doing so. So you have this seemingly neutral application of these rules and regulations from agencies that directly impact what journalists will be doing. This is the same with wiretapping statutes or the Wiretap Act if it has to deal with, perhaps you have a sensor that happens to sniff Wi-Fi passwords. which is what the Ninth Circuit decided that Google could not do, right? So you have to think about what is this alphabet soup? What are all these statutes that may bear upon the new tools that you're using? And those are kind of the two arenas that we think about when we're giving advice on this stuff. It's up to you guys to think about the actual creative things that will make me sit down at my desk and think about it with more specificity, but that's a broad overview of what I do.
All right. So, Joe, I want to kind of start with you because we discussed it a little bit in email. These are new ways of creating and communicating knowledge, and one of the things that I kind of kept hearing today in all of the panels was this question of, well, is it representative? Is it true? You've got a highly automated process. How do you think about truth and accuracy when you've got these highly automated processes? What do you need to put in place?
Well, in some sense, truth and accuracy is easier with data because data doesn't lie, or sometimes it does, but most of the times it does not. But it is also very limiting to what we do. A lot of what we spend our time on is outlier analysis, not only within the data itself, whether that's bad entry or repetitive data or anything that could go wrong in the data collection process, all the way to what we put out and what we say about it. When I mentioned before that we have an auto manual process, what that does is it allows us to send or flag outliers and send them to a human so they can double check that data. Usually that human is us before we ever engage with the end user, and we're allowed, some time in their QA process to make corrections. But it also goes into the very design itself. Sports is easy. In sports, you either win or lose or you tie. A lot of times that's soccer, right? When you take that next step into something like investing in finance, which is where that was the next vertical we took on, the difference between good and bad gets really, really blurry. And the example I use there is, your stock went up today. That's fantastic. But if your stock goes up on a day after a quarterly earnings report that blew it out, and maybe you got a couple downgrades and you're flirting with a 50-day moving average, that's suddenly not your best day. So we have to be very careful about when we use terms like good and bad, right and wrong, good, better, best. And a lot of times that's not quantifiable. One thing in design is we can't ever use concepts. Like I've forgotten the use of like the number 10. We have to use percentages, standard deviations from a greater context. Because we're not just spitting out data, we're putting that data into a separate context. One of the reasons we don't touch social so much is because there's not a lot we can say about social on its own. If you like something, we know that you like it. We don't know why you liked it. We don't know whether it was a joke that you liked it. We don't know, did you not like it yesterday and then all of a sudden you liked it today? We don't know a lot of that stuff. But if we're able to take other data sources, aggregate historical, then we're able to produce a much more robust report. So we do have to be careful about when we're saying things are good, bad, or if we're indifferent about it. And we either do that by leaving it out completely, which is a bummer. I hate when we have to do that. Or getting very, very granular with the description of what we did. So I'll take it back to sports because that's what we started and that's what I love. Instead of saying Adrian Peterson had a great day, which is kind of obvious, sometimes we have to say things like Adrian Peterson had 3 touchdowns today. It was the first time he had done that since 2010. And that becomes a little bit more robotic sounding and takes a little bit of the human aspect out of it. But I tell my team constantly, we don't have to be great, but we can never be wrong. And I think once you start being wrong, that's where the whole concept of automated journalism goes out the window.
So, and Shannon, to kind of branch out from that, Jeff Warren, one of your kind of co-founders, has quite an interesting take on kind of accuracy, and he talks about, well, what is this data for? And I know that's something that you're thinking about a lot. Could you talk about, the relationship, I suppose, between accuracy, what the data's for, and the subtleties that aren't necessarily there in that simple delineation between true and false?
Sure. So I think that one of the things Public Lab is really interested in is, again, as I mentioned, access. So giving people the ability to tell stories and to participate in a dialogue that's happening about things that are important to them. So whether that means that the refinery air quality data that they're capturing themselves is just a predecessor to a larger DEQ or EPA study, it might not make a difference to that community as long as there's an entree for them to start a line of communication with the people who are making decisions about their neighborhoods. I'm really impressed. We primarily, as the nonprofit branch, do environmental sensing. In the last year or so, we've been approached by quite a few federal agencies within the EPA, different branches of NASA, that are starting to see community monitoring, community storytelling as a portion of how they can fill the gaps in the data that they're not being able to collect. Realizing that they're not available to be in every community at every point. So starting to really see the value in what community sensing can do.
I can see Scott's brow furrowing very deeply about this, and I know it's something that you think about as well.
About the notion of verifiability and
that, and also where the line is, I suppose, for your guys between what you do as journalists and say what research scientists do in terms of producing new information or new knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get hung up in that. I mean, I think that research scientists and journalists come at things with different intentions and use different tools, but we're all sort of after the same truth, right? I think, I think it's a very symbiotic relationship with researchers, and there's a lot that we couldn't do as doing the kind of journalism that I do if it weren't for academics doing a lot of the fundamental work. Certainly the statistical and mathematical world, data science world are creating new tools that we eagerly start using ourselves, but also we lean very hard on science papers. One of the very first things we do when we decide to take on a story is see what academics have already done work on this, both for sources, because we want to call these people and say, hey, is our analysis right? What do we need to know about this? What are the interesting stories here? But also because they've got, typically have pretty great data that we can go and grab and use. So I think it's very much a flow.
Sure. And Shannon, what's the kind of skill set that you find is useful for the people that you work with in this space?
So we're interested in addressing what citizen science has traditionally been, and that there's researchers that will pose problems and ask people to basically be data collection nodes, so to provide data for them. So we're working on facilitating and maintaining a place where people can come and collaborate in ways that's not just about an academic expert saying, here's my problem, community member, go out and give me data, but basically bottom-up research. So one that's driven by a problem that's identified by a community member and then collaborated around by, we have journalists, we have biologists and chemists, social scientists, technologists, designers, all different walks. So basically people that are interested in thinking differently about the scientific process and how to really engage people in storytelling.
Joe, same question for you. The skill set in your team and how it's evolved over the year?
Yeah, and I go back to what Nabia was saying earlier. The kind of stuff we're doing really isn't new. It's kind of advancement of the same stuff. But one thing we noticed really early on is we were trying to do this we were using journalists. We were trying to hire journalists to do what we were going to do. And there was a very large percentage of that population, former journalists, that just didn't get it. So we definitely had to bring in, and I'll go back to Scott, who said his people are more jacks of all trades. We're definitely jacks of all trades. The people that work best in doing what we do have some sort of writing and editing background, but they're also at least versed in statistics and have the soft skills, at least, of a programmer, like things like pattern recognition, object orientation, the ability to think multidimensionally. It really is almost a new science in the fact that it's combining these soft and hard skills in a way that I've never seen before in 20 years of doing both writing and technology.
Yeah, okay. So my next kind of theme in here is going to be about the opportunities over the next few years. But if there are questions that you're beginning to kind of formulate in your mind or points that you want to make, there's a microphone over here and you should kind of sidle up towards it. Sidling. It wasn't really a sidle at all, was it? It was a comfortable walk.
Please sidle. I'd love to see you sidle.
Scott, from you, in this kind of space of, if you like, the robot reporter or using sensors in journalism and automated kind of reporting methods, what are the opportunities that you see other than more dogs in space?
I want to sort of push back in a friendly way at the idea that these are truly automated or truly robots. I've only showed you 3 slides of what will be a much larger presentation, but if we're doing a presentation using satellite imagery, or if we're using satellites to do analysis, and we're doing about equal parts of both, there are always people operating those things. So they may sort of be, robot arms, but those arms are always controlled by people. The answer to your question, what are the opportunities? If you had asked me the day before the Sensor Journalism Conference last year if I would ever do satellite journalism, I would have said, what's satellite journalism? So I don't know. I mean, one of the most exciting things about being in journalism right now, despite its many challenges and many hills we still have yet to climb, is that we now have access to so much technology and so many new things that are out there. So I have no idea what kind of journalism I'm going to be doing in 18 months. I think I can make it conceptually through the end of the year, and then after that, it's all just blue sky.
Shannon, I'm going to come to you with that one next.
Sure. So I think one of the things that we've been struggling with, or had maybe not as an obstacle over the last couple of years, that we're starting to see a bit of movement in, is taking people out of comfort spaces to begin working as collectives and working as collaborators. And by this I mean looking into the makerspace and not seeing people just making for the sake of making because they can make something cool, but creating things and thinking about how to take the black box away from technology for social good, to help people have better access to tools to do their own monitoring with. Likewise for academics and researchers. So seeing people who are more interested in looking into embedded local expertise and how they can collaborate on projects. So as long as those groups start coming together and communicating better, I think that the world around civic monitoring is going to really open up into a lot of interesting directions. The second part, though, is that there's still a lot of work that has to be done, and I again see this as an opportunity, with our regulatory agencies, with government bureaus. They are a few years, to say the least, behind us in terms of where they're at in, this is a verified sensor that you can use or not, to bring us into their innovation labs. So I think that we're going to start seeing more and more interest, we're going to start seeing more and more collaboration, and we're going to end up with a really interesting array of projects.
Joe?
So in terms of automation and automated content and automated journalism, I think having spent the last 4 years on the robot writer, I think that's pretty well baked or on its way to being baked. We can already write news and in fact are doing so today. I think the next few years are going to be about the robot reporter, how that information gets gathered. To give you an example, we do a lot more on the micro level, and that is writing stories that are personalized for a single user. We can do that. The economies of scale there are great. But there's also a lot of data that you're generating on a daily basis with things like fitness bands, with your cell phone, with home automation, which is just starting to come into light. We can write some really good stories that are actually not only valuable, even though they're only valuable to one user, they're very valuable to that user. I think you're going to start to see that now on a macro level with things like drones. And if you ask me today how automated content would use drones, I don't have an answer for you, because there is so much human interaction that has to interpret and disseminate the data that those drones collect. But home automation, I think, is a doorway for city automation. I think you're seeing things like geological, chemical, even traffic sensors that are tracking things on a community and even localized basis. So I think in that sense, there's going to be more content that's going to be able to be automated and either delivered to the end customer or to an organization that then can deliver that to their customers. And I think that content's going to get more and more personal. And we see is that, as the internet grows, even search now is getting bogged down. What we do is deliver content on more of a push basis. And the more we know about you, again, there are huge privacy concerns there. And we've actually been stopped out of a couple of projects because our customer could not get the legal green light to be able to deliver it to their customers because they hadn't opted in. I think that will become more and more personal, so your news will be delivered to you about you. Again, we're not doing like a stock market report of the day, but we can do a stock market report that directly speaks to your portfolio, and we can do it pre-market, post-market, or say during the day when there's a spike or you get stopped out or something like that. I think that's where we're going in the next 1 to 2 years.
Yeah. Nabila, do you want to take a swing at that, or do you kind of consider that outside your brief?
At the idea of automation?
Well, the idea of kind of what you see as the opportunities.
No, actually, well, I mean, in terms of opportunities, right, the lawyers are chasing after the opportunities, either stopping them or like helping them wiggle their way through the path to get ahead. So, and I tend to like to be the latter. One point that you made about emphasizing the humanity behind the tools is key for any legal protection. So long as we can say it is the intent, the expressive intent of a person to deploy this drone or this algorithm or whatever, you are safely in First Amendment territory. When we start saying, oh, the robot did it on its own, we have new questions of liability. So I think that was actually an incredibly important point to be making. In terms of privacy, I think we're actually at a crucial moment in privacy, because a lot of the tools that we talk about, when we talk about drones, when we talk about data collection and analysis, these are concepts that were introduced to the layman, which includes lots of judges, as tools of law enforcement, as tools of security states, as tools that are oppressive, not liberating, not providing news for the community. They don't think of that in those terms. And I think there's going to be a real translation issue of when I have to stand in front of a judge and explain, no, that drone was doing good things. It wasn't watching you in your backyard sunbathing, Your Honor. It was looking for malfeasance of some sort from the sky. The idea of translating what these tools do and how we can think about them will be another, I think, big task. Judges and lawmakers can't get their mind around the fact that I didn't go to journalism school and yet I can still claim as a blogger First Amendment protections, right? So that process is slow. But I think so long as we emphasize that this is expressive, it's for communities, there's a value to it, I think we can hope that the law provides some of a shield for what you guys are innovating.
So Shannon, this might have been what you were referring to, but I know last fall NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory held an event where they were looking at, they were trying to solve a problem around how you can build a bridge between the open data community, and not even necessarily the open data community, but data and communities, and be able to build a bridge where people are sharing data in both ways. And also, not just sharing, but also this collaborative storytelling that you're talking about. So I think there's really something there to that model that's being explored and developed, and I was wondering if maybe, my reference might not be the one that you're talking about, but just what you're learning in terms of developing that model around data, shared data collection, and then the collaborative storytelling.
Yeah, I think, so I was at a JPL workshop in fall. I don't think it was this one, it could have been though. I think NASA is particularly impressive in terms of interest in seeing data flow two ways. So how can community-generated data fill in gaps for them, as well as how can their large data sets then be helpful to in a community context as well, as well as in a much broader one. Specifically for us, I can give you a for instance of how this might look. NASA Develop was interested in sending up a satellite that would look at refinery flares. One of the things that can't be detected was chromium coming from the flares. So this was a data gap that they came to Public Lab and said, could we use a tool such as your $50 spectrometer that is in the hands of community members in Chalmette, Louisiana, to try to start looking at if we can take those ground samples of chromium from refinery stacks. So they weren't interested in just saying, like, give us the data, but how can we work with you? How can we engage people in an applied process in terms of this two-way flow of data? Does that answer your question?
I'm sure there's also takeaways in terms of what didn't work here, and
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot that, I just want to begin that conversation because I think there's a lot that journalists can take from it as we continue to do this collaborative storytelling.
Sure. I think probably the biggest didn't work moment for us is still in terms of patience. A lot of the sensors are the sensors that are being deployed, the sensors that are being created are many times being developed in isolation from one another, and so agencies will come and say, all right, we want to do this in an applied manner, we want to do this as a community embedded project, but then expect things to just work and go for it right away. But there has to be patience. There has to be the ability to support organizations, to support labs that are thinking about creating these sensors, to help them get to the point that those will be applicable data sets that then this large regulatory agency can use, right?
It's very opposite the news cycle.
Yeah.
All right, we've got time for two more, the two up at the moment.
Yes, a few years ago over in the East Asian Institute, a geographer presented what I did not realize was National Reconnaissance Office declassified KLH satellite photos from the Vietnam War, showing, and his objective was to show the issue of how Agent Orange impacts the environment of Vietnam today. And I was wondering if this kind of information has been used, because it was very interesting to watch what you guys were doing. And this, daily photographs around the world of KLH-11 satellite photos is quite amazing stuff to use. And I'm wondering if there's been other uses of this since then.
I'm getting blank looks from the panel, and I'm kind of going to call it off topic.
Given all the concerns today with NSA spying on citizens and all this collaboration between the government, or the government asking for collaboration with these kind of projects, and I understand the upside of it, but right now the law really doesn't offer any legal protection for citizens with the NSA situation. So how can, what are the panel's thoughts on whether this could be a good idea that can sometimes go bad?
Can I give a plug for the book? There are a lot of thoughts in the book by people far smarter than me about these kinds of questions. But one of the themes that keeps coming up is from the people who are far smarter than me, to keep going back to the communities and not only involving them in the conversation of the kind of information that's collected, but also talk and genuinely engage in terms of, well, what should we be doing and how should we be doing it? But Nabia may have also.
Sure. I mean, I think the answer can't be that we stop producing information or giving it currency because it might be aggregated by another source. The answer is, right, that we create those protections. And there are people attempting to implement at least some sort of safeguards, right? So for example, if the NSA subpoenas you for all of your information, she does have some legal recourse to be able to argue. if they serve her with a national security letter. Increasingly, there are in fact avenues by which we can argue back. So while it's, I think, legitimately, it's something to think about, and I think that's what I was trying to get at by saying this is a funny moment in time for a lot of these questions. We can't not produce this because
but it's already out there.
Exactly.
I mean, you don't. There's no subpoena process that even has to be enacted because they're already doing it, and there's no kind of the question or the debate is out there now. So the fact that you would go through a legal process, going through litigation for something like that can be incredibly costly to the average person and pretty impractical, and at the same time very harming.
Sure. So I guess I would press back by saying, if on one hand what you're saying is all the information is out there and the NSA has it, well then fine, we might as well be writing about it because they already know, so other people should know. If what you're saying is perhaps we collect and aggregate and make sense of data in a way that they might not, and then we're adding value, then I would refer back to my first answer, which is we can't stop doing that function because they might learn something from it. Then we in fact need to create those protections and enforce those protections. And I understand that it is costly, but there are people who do it for free. I started a clinic for investigative journalists to protect against that kind of thing, and it's free. So I understand that it's, I think, of concern. The issue of collecting lots of data about human existence is of concern. I just don't know that you stop important journalistic functions out of that concern.
One thing that might get hindered, though, if QuakeBot kind of opened things up for how people understood automated content, all that stuff that went on with the NSA collecting phone records, and that was a huge hurdle for us because people are now far less likely to give up data, whether it be about themselves or about their community or anything like that, because it just causes a kind of fear factor as far as that goes. So there's good ways of doing it and there's bad ways of doing it, and that was a real bad way of doing it. So unfortunately, until we have a sense of how that data can help us, I think it's going to be much tougher to get to it.
I think when we started out on this about a year ago, I think a lot more of our assumption was that this would be about journalists using sensors to produce data. There is also a recommendation in the report that journalists report a lot more on the sensors that are producing data, and in some cases channeling it towards power groups and not channeling it towards other ones. So on that note, thank you very much to my fellow panelists for the day. Good night.
Thanks very much indeed, everybody. You are the survivors on what's called a Summer Friday, which is, I'm learning about. We don't have Summer Fridays in the UK. So we're going to close at this point. I want to thank, again, Taylor, Lauren, Shawani, the TAO newsroom team. Again, encourage you to get in touch with us if you have ideas and projects that you want to contribute or work on. Next year, when you come and see us, we will be in a fantastic new shiny space downstairs, which you may have noticed and heard the building throughout the day. So I just want to assure you that this is what happens when you're in a moment of perpetual change. And I also want to thank, we've had both Michael Maness from the Knight Foundation, who's been at the back there, and earlier on we had the Len Tao from the Tao Foundation. And as I say, what's been really fantastic for me about this day and this year and some of the projects that you're seeing is that it was great to hear Scott say, a year ago, if you'd said to me before the Sense Newsroom, oh, you'll really get into satellite journalism, I would have gone, huh? This is what we're here for. And when I say we, I don't mean just the Tao Centre, I mean the broader community that exists around it, and the great computational journalists and data journalists and reporting and investigative journalists and all journalists and technologists who contribute to that. So thank you very much indeed again for coming along, sticking with it. Please, as I say, send us any suggestions. Also, there'll be an opportunity to catch up on all of this on taocentre.org, where we are curating the live stream and we'll be producing blog posts from this, and you can see all of our many reports, including Fergus's book. And I hope to see you all again, not just next year, but in the interim as part of our wider community. So thank you very much indeed.
I do in my purse, wherever it is, but I